Hello and welcome, DPL fans. We're so back.
We're so back.
Alright, we got Dougal in the call with me today. I probably should have checked the audio levels
Hello.
between us. Yeah, we're fine. We're fine. Anyways,
Yeah,
gonna go ahead and
let's-
link the stream and stuff.
Let me put the stream on in the background so you can get the view from me, even
Oh,
though I have
epic.
it muted.
I'm gonna link this in my channel, or in my Discord server, link down
The
below.
thumbnail's so mean.
Hey, we gotta start strong, right?
Yeah.
At streams roll, and then I'll make people angry and at people in DPL.
Sure. Thank you for the experience.
Yeah.
That was so funny.
And there we go. And all right. Thank you for the experience. What's up, Vergi? What's up, J-Skurf? What's up, Fat Halpert? Dact? Man, I love boas. Me too, bro.
I love Boa too.
Move my chat down there, and then I'll screen share for you, so we can follow along. There we go. All right. We're so back.
We're so bad.
This is a crazy game one, by the way.
No,
This game alone.
I enjoyed it a good bit. It was pretty fun.
I mean, you can't hate this game. It's just cinema.
Yeah.
The Cresselia vision continues. This is the start of the Cresselia vision in DPL. We haven't seen Cresselia in years, bro. We have not. But of course, pioneered by Keegan in whatever league it was with the yard crest. Yes, Vergi, that's exactly what I think.
We got a few let's kill L5 messages in DPL general. Well,
Always
only
good.
one, and it's from K-Crick, so
Yeah, nice.
yeah. But,
Alright.
are we gonna start? I could go over what Bowitz's team is. Our Mew is like taunt, gold, Psyshock, recover with like a Cobra Berry. Like, he was using it as like a lead because like it stops like the Storm and like the Crook.
Yeah, like the
from getting
taunt.
up hazard. Yeah.
The taunt Mew is like a really good bring into this kind of team, right? It's like super fat with the Mega Venu, Crest, Skarm. Like, come on, guys.
Yeah, we kind of went with like a pretty like a stall breaker team, like with the arrow. Arrows
You have to.
taunt.
Yeah.
Yeah. Diggersby with sword stance, spikes. Like, it was a pretty good set.
Yeah,
Even
Diggersby,
Fernape,
huge threat here.
I don't think we brought the right in Fernape. Like, he brought
Yeah.
like offensive. I wanted to bring specs because like
Ooh.
his switching the specs like aren't that great. Like, just like a fat Monit, spec set does like pretty good work. Like, it can 2-hit KO like threats with rocks up, like with fire blots. Sometimes.
Pokefan says, why are you giving info considering you could play this again in playoffs? That's crazy. Well, I think he's not going to bring the same sets if we play in playoffs.
Yeah, no.
I really don't think.
Clefable just Spadef Clefable with T-Wave, like, whatever, and Blastoise it just spins. I think like another error is like the arrow speed. We went like adamant, like just creep it like Keldeo.
Oh yeah, that's something that in Mox was happening as well, right? Kind of similar stuff, but we'll see in the game, once we start.
Yeah.
But yeah, Diggersby was a massive threat in Mox. Like, one Mock I literally got like 4 kills with Diggersby.
Yeah,
But,
no,
yeah.
we did
was really
too.
good.
Like, it went off in Mach.
Oh yeah,
a lot.
very good.
So did like when we had Spec Shape, that was going off too, but we didn't
Yeah,
want
of
to bring
course.
that. Yeah.
Well, Anyways, I think we can get right into the game at this point.
Yeah.
Boas versus Gypsy King. This is game 1 of the ZFG versus Dino Crisis series. Torn leads off into Mew, which is good for us, just a free knockoff, into Aerodactyl. And I'm guessing that revealed enough HP where he's confident staying in. And
Right.
shout out to Aura's
Yeah,
speed mechanics. Yeah.
So,
So-
like, he fought, like, Voich fought, like, yeah, there's no way Gypsy's gonna rich, like, the Torn turn 1 like that, but, like, what I told him is, like, dude, he probably just calced the damage and, like, figured, okay, like, he's not gonna go, like, jolly, no attack, like, he's gonna be, like, adamant, just bulky, and that's why he stayed in.
Yeah.
But I think we should have honestly just stayed in with Mew and clicked, like, you know, an attack or something just to see.
I think at most with Arrow, you're creeping, like, the Keldeo before Mega.
Yeah.
You'd never creep the Torn. That's just way too many EVs. It's not worth it. It's only useful in this specific scenario, which is offensive Torn versus, like, forcing the switch turn 1. It's, like, so niche
Right.
where it's not a mistaken prep. It just didn't work out. But also, like, probably could have pivoted there. But all good. Diggersby gets a free entry.
What's the pivot, you know?
I know,
Like,
it's really hard into life with
it's
Torn.
like flat
yeah.
choice, I guess, but
Yeah,
we get
stories. Maybe
Diggersby.
Infernape threatens Scarf. Like, I don't know. It's really tough, man.
yeah.
You don't switch into Torn well at all. Anyways, Diggersby comes in, gets a free return off into Crook, which is actually fast helmet, like superpower.
We were kind of expecting, like, Scarf, like Moxie Crook, like, because we thought that looked, like, really threatening.
I think it was in some mocks, but then Diggersby was just too much of an issue, right? Without the helmet intimidate stuff.
Then
Anyways,
the
Scarf Trick Cresselia. This was actually really big for the Mew.
Yeah.
Because we were struggling a little bit with Mew in some mocks. Like, sometimes it would just reverse 6-0, you know? So,
Hydra brought this exact set in, like, his mock against
it's a good
Boas.
set. Because
Yeah.
not only are you outspeeding and tricking the Mew, which could be Calm Mind here, could be Nasty Plot. These are also threatening sets. It's also able to, like, you know, trick Clef, if that wants to be, like, Life Orb, Magic Guard, kind of Calm Mind kind of stuff. Because that would 1v1 majority of things outside of, like, the Venusaur. So there's insurance for that. And also, it's faster than Diggersby. Like, it already is, but, like, with Scarf, it's, like, extra faster, you know? And I think there was something else on the bench that this is useful for. Don't remember though.
Well, our bench was Matang and
Vileplume,
Vileplume. Like,
yeah. So like
two
an offensive
shitters that we
crest
weren't
was like
bringing.
actually pretty nice here because look at the psychic resist.
Yeah.
It's just Mew, and if you're able to trick that,
Yeah.
you can just click psychic for free.
Definitely.
Dino comes in here though. As Diggersby doubles in, but Venusaur is not really forced out quite yet. Infernape comes in, a crit Giga Drain does 28%, revealing Spadef, right? This is something we did see in Mox actually. To kind of slow down the Venusaur, because this Venusaur is very strong. Like, you don't switch in a Venusaur at all. And Venusaur gets
No.
free entries versus a lot of your guys. So you need something for it. But yeah, maybe Specs Infernape would have been nicer breaking-wise, but I get it. Like, Spadef makes sense as well. Swatchball Poison, the Mew is Choice Scarf. So, free Tornadus here on the Roost, and now it's just going to be a U-turn, I think. It's really, really safe. Nothing can go wrong here. Yeah, and we're back into Venu. And another Sludge Bomb is getting clicked. No, a Synthesis actually first. So free rocks, W. But yeah. That actually doesn't do anything. 66, that's like Spadef Clef.
Yeah, it
For the
was fully
Keldeo.
Spadef.
Yeah. Makes sense. But now, are you really forced out as the Venusaur? Yeah, I think you just matched the heal. Yep. And now what? Venusaur's healthy. Maybe you switch here? Maybe you Sludge? It's like pretty free. No, you Growth. Right, we have Growth on this. So that's absolutely gonna pick
And
up a
you
KO
can't
here.
even really threaten it because, like, you know, we're
Yeah.
defensive, so we do like nothing.
But if you weren't defensive, you were getting blown back earlier by Sludge Bombs, so give and take a little bit there. Now Crest comes in on the Psyshock, forced click there. Yeah, and Psychic is free, right? I think we're still faster.
The lefties from the Diggersby.
You could, but also just kill it with Psychic, right?
Oh,
you can
no,
steal the
I thought
lefties
there
from
was
Clef.
Yeah, that's what happened. I remember it got like correct and got leftovers back.
Yep. He said, "Give me that back." All right, and now it reveals all four with Clef. So Venusaur is kind of free, but it is really low at 31%. So could potentially see a Lunar Dance into the Venusaur here, as we do see the Lunar Dance, and the Venusaur comes right back in. So heals off that burn, comes in, Clef's in range of Sludge Bomb, so just a free click there. What was biggest wheelchair game? I don't care about spoilers. There's a lot of big wheelchairs, man. I think it was Rye Payton, right?
Yeah, that's what I was about to suggest. Like, this game was like a pretty big wheelchair, but like also it's like Gypsy King versus
like a slow burn.
Guy in his. Yeah, and it's Gypsy King versus like a guy in his first TPL game ever. You know, it's like
it's a tough start.
And like the turn one was so bad. Like, I think he fought like as hard as he could. It was just like a real uphill battle. Plus, like, you know, arguably the best ORS guy in the tournament.
Yeah, no one was expecting Bose to win, even though he was technically winning in pick'ems. You know, Mega Venu is so back. I mean, it's low-key kind of nice right now.
Yeah,
it's low-key kind of nice.
If you run it offensive, it's good, but like people try to run, or used to try to run just like a super fat set that does nothing.
Like, if you look at this team, you have to prep for a fat team. Like, it's Taunt Mew, it's Taunt Arrow, it's like Breaker Diggersby. Like, you have to prep for the fat, but also it's Scarf Crest, it's Offensive Venu, it's Life Orb Torn. Like, you can switch it up so easily with a team like this. That's what makes it nice.
It's a really strong team, yeah. I mean, I like our draft too. It's just like I don't think the matchup was unwinnable or anything. Like, no, it was definitely winnable. We definitely had ways to win.
I think out of your
team's probably better.
Out of your 3 ORS teams, this is probably the one with the best chances into our
into this one,
into our Venu. Remember to like the stream, everyone. So true from PZZ. Like the stream, sub, whatever, all that stuff. We're doing watch parties every week of this. At least that's the plan. Always on Tuesdays, so yeah, look forward to that. And yeah, absolute cinema. But yeah, we can move on to game 2 of the series, which is going to be Who versus Lax. Now, spoiler: this is a very long game. Cooking with style. He's Who.
Yeah.
HOO. Yeah, very funny joke, very original, all that stuff. So, this matchup, right? We have Specs Terra Water Keldeo versus no Water Resist. I guess the Water Resist is Frostmoth.
What do you mean? Yeah,
right. Yeah, but
it takes like 20, it bounces off.
This is like the same kind of thing as the Gypsy build, where you have to prep for the bulk, but there's also just so many offensive threats on here, like Keldeo, Hydrapple, Meowscarada. Like, between those 3 alone, the offense is like really hard to deal with. So Lax, you're gonna see in this game, he actually has a lot of Pokemon that are just max bulk, trying to slow down our offense. But that sort of team just gets out bulked, you know, by our regen core. So it's really, really hard to prep for this kind of team. Like, let me tell you, we were not winning mocks against this.
Like, we were winning like a bunch of our mocks. Like, I think like one move on Frostmoth is what screwed us. If we were a different move, I feel like Frostmoth would have literally 6-0'd at one point.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, you know, we might have cooked a bit too hard.
I'm being a little bit silly. We did win some mocks, of course, but it was definitely Who favored, I think, in this in the matchup. Was kind of forced to bring Braviary here because of the threat of webs, kind of slowing down our Keldeo and stuff like that, which is our main way of picking KOs. So the game slows down quite a bit if we don't have Keldeo, you know, active. Which spoiler alert, but yeah. Anyways, let's get into the game. All right, Terra types. We have Terra Fairy on the Urshifu, Terra Ghost on the Vikavolt, and did you bench the 3rd Terra user on this team? I think you did. Then on the other side,
I don't even remember what it was, honestly.
I don't either. I think it was just perma-benched. But on our side, Hydrapple is going to be Terra Fairy. This is to stop the Urshifu from being like banded stab Terra kind of thing. Pretty reasonable stuff. And then Keldeo is going to be Terra Water, like I said. Now, the plan was always to Terra the Hydrapple if we saw a stab Terra on Urshifu, or like basically anything besides Poison or Steel, right? And then Keldeo would Terra if we see like Poison or Steel Urshifu, because that would break through Fairy Hydrapple anyways, so you may as well just get your boost on Surf.
Yeah. So like our plan like here would like I guess it was to outbulk, and then like the Frostmoth set was kind of demon. Unfortunately, we couldn't Terra that guy because like
it's an extra point. Man. Yeah. Unlucky.
Like if we went like Terra, like Dark, Frostmoth, like
Mhm.
you know, I feel like that would have probably 6 out given what happened.
Yeah, and here,
But,
because the Urshifu is Terra Fairy, we Terra immediately on our Hydrapple. We get that off before the Urshifu comes in, which is really nice. And then just go for Dragon Pulse, and this does 13, by the way. 13% to the Frostmoth. I saw this, I thought immediately this is AV, because Lax is like really
No.
famous for his AVs, and we're gonna see an AV later in this game. I think we're gonna see 2 AVs actually, but not on this. This is actually just Max Spadef. And so Dragon Pulse only does 13%. We're Dragon Pulse over Fickle Beam for PP issues versus Recover Deoxys. But yeah, this is Max Spadef Frostmoth. And doubles back out into Vikavolt, trying to get the webs up on the Aloe here. Gonna successfully do so. As reveals the Mirror Coat, kind of revealing AV. But if Volt on Mirror Coat, you always have the Urshifu play, which is why who just goes for a flip turn into Hydrapple. And here, can potentially go for a Nasty Plot, and does do so. But the Frostmoth comes in and goes for a Quiver Dance. So Spadef Quiver Dance. Like Max Spadef. So this is going to 1v1 our Nasty Plot Hydrapple at the end of the day. Goes for a Stun Spore, though, to pair our Aloe.
Yeah, I think this was like the turn where we kind of like, you know, screwed up. Like, I wish we weren't Stun Spore.
Yeah, the Stun Spore, not only is it like not really too useful into the Aloe, I mean, getting full parry chances is nice, but it also like cock blocks your Petra Runt as well. So, yeah.
Like, as you see, like, our set, like, can't touch, you know, the Braviary.
Yeah, is it like
we're Toxic, Ghost Move, Recover, then Pardon Shot.
Is it Mono Ice or Mono Bug on Frostmoth? I think Ice, right?
It's Ice Beam, yeah.
Yeah. Anyways, we're gonna see this, like, Deoxys try to keep rocks up versus the Defog Braviary, and it's gonna do it successfully, but Scarf Meowscarada is going to come in, force out this Deoxys, get the U-turn, and this chip is actually exactly enough for Keldeo Spec Surf to knock it out, and there's no water resist. So just going to go for a Surf. Frostmoth comes in, but 29, it's almost a 2-hit KO. Doesn't want to get Stun Spored though, so goes into the Petra Runt as a Rest comes out. Now this was a huge reveal at the time. This was massive. So the Frostmoth actually does have ways to recover, and also a timer, by the way. Oh my god.
Yeah, I thought he was gonna time out. Like, honestly, like, watching the game, I thought he was like really shook at this point and like didn't know what to do.
Yeah.
But
well, it's like who's a smart guy? But this timer makes me so nervous watching the game as his teammate. Like, oh my god, it got down to 5 seconds a few times as well.
I got so excited. Like, I was like, dude, I don't think he's built for this. But I mean, obviously wrong, as we'll see later. This was a fire game, by the way. This was like my favorite
so good.
like all of them.
It's so clinical, I think. So, parting shots on the treads and now gets the Keldeo in, but the Frostmoth has slept 0 turns. So Hydro Pump is going to be a 3-hit KO on that, and it can't wake up. It's not going to be Rest Talk with Stun Spore Quiver Dance, so we know it's going to be an attacking move last. So Hydro Pump is really free there, and we just pick up a KO. This is like what the team's all designed around. You just like wait around with these like fat mons. Eventually you're going to find opportunities to get Keldeo in and pick KOs. Now here, Charles Cyclizar, the Hydrapple, is going to come in 25%, folks. Hydrapple is so good.
I think we needed to be like storage dance pads on the Urshifu. Like, I don't think.
Yeah, I think this was a silly set.
Yeah, but like, Lax really loves Assault Vest.
Yeah, I said before, like, he's famous for Assault Vest, and like, you're going to see it's AV Treads, I think, and AV Urshifu as well, right?
Yeah, Treads is AV too.
Like for the Petra Runt, right? Like Earth Power AV is about as good as you can get into that thing.
Yeah.
But here a U-turn is revealed. Now this is what screams the AV, right? Now Petch comes in, and Petch can actually take a Specs Hydro Pump from full. So just gonna go for a parting shot as it forces us into the Aloe, and the Vikavolt comes in, but Vikavolt doesn't really 1v1 Aloe necessarily, especially now that the Urshifu is Terra'd. You can't really Volt Switch and absorb the Mirror Coat anymore. Like, that option has been taken away. So the threat of Mirror Coat actually forces out the Vikavolt, which is super funny. And now we're gonna potentially get off a defog here, as the Petra is walled by Spadef Braviary, and the defog does come out. So now the rocks are completely gone, which is a big deal, right? Because Deoxys, the rock setter, is dead.
Why weren't you guys Defiant, by the way?
Because we're mono heat wave. We're mono heat wave. Like it's Heat Wave, U-turn, Roost.
Okay, I guess you don't get the advantage from
Yeah.
it. Fair enough.
But anyways, Aloe comes in on the Sticky Webs, Volt Switch, all regenerable health, so it's all good. Urshifu comes in, but Charles Cyclozar coming right back in. And if the U-turn is clicked or anything besides Terra Blast, you do get Helmet Chip, so more progress on the Urshifu. Like, it's just a slow burn. Lax in the chat says, I've lost. And now Nasty Plot comes out, but Frostmoth, I think, is still able to 1v1 this, funny enough. Going for +6, maybe a mistake. I think maybe you should have just attacked the last turn, but I don't know. Because now this allows a Quiver Dance, and Dragon Pulse still only does 37. Like, bro, come on. I think maybe you should have stayed in and forced another rest. This feels like a premature Aloe. Because this can kind of just set up on Aloe a little bit.
Yeah, but like the issue is that like
you don't have Giga Drain. Yeah.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like if we were like Giga Drain or something over Stun Spore, like the Aloe could have gotten toxic. And also like we could have beat that.
That being said, though, I think the Frostmoth wouldn't have forced out the Keldeo earlier if it didn't have the threat of Stun Spore. Like there's something to be said about that. Like when it got the rest off by forcing out the Keldeo, it wouldn't have been able to do that. So it's a different game, I think, at that point. And then there's also like no full para chances. And I think low-key Aloe might eat a Giga Drain from +6. Like we're very SpDef AV and would still be able to mirror code it. I'm not sure on the calc there.
If we were able to get a Toxic off on you, like in this situation,
oh yeah, like Petrant could have, for sure.
It's over, you know?
Or would Petrant be able to? Because I think we might always go Braviary on that if...
well, there was a
wouldn't be
point where
parried either.
you went Aloe.
No,
where you went Aloe on Hurt. Like if that situation happens and we Toxic and then we get into that spot, like how the
it's probably fine for you, yeah.
Win. Yeah.
I mean, it's a different game, right? We'll never know.
Yeah, for sure.
But here, who is just spamming Mirko? If the Frostmoth ever attacks, even if it's Bug Buzz, right, we live. Which is why I think Giga Drain might be livable as well. Because I know watching this live, I was calcing Bug Buzz last, because I was worried about that, but like, Bug Buzz into Pecharunt like as the only attack, probably not going to be the case. And now, finally, Scald Burns forces the rest, and we're just going to see a flip turn here. Yeah, calls the rest turn immediately, and now Meowscarada comes in. And funny enough, we don't actually have any physical moves outside of U-turn. So
yeah, because we have a Molt traits and like,
yeah, so it's what is it? Power Gem, Leaf Storm, and I forget the last. I think it's Dark Pulse would make sense into the Pecharunt, but yeah, it's like fully special, but still like a decent amount of attack to actually threaten the Deoxys and like bluff the damage rolls, you know. But here potentially can get off a Defog, get rid of the webs, and then our Keldeo becomes a threat again. But I think this is the turn, right? We go hard Keldeo as the Vikavolt Volt switches. Now this was a raw play by Lax, but also it was a little bit obvious from who, I'm not going to lie. You didn't really need to risk this, but this is going to slow down the game a lot, right?
I mean, did we have a reason not to click Volt there?
You didn't. Like, yeah, it was really free. Yeah. He just expected Sticky Webs, and Lax calls out that switch. I mean, if it worked out, he would be rewarded with a KO, so like I see why he did it, but also it's definitely a little bit too risky. And now Pecharunt is going to Shadow Ball. It's actually faster than the Treads, so able to trade a little bit of HP here, but I don't know if that was really worth it when you have an entire Aloe to just blank this thing. Don't feel like you needed to take the chip on Pecharunt, but it's probably still fine. Flip turns on this Pecharunt. We go to our own Pecharunt and just Shadow Ball for some chip. This is a Scarf Pecharunt, by the way.
Is it?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
It's just like another revenge killer for your threats. But now Power Gem gets clicked on the Vikavolt switch. Massive. And that's going to be a KO. Treads comes out, but again, Aloe can just come in and blank this thing. Like, you're never breaking this Hydrapple Aloe core at this point.
Yeah.
Like, you just don't have the damage.
We just needed a more offensive, like, Urshifu, I think.
Like, SD would be pretty big here. You know what else is massive? Tell me all about it, Musa. Yeah, TDG, that would make sense if it had anything besides Ice Beam to hit the Aloe, because you need multiple like full pairs in a row. Because Ice Beam is not even a 2-hit KO on this thing. But a Mirko would just Oko back. So it's really not in Lax's favor at all there.
Yeah.
But
I think
then
it did
again,
like 40%, like or
then
something
again, you're
like that. That
you're
was
plus
like the
6
cap.
already. Yeah, it does 40. You're already plus
Yeah.
6. You're not gonna get another chance like that, I don't think. So you may as well go for the double pair at that point. But like, it's still regenable.
I
Like,
feel like either way, I just don't think it would like in Lax's favor to win.
yeah,
I don't know.
is this really better? I mean, having the Frostmoth alive at least stops the Hydrapple from immediate 6-0ing. And like the Keldeo as well when that was alive. Like, I can see why Lax wanted to keep the Frostmoth. But again, you see this timer? Like, it's such a one position, but the timer is so scary. I'm probably not going to pause anymore, because we got quite a few more
this
turns.
game's just over. Like,
Yeah,
Lax
there's
can't
nothing Lax
break
can
it.
do.
Lax eventually forfeits, I think, pretty soon.
Yeah, I think it's on like turn 70-something. Anyways.
I guess it's like, playing for a choke for a bit, but like it's hard to choke from this position.
Yeah, and now McSkrelper gets in. Can potentially go for like a Leaf Storm or something, but just goes for a U-turn, super safe. No risks taken from Who here. The Petra
I
is
feel like
also
he can
revealed,
even take risks, though. Yeah.
revealed Hardwalled by Braviary. Like, it doesn't even have a poison move, so just free Roost on that. And now a U-turn on the Frostmoth, calling the switch, not wanting to take Rocky Helmet chip. So it gets a little bit of chip on the Frostmoth, and the McSkrelper comes in, and another U-turn, so trapped in the Vortex. Really, not a whole lot Lax can do. This is just a free flip turn, Petrarunt, it can't even Toxic anything because it's parried by the Frostmoth. So just fishing for Scald Burns, eventually you're going to get it. And yeah, this is pretty much over. Really clinical game from Who. Outside of that, like, Keldeo sack, which was unnecessary, but the rest of it, really well played. This Aloe kind of lit, yep.
Yeah, like, we just tried to bring, like, a team that isn't, like, made to be fat into, like, a really fat team and try to beat it at what it does, and, like, it just didn't work out.
Yeah. If only the Aloe was banded. Banded Aloe would low-key be sick here. Banded Aloe into Specs Keldeo? That's kind of raw, no? But anyways, that's going to be the game. Who comes out with the win?
It's with a pretty depressing loss, honestly, because, like,
yeah,
I
Lax
think,
is
like,
your best player, right? So
yeah,
you
Lax
really want
is,
to win
like,
out of this.
I think, like, in the XP pool, Lax is, like, what, top 3 pretty comfortably, and, like, the Ludes,
I think
it sucks.
I think he's like top 4, definitely.
Yeah, like,
top 3 is like JCM, Sage, and Zing, I think. Maybe you could talk about Lax in there over someone, but I think definitely top 4, right?
The point
At the
is, like,
very worst.
he's like really good, and like
He's
our
so
most
good, yeah.
expensive player. Like, that is the matchup we were expecting to win, and like we really felt like we should have won that game, but like it happens.
Yeah, the
like,
sets
I
were not
like
there.
Who a lot.
Yeah.
I think he's a really fire player.
Oh, I love Who. He's great.
I think I had him on my draft board, but like we already had a full XP team, so
Yeah. I mean, you drafted
And
SV so early.
yeah. And then this game right here, like I thought we lost, like at matchup, like I thought your team like was gonna like.
Oh
smash us.
yeah. I have some words about this one, but anyways, in between games, real quick, let me just say, 46 viewers, 15 likes. What's up with that, folks? We like the stream. If we get 20 likes, I'll join a Wi-Fi league. Oh, I already did. BBR going up on Saturdays, but like the stream for the algorithm.
Like, I won't join a Wi-Fi league.
Oh, this is big. We can save Doogal from a lot of suffering if we get 25 likes.
Yeah.
Disliking if you play my game. We're gonna do it, man. We're gonna do it.
It was a good game. It was hard fought.
No. Hiker Toad is top 3 SV. No. Some say that, but he's not in DPL this season. Join a Little Cup league? No. No thanks.
If we get 100 new subscribers, paid subscribers, he'll join a Little Cup league, but it has to be in the next hour.
We get 100 members.
Yeah.
Okay, for 100 members, I would do a Little Cup league or whatever, or an NFE league. I've seen those pop up. Those are like super whack. Like, shout out to Croc Rock being the best Pokemon in the game. Like, it makes no sense. Anyways, this game here, Sammy C versus Gregulator. All right, so Greg, famous for his game 1 fumbles. Like, he always has a warm-up game, and Sammy C has been pretty consistent, I'm not gonna lie, in the past year or so. He did really well in DFL. Became finals in what was it, GG Inc., one of the tournaments. So yeah, he's been performing pretty well. Her Diddy tours and mids, your chance to shine, so big, so big. But anyways, this team, like this matchup, I think was like so favored for us, as long as we played around Roselia spikes correctly. Like that was the only thing that was giving us troubles. If the Roselia was benched, I think it was an absolute wheelchair, like nothing you could do. So the Rose had to come, and I think Altaria is like super bad here. Like there's Pex, there's Stila, like it's so bad. One of the threats potentially would be like a sub-toxic Zapdos with like a discharge toxic sub-roost. That was something that we definitely considered in prep. And this Electrode is going to be Taunt Toxic itself, designed to come in on Zapdos and wear it down. Initially we were Refresh on Electrode, but ended up going with Taunt just to help with the Roselia matchup, because, you know, obviously you want to set up spikes in front of Electrode, so taunting that at least immediately allows us to delay that at least, right?
Yeah, so we were getting kind of taunts and mocks like a lot. Like I felt like we were winning most of the time. I mean, losing most of the time. Like,
yeah, that makes sense, right?
But like the games we won, it was usually due to like lucky para hacks shenanigans.
Yeah. I mean, let's just get into the game, I think.
Yeah.
What was on the bench that you benched for Altaria? It was something we really didn't expect the Altaria this week.
Let me see, I can take a look.
Alright. Well, Lix leads off into Latios, we're just gonna surf this.
We didn't bring Infernape or Arachnid.
Oh yeah, Infernape. Oh, Arachnid was actually super scary, and we had some like really funny set plays into the Arachnid. But yeah, Infernape was definitely like, I think should have come as like a Scarfer here to deal with Auto Steela, but I guess Zapdos can usually deal with that, but like Z-Rock was like a very real threat here, I think. So kind of weird that you disrespected that set, but all good. Now here we go for a devastating Drake, but Citrus Berry Mew, able to eat that. Now the next Draco looks to be a roll, so gonna go into Steelix, not risking that on the Mew, but this is good chip on the Lix. We really want this chip on the Lix for our Choice Banded Celesteela. Right, because if we're able to narrow down the switch-ins to just Zapdos, it's pretty easy to click Stone Edge versus this team. Now here, we defog the rocks away into the Weavile, and then we switch, right?
Check out the damage, by the way, from the Icicle Crutch.
This was a wrong switch from Gregulator.
Yeah.
We definitely should have either gone Pex or Diancie here. Like, no reason to go Crook, I think. But he goes Crook anyways. Icicle Crash comes out, it does 47, which is like crazy, right? Because this is Scarf Crook.
Its Weavile is like no attack, sub sword stance with pressure
for 1v1 Pex. Yeah.
Pex. Yeah, it's something.
It's really something, yeah. I mean, to each their own, as they say.
Yeah.
Now here, catches
Sammy
the ult.
was like, Sammy really was proud of that set, so you know he loaded in with it.
Our initial plan was going to be Pex, right? So it would have worked if Greg actually went to Pex like he was supposed to. So low-key. Low-key. I see it. And now here, just go hard steal on the Forced Roost from Altaria, and now Body Slams, trying to scout out the Steel set. We're banded Heavy Slam, and that barely avoids a one-shot. But now Zapdos comes in. I think
when I
this
saw
was...
that, I thought we lost. I'm not gonna lie.
This was like such a perfect time to go Diancie though. Like really big missed opportunity from Greg here, I think. Like banded Heavy Slam. If the ult stays in, you're not body slamming again. And even if you do, like we still get rocks out of it because Diancie's our rocker in this game. So Diancie coming in, and if you attack, it's probably gonna be a Fire Blast, right? Into Steela, just trading HP. But Zapdos is so likely. Even Steelix is possible, so Diancie just covers everything, man. But instead we Heavy Slam into Zapdos, and now we go Electrode, which is fine, but a sub comes out, and Greg, I think, has a stroke here, and he forgets that Electrode beats Zapdos here. Like, so he tries to Volt out. Like, we really didn't need to Volt out here. And then we go hard Diancie, which is even worse. We get Discharge, Parrot, even worse, and then to cap it all off, we Mega Evolve, so we die to Discharge. Like, oh my god.
I don't, like, that Mega was, like, really surprising. Like, I don't
egregious.
It gave us a chance. Well, it's like, holy shit, we might
Yeah.
actually win this.
Like
at that
actually
point.
egregious play from Greg. Unfortunate. Yeah, we saw this in our team chat. We were like, yeah, this is over, man. This is so over. We just sacked our best mon for nothing, dude.
And then he went Lottie here instead of like Electrode with Wind.
Yeah, like he
As we
just
know,
sacks his entire
Paradise.
Latios as well. Like he just didn't see the vision on these lines, and yeah. I sabotaged Greg by making him run Volt over T-Belt. Yeah, my fault on that one. But it still would have 1v1 the Zapdos no problem with the set that he has, so this game makes me feel less proud of beating Greg in DDD. No, he's still good, but like this was not his finest showing, right? He just needs some stakes, then he locks in, etc.
Was that HP fighting on the Bolt? Like, that makes sense.
It's
to
HP
me.
Fire to cover Roselia
Fire.
and Licks in the same slot, which are the
Okay.
only like real T-Bolt switch-ins or like Volt switch switch-ins, because we didn't expect alt to come. Like that's like a crux of
Gotcha.
this, and like if it does, we just toxic it, right? Because we're taunt toxic. But
I
now
was expecting Hidden Power fighting.
Steel
'cause
comes
of
in, and
Weavile.
here we really have to make the play, but it's really hard to click Stone Edge here. Like I understand the Earthquake, I don't think it's wrong,
Mhm.
but like you had to Stone Edge there, I think.
We were shook. I think we might have lived at that point, so I think we should have just rocked instead of
Maybe
that. That was kind of risky, like,
mhm.
I think.
Maybe you're like worried about superpower though. I could see that.
Oh, maybe he could have been.
Mhm.
I didn't even. I had no idea it gets that because like it never runs it, you know.
Yeah, and then here we go Crook, which also loses to Zapdos, so he just continues to have a stroke this whole game, unfortunately. And now Trode comes in, but all four are revealed, and we Volt Switch again. Like, we don't need to Volt Switch here. We can HP Fire till the sub breaks, and then we Toxic to force it out. Like, Discharge is doing a net 12 after lefties. Like, it's really no big deal.
And gives up the Crook to break this up.
Mhm.
Yeah, like at this point, like I knew we won this game. Like,
Yeah, misses
it
Toxic,
would
but
be-
that doesn't really matter.
Yeah. Actually, that was kind of bad for us that you
Yeah,
missed.
you
We
could
got
have
the
synchronized it,
thing on the
but it's
timer.
over, man. It's over.
Yeah.
Now, I'm thinking we might spare the folks at home this endgame, but
It's pretty bad,
it's
but
pretty
like
bad
it's unwinnable
from-
for Greg.
yeah. So, this Pex comes in, goes for a Scald. Steel comes in on the Roselia, and here, the only way back into the game is getting Steel in on Roselia and clicking correctly every time. So,
Yeah.
he's gonna get one KO here out of it. Like, these pairs don't matter. Gonna KO it. Mew comes in for a Nightshade trade. This was a little bit weird.
I think we should have just gone Zapdos because, like,
Yeah.
yeah, it would have done like 40
It's
but like
locked into
the other
Heavy
mon is
Slam.
checked.
Yeah.
Yeah, and like if Greg crit here, he would have won. All right.
He would have,
Or
yeah.
actually, no. Weavile
Weevil, yeah,
beats
would have beat the Pex,
Toxic.
yeah. But still, like, this is not the
Yeah.
cleanest endgame from Sammy. And here, Pex versus the
Definitely
World. The World actually, the Weavile wins, right? We know from Doogal here, it's sub SD, and the sub is never broken by Pex. We're like Mono Skull.
And this Pex isn't Hage anyway, so like
Yeah, it isn't.
it's over.
It's Toxic plus T-Spikes, because if there's no Rose, T-Spikes is an insta-goob, like, insta-win, you
Mhm.
know, like you click it and then you win the game on the spot. Like, so we felt it
Right.
was worth having. Even
I
if
think
you're able
that's
to,
why
like,
we brought Rose, just because
well,
like
yeah,
we
of
couldn't
course,
get
you
the
had
cheat
to.
spikes. Yeah.
but also, like, considering if we could potentially, like, KO it with, like, a DNC, because DNC does force a lot of KOs in this game, if it's not sacked immediately to discharge. Like,
Mhm.
eventually the Roselia has to go down, and then the T-Spikes go up and the game's over, you know? That sort of thing.
Right.
But here, Pex comes in, and with the T-Spike up, it's actually kind of crazy, because Weavile can't come in. Because Loki gets Toxic stalled. So Zapdos has to come in, but here, it's like Roost versus Scald, or like Toxic, whatever, like sort of mind games, but really all Sammy has to do is sack something with no T-Spike
And
up
then
and get
Weavile
Weavile
wins.
in. Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's really hard to do that, actually, because Roselia has to absorb it, but Pex just sets up T-Spikes again the next turn, right? So like here, you
Mhm.
could potentially go Weavile. Like Scald is just not a click here. You always T-Spike.
I think no, he doesn't go here.
No, because the T-Spike's up. You have
There
to
is a
go...
point where he switches it in on its
Yeah.
Scald that almost lost him the game.
Like, imagine a Scald there, though. Like, maybe it doesn't do 19, but...
I don't think it does.
No, 15. Right? Okay, so he would have lived. But,
yeah.
Yeah, recover and now absorbs the T-Spikes, and now you go hard Weavile. But Greg actually calls this, goes for a Scald, and doesn't get rewarded for it. This is so sad.
If he would have got the burn, I don't think he won, but like it would have made it more stressful on my end.
I think low-key he could have had an out there if it burned. Because +6 and Scald's 2 at KOing the subs. You have 12 Scalds left versus pressure, so 6 more. That's 1, 2, 3, 4. But yeah, Loki could have won that, but
don't you just like
never punished
in and out of Zapdos and Urge forever?
You do kind of do that as well, yeah.
But anyway, yeah, the Weavile does what it's supposed to do.
Okay. Yeah.
It beats the
Game's
pack.
over. So now it's what 2-1 for ZFG, and now we have a big matchup: Zooch versus Lucas. Now this is big, right?
This was like a really hard matchup when we were building because like your hazards are so good, and the Fogmon is Drifloom or whatever.
Yeah,
and
your removal is Drifloom, Defog, and Tentacle Rapid Spin. And if you defog into Zapdos, you lose. and you can't spin versus Pecharunt. And we also have Terra Ghost Bolt on top of that, so like spin is just never happening ever. So.
And like on top of that, Tentacruel's matchup is also dog shit.
Yeah, like it beats nothing, you know?
Yeah.
Maybe you can like 1v1 Araquanid, but like even that is not guaranteed. And the entire team's grounded. Yeah, this is like such a crazy matchup for the hazards. I think you really have to boot spam this. No other
there's
option.
like a turn here, like or a sequence here that I think is like really pivotal, and it like won the game for the team that got it right.
Oh yeah, for sure. This end game was actually super sick.
I'm not even talking about the end game. Like I'm talking like 20 turns before. Like I think that's when the game ended.
Oh, interesting. We'll see. I don't remember anything in the mid game particularly, but we'll see. Yeah,
it's involving like the Bolt and the Araquanid.
Oh, interesting.
But yeah, we can talk about it.
Yeah, well, I'm sure it'll refresh my memory when we see it. Anyways, Terra types here. We have Terra Water Bolt on Zooch's side and Terra Ghost on Lucas's side. The secondary Terras are not going to Terra, spoiler alert, so we're just going to focus on those. Zapdos leads off into Bolt, immediately switches out, doesn't want to take like a Thunderclap or anything. Into Jirachi, pretty safe. This is like Spadef, always able to take on this Raging Bolt. And now goes for an Encore. I'm not really sure what the point of that one was, but gonna get U-turn momentum here.
We get rocks up.
But now Tinglu comes up and we're just going to trade hazards here. Maybe go for a Ruination. Like, only good things can happen from this Tinglu coming in here. Bolt does come in, but a Terra Blast only going to do 41% because Tinglu is hard body. Goes for an Earthquake. Get some good chip on this thing, so which is nice. Araquanid is going to come in, take rocks, but takes the Terra Blast, it's Water Absorb.
So this is where I think like the game like ends. Like honestly, like the sequence between Bolt and Araquanid, like we combined here or whatever, and you can see that Zooch is really afraid of clicking like the Thunderbolt because he's fearing like Mirror Coat.
Oh and, yeah, with like Sash or something.
Yeah, exactly. So I like what I'm thinking like he should have done is just like you take the trade, you know, like no webs go up for Araquanid, but we lose our Bolt. But I think like we really don't want webs up, and I think like that's Calm Mind was the mistake. I think you should have clicked T-Bolt there.
Yeah, the second Calm Mind was weird, I think. The first one I think was probably winnable or like understandable, right?
No,
but
the first one was completely fine.
The second one I think you
like,
just T-Bolt here.
Yeah, I mean we don't kill the Jirachi, but like it can't encore us and it doesn't force us out like this. You know?
Like you'll probably 2-hit KO it, right, at +1 or like very close to
eventually you're gonna have to attack like the spider, like if you want to keep things up, like, but he was really fearful of the Mirror Coat. At least that's what my interpretation is. I don't know how he felt about that.
I mean that it makes sense, right? It could be it could have been Wakanberry at that stage, right? And then like Wakanberry plus Water Absorb would kind of wall your set like completely.
I think he was fearing focus stats because it got back up to full. Like
Mhm.
that's what I thought it was.
Yeah, but if it was
yeah,
Sash, we probably would have led with it, right? So I think
Yeah,
you can
yeah.
reasonably
but,
rule that out, but yeah, I understand.
But anyway, it lets Web get up, and it's, to me, it's
Mhm.
like the point where it's like, oh wow, we probably lose.
And now Bolt can just click an attack. Goes for Terror Blast into an AV Ursaluna. Oh, we knew it'd be AV because there's no Flame Orb. Like, those are the two sets that you'd bring into us.
Mm-hmm.
But we're actually Culverberry Raging Bolt and takes the Crunch. Now, this is actually a big deal breaking that Culverberry because this Greninja... So here's the idea, right? We have Scarf Zapdos to cover non-Boots Greninja, and we had Colbur Raging Bolt to cover Boots Greninja, because Boots Greninja is not that strong, even at +1.
Right.
So Colbur does cover it quite well, but now the Culverberry is used up. I mean, this was probably just trying to break like a Petrant balloon or something, like this Crunch. But
Yeah, it was.
I mean, that's a really big deal for Zooch, is getting rid of that Culverberry. Tinglu's going to come in on this Ursaluna pretty comfortably, like 21% for Body Slam, and I think another Hazard's going up. You can just rock on this, like we're double Hazard Tinglu. Goes for
he Body
Earthquake
Slam
instead.
predicted the gap notes, obviously.
Yeah. I mean, the Earthquake here, I think it was a little bit premature. Like, I understand there's no ground resist, but also getting rocks up is really free. Now, though, you can just stay in on the Moonblast because it's Tinglu and get the rocks up anyways, so at the end of the day, still get the hazards up. Jirachi gonna come in on Whimsicott. There's really nothing Whimsicott can do to a Jirachi that's Spadef like this, so pretty nice stuff. And now we're gonna click Psychic, and the Infernape is gonna get donated to charity here. So Zooch writing that one off on his taxes. And yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there is Web, so it doesn't beat anything anyway.
Then Gren comes in, but it doesn't actually force out Jirachi necessarily because it's Boots, so it's a free U-turn for some chip. And now, once we deny that Battle Bond, Scarf Zapdos can come in and go for a CC. There's no real great switch in here, besides Whimsicott. And Whimsicott would die to a Brave Bird, so would be a potentially free click there. But goes for a CC and takes Helmet, which is actually a big deal. You're going to see later. What's up, Addison? Hello. But now Tailwind goes up. This is also a massive deal, right? So a lot of cool text coming out from Zooch that Luke is going to have to react to. This Tailwind being one of them. And do we see like an Encore here to stall at Tailwind turns? No, we just see a Psychic. I think maybe an Encore would have been in order. But I guess if the Whimsicott U-turns, that's like really bad. So.
Right.
Anyways, Dark Pulse into the Jirachi does 51. Takes a U-turn. Now this Gren is in Torrent. Just kidding, it's Battle Bond. But so good chip there. Now Petrant comes in because Petrant also can take a Dark Pulse. Any flinch here would be like game ending, I think, low-key. But Petch is able to come in, kind of force this out. Like, I don't think Zooch wants to risk this. He does actually risk it. Do we see a flinch? We see a Curse. Alright, Curse was interesting. I don't know if we didn't have Malignant or something. But, yeah, it goes for a Curse. That was weird.
Yeah.
But now Zapdos can come in.
On 4%, and
I guess
we
it's
go
like
into Rachi.
Maybe his thought process is if I self KO, then you still don't get Bond, right? And I can get a Zapdos KO. So it's fine either way. I don't know. Definitely not the most straightforward sequence from the Petrarut. But and then it doesn't even take the CC kill. It goes for a U-turn instead. So not really too sure about that one from Lucas. But Jirachi comes in. Okay, he was pivoting for a Healing Wish opportunity. That's what he was trying to do. Gets the Bolt back to full. And now Terra Blast's going to knock out this Jirachi. Just kidding. It lives, and a Trick Room goes up. So it's actually Tail Room in singles. Folks, you don't see this every day at all. So really crazy text here. Now Tinglu's going to come in on the Jirachi. Could see a Healing Wish here, potentially. No, just sees a Psychic. Yeah, makes sense.
Healing Wish would have been nice, but... You know, like, I don't think we were ever loaded in with, like, mono attack U-turn.
I mean, I've done it before. It's totally doable. Like, a Healing Wish into Gren would be, like, so big here. Or, like, even into Luna, right? I guess not Luna, because you're still, like, super weak to CC. But into Gren, definitely, like, guarantee a Battle Bond. Yeah, then it gets really tough. Anyways... Bolt's going to come in on a Whirlwind, and now Ursaluna's going to take more Hazard Chip. This is a big deal.
So, like, that wasn't, like, the worst thing for us, like, ever either, because, like, our Bolt would touch stab.
Yeah.
Like, so...
You wouldn't want to waste that here.
Yeah.
Now a double to Bolt to stall out the Trick Room turns, and then doubles back to Zapdos to get Zapdos versus Luna in non-Trick Room. So really fantastic pivots from Lucas there. Forces the Jirachi
I
sack.
think I don't think we should have sacked Jirachi. I think we should have took the close combat with Ursaluna and then like finished them off with Water Shuriken on Gren, and then we can Water Shuriken the Bolt, you know, with the +1, and then we're Cut Stab. So Cut Stab plus Thunderclap should beat the other Bolt. So I think like this was a win-in position.
Yeah.
Like I actually think we win if we just sack the Ursaluna to Zapdos, but I think he expected like Greninja to kill. So
He did, yeah.
When it didn't kill the Zapdos, I'm like, is this fucking Assault Bats and not Scarf? Like that's what I thought.
So it's actually Scarf Spadef Zapdos. Like we have a ton of wolf on this thing, which was actually a last second change, but it's gonna come in clutch here as 3 hits doesn't KO the Zapdos barely.
Yeah, but like,
CC is gonna knock that out.
If that killed, like I believe we win.
Yeah.
Or am I incorrect?
100%, yeah.
Yeah, and then
Terrablast.
we wait the Cut Stab that's turn because like I'm pretty sure Water Shuriken into Bolt plus Cut Stab on the Thunderclap wins us the game. Like unless I'm like getting something incorrect.
I think you're definitely right there, but Zooch didn't see the line in time.
Yeah.
Ursaluna's going to come in, take hazards, it's in Draco range, just has to connect a Draco, and he does do so. So, really close game at the end of the day.
Yeah, I feel like they were just like, you know, like the end game, like it was winnable, and I feel like Lid and Webs go up like that on Iraq when it also was like pretty big.
Yeah, the webs were... I mean, the webs didn't matter too much outside of the Infernape, right, which was just sacked off to Psychic anyways. Like, the Greninja being Boots was such a big deal here.
Yeah.
Anyways,
but
I think we can move on to the Switch game.
Definitely a tough game to lose, like especially like when I feel like there were like ways we could have won that one, even like with the bad position we were in.
100% there were outs, but anyways.
This game might be wheelchair of the week, honestly.
honestly, I just have to give props for this one. Honestly, it was a really good turn. You'll see in the game, but yeah, we'll get to it.
Yeah.
Oh no, come on, man.
Knowledge smoked like everybody in Mox. Like he didn't drop a game. Like this was the game we felt most comfortable about
I mean, it
going
makes sense,
into.
right? Knowing your techs, yeah, that was always gonna work, I think.
And there's like one fire play that just sealed the game.
Yeah. Anyways, Rotom into Cart. Our plan is always to go Scizor on this. Immediate knockoff gets rid of the helmet. Pretty standard stuff. I mean, yeah, we just have to heal this up because once Scizor gets weakened, Scarf Cart becomes like a giga threat. So always need our Scizor, and we always need our Rotom healthy because Cinderace and Kartana, these two, are really hard to beat without these two being healthy. Now Piloswine comes in, just gonna pump this, no problem. As rocks go up, and we're actually defog Rotom, so these rocks are not long for this world. Yeah, this Rotom is really awkward for Nala to switch into, right? Because Hydro Pump kind of kills everything besides Rotom. We're actually slow Rotom, so we always get a slow Volt. But Piloswine comes in on that. I mean, we're just getting lefties.
Him, I would like minus speed nature on Rotom because I felt like, you know, you guys always want to have that like slower Volt switch.
Yeah, like slower Volt into like a Darm hit or like a Celebi was like pretty nice here. But now Volt switch. And I think honestly this Celebi coming in, we could have clicked different moves with the Celebi, I think, because we're actually Scarf Celebi. So like Leaf Storm is actually kind of tough for you to switch into. Like Kartana doesn't want to switch in, so what else does? Like Cinderace, but that can also get Psychicked for a big chip. So like Hatterene is likely going to be your play, which is it's cool and all. Like we go for the U-turn, like fair enough, right? But maybe a Leaf Storm could have been pretty massive there. Either way, we get Rotom in for a Volt switch, some lefties chip heal, all good. And then Volt into Sylveon, which is really nice. Like he played this well to get an extra 6% on Rotom. It's like a ADV style play where like you get lefties and then you bounce.
Right.
Wish comes up and now Rotom's pretty safe here as rocks go up, but Rotom's at full now. Can just defog as the Rotom from your side comes back in. Probably going to see a pain split here, but all of our mons are healthy. Can't really cover that too well. Celebi's going to be our best bet. Yeah. Here again, threatening like a Psychic or a Leaf Storm, but again, a U-turn is clicked. Now Garchomp gets a free switch in versus the Cinderace, and Garchomp is actually a massive threat to your team. we're like Life Orb SD, which actually one-shots Hat from full, which is super funny. But Piloswine comes in on this. It's actually Fizz Def Piloswine, if I'm not mistaken, so it lives the Earthquake barely, and now threatens us out with Ice Shard. But the thing is, we've like gone Rotom every single time. It's like really telegraphed to go Rotom here. So, like, it's really understandable to not go Rotom, right? To stay in Ice Shard.
He just clicks the Endeavor here to call the Rotom.
Yeah. This is like game losing for Skrelpy immediately.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Because we can't even like Pain Split because the Piloswine's in front of us. And everything 4%. Else is faster. Besides like Hatterene, I guess. But this Hatterene is never coming back in.
We should have probably just like rock cleared, you know, since you were missing. I don't think it matters actually. This was fine.
You think going Garchomp was a bit weird? I don't think so. I think eventually you need to get your offense in, and versus Cinderace is probably your best bet to get Garchomp KOs. And like, if it wasn't Fizz Def Piloswine, it would have gotten a KO there, like guaranteed. Not rocking is weird. There's the Hatterene to potentially bounce.
Yeah.
Anyways, Nihilego's gonna clean that up with a Power Gem, and now we go Scizor. And I think Skrelpy thought that Nala would switch out to like Rotom or something, or Cinderace here. But no such case. Gonna stay in Meteor Beam because you live a Bullet Punch from this range.
Lop, if he would have like rocked, like Skrelpy would have just defogged and like, you know,
it's free
eventually
lefties.
just get healthier with lefties. That's why he sharded.
Yeah, that Rocks is never the play. You always just shard to keep it low. Free switch though? I mean, are you saving your Piloswine? Or what? You know?
I mean, maybe. I don't know. I don't think it really mattered. He just played it safe, you know?
Like, if you switch, it gives an out to, like, Pain Split, right? You want to give 0 outs. It's, like, a guaranteed keep the Rotom low. And then now this Nihilego is, like, really unstoppable.
Yeah.
Goes for a Bullet Punch. I'm actually not sure why we sacked Celebi, necessarily.
Neither do I.
Probably a better sack was going to be the Sylveon. Because we actually had Healing Wish Celebi. So maybe you could Healing Wish the Scizor.
Like, he should have just Bullet Punch with Scizor, but like he U-turned because he expected the switch. But like at that point, like
I think
Nala
if you
was like, all right, if we get the hit off, like Scarf, Cart wins, and like also Scarf, Cinderace also looks really good because we were double Scarfed here.
Yeah, I think here if you just Bullet Punch, then sack maybe the Sylveon. Is that correct? I think so. You Bullet Punch this, it doesn't KO, but it does a lot. You threaten Bullet Punch. You can Bullet Punch twice, and then if Cinderace comes in on the second Bullet Punch, then maybe you sack and get Garchomp in for a potential Scale Shot 50-50, so you have to go Hatterene and sack it. That's a KO, and then Chomp in. Maybe Nihilego comes in and Dazzling Gleams at that point? I'm not too sure. But then, then you can go Celebi and Psychic. And then there's no Psychic Resist, because Kartana doesn't count. And then that's a KO for Celebi. Like, it's a really winnable endgame if you just Bullet Punch this turn. But no such luck. Just thought Nala would switch and not risk the Nihilego.
Yeah, unfortunately, we didn't get the roll with the Meteor Beam. Unlucky.
Yeah. And then here, I think we're trying to double out on a switch. And like guard against like Rocky Helmet Rotom maybe. Like maybe if Rocky Helmet Rotom was coming in here, this would make sense. Like that's something we did see in Mox is Helmet Rotom. So maybe the idea here was Rotom's coming in with Helmet. I don't want to U-turn on that. So I'm going to go Celebi and try to get myself back in the game. I actually see the vision now looking at it. But
like from knowledge point of view, it's like
it's just so simple to just attack.
If I kill this, cart wins. So
and also Cinderace claims like
yeah,
there's so many win paths where you don't need your Nihilego anymore. But like I respect the play now. Actually looking at it, like there was an out if the Rotom came back in. Like you have to make the choke play. Yeah. I mean, even Healing Wishing the Scizor doesn't really work because the Cinderace is just going to farm.
Yeah.
But yeah, Scarf Cart just cleans this one up, and that's gonna be like really well played from Nala. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, Scrappy, I get it. I get it.
Yeah, no, like the big turn would definitely like the Endeavor.
Long story short, Kartana's broken and switched. It went third overall in one of the pools. I think it was this team.
It was this team.
Yeah. When Garsham was the big inaccuracy, I think so as well. But like the text hit for Nala. Like sometimes that's just what it is. All right, Gen 6. We got an Oras game. We have Carson versus Takua.
Man, this game would probably like my least favorite one. Like,
oh, this is so sad.
Yeah, like this is probably like the game that I built like the most in. Like I spent so much time in this one. I spent like probably like 5 hours in call with him. Like 2 days before the game. Like, and I felt so confident like we were gonna win this game. Like,
no, we did similar stuff with Carson as well. Like, Carson was at a point where he was winning every mock as well. Like for the most part, of course. But yeah, Taktua. Thank you, Yurdunk. Very cool.
No, this game was awful, TGG. Like it was like there's one play we make that literally cost us the game. The Lando set was really good. It was just it was just the fly was the bad thing.
Yeah,
I told him not to run it.
Yeah.
I was like, dude, no fly.
Please don't. Please don't.
Please. I literally begged. I sent him money not to, and he still did it.
You sent him money is crazy.
No.
But anyways, so
yeah.
The idea here is Gyarados and Gren, like Mega Gyarados plus Gren, like double Water Dark, but they both have really good matchups for the most part. Besides like Spadef Rose versus Gren is like the only thing really stopping it.
Oh, I can explain what we have. We have Scarf, Adamant, Lando.
Yeah, makes sense.
We have a Speedy, Thunder Wave, Kelp or Starmie. We have Spadef Mega Sid with Hidden Power Fire. Spadef Rose with Spikes. And then we have like Fidge Def, Banded T-Rex.
Yeah, this was a cool set.
My favorite set. Yeah,
that was raw.
And then Girder.
Yeah, Girder is like the Gyara check. Can kind of take a hit versus a lot of these guys. Now, dude, there's something missing from this team. What is it?
The Weavile.
The Weavile, dude.
Weavile versus like the Gara plus Scissor, and like what? Then like we're what are we benching? Are we benching like our Girder? Then we lose like a check to the Gyarados. Are we benching like the T-Rex? Like what are we benching? And honestly, I wasn't that afraid of like Lottie. I'm like, all right, dude. Like we have like a it's. I wanted Starmie to be more Spadef than it was, like to be able to check that better and like get the T-Wave off.
Yeah.
But
so
we went with a speedy one.
The way I saw this matchup is you need one of Scarf Rose, Scarf Rotom Fan, or Scarf Lando, something to check the Gyarados, right? Something that's able to outspeed. And then if you have one of the Scarfs that isn't Rose, you run Spadef. But Scarf Rose is also fine here. So once you reveal a Scarf on something else, we immediately assume Spadef Rose, and if you reveal Spadef Rose, we assume Scarf on something else. In this case, it has to be the Lando. So like one set reveals the other for us, like this is something that we went over in prep and stuff like that. Like you're not gonna just bring no Gyara check, right? So pretty simple stuff.
So like one thing I told Hawk Tua before the game is like we need to win the Hazard War. Like we need a spike up, and they can't have rocks on their side. And if they have rocks up, we need to have ours up too. Yeah, and it's like, and like, there's a point where we give up the Starmie for like no reason that like I felt really hurt us, but like that wasn't the big play, but it was definitely one that like cost us pretty largely. Yeah,
that was a big turn, but let's just get into the game.
We can start this game because like honestly, it's like a mostly well played game other than like 2 turns, I think.
Yeah, so Rose into Gyara. Now we initially thought we're just gonna DD in front of this thing and stay normal type. But he actually goes Scizor on the Tyrantrum, and then Lando comes in as we double the Nidoqueen. Like a lot of switching happening here, and then Gyara comes in on a U-turn, and we're back into Tyrantrum. So it's basically the lead has reset, but we're a little bit chipped with a worse matchup. Like, yeah, really silly first few turns.
And we get like a head smash here because like if you go Scissor again, like that might drop like 47%.
Yeah.
Boom.
TG, you think it's fine? Yeah, I think it's reasonable enough, but also versus Rose, we pretty much just plan to DD on that thing and hope for the best, right? Because I mean, I guess
Yeah.
the whole thing is like we didn't expect Tyrantrum plus Girder, which kind of throws a wrench in that plan, where you're always going to have something to check it. So maybe he saw that a little bit differently in the lead sequence, but now Nidoqueen comes in to set up rocks. This is just going to be a free spin, right? Yeah, spins into Gren. But here, I mean, I know it's Colbur, you know it's Colbur. I think the whole world knows it's going to be Colbur Starmie into Mega Gyara plus Greninja.
Right.
We extra sensory on the presumed Spadef Rose switch in and get our Gren T-Wid, which is just so bad. But here we Dark Pulse as the Starmie switches out. So no T-Bolt on this thing, so probably Scald Recover. Yeah,
I
makes
think
sense.
like right here's a bit of a misplay from us. Like I think we should have roosted with our scissor, but I think he just U-turned into a into a helmet, which kind of
Yeah, into the Nidoqueen.
sucked a bit.
I mean, if
Yeah,
you
I
roost,
felt like we should have.
it's fine, right? It's still like a Rock's
yeah.
turn, and then forces the spin, so we get offensive
Which
pressure no
it's
matter
fine.
what. But here, this is
I
strange.
think I would. Yeah, going Roach here, I didn't like.
Yeah, to just leech a Nidoqueen that's already low, I don't think this was high value. Especially because now you allow rocks up with tempo. Like, the Starmie isn't into spin versus thing. Like, you could have just gone Starmie. You know it's, like, bulky Nidoqueen with Rocky Helmet.
No. That was my game plan. Like, I'm telling them, like, every time he goes Nido, we're
You'll
going
always
into
go
our
Starmie. Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, like...
But here, okay, you trade a hazard. It's not the end of the world. But we're Akka Scizor. We go for a U-turn. Chipping this Rose is a really big deal for Gyarados. And now we get Latios in. And where's the Weavile? There's no Weavile. So here, a Draco on the switch to Starmie. And it just freaking dies because we're modest life
I feel
orb.
like the sack should have been scissor, like in this point, since we didn't heal it. Because, like, we needed Starmie.
Maybe.
And then...
Maybe. The thing is, the Scizor is like low-key... It can kind of win, you know?
not our set. It was like U-turn, Hidden Power, Fire, Root, Defog. Or no, not Defog.
No Bullet Punch?
No, it had Bullet Punch.
Okay, yeah.
I'm incorrect, yeah.
But like,
yeah, we benched a Weavile. Like, we really didn't like it. Like, our game plan was to win the Hazard War and then clean with a Scarf Lando, and we had, like, our Cheetar and Girder as the check for the DD Gyarados. And, like, we felt like the Chansey would, like, beatable, like, with Girder plus, like, Leech Seed Roads.
Yeah.
Because, like, we could, like, seed it and spike for Dade. Like, no, we win this game, like, if he makes, like, different plays. Like,
well, yeah, if every turn is optimal, people tend to win in like 50 turn games, you know? Did you spend all your game planning on other people? This is so crazy sentence to say.
Bro, it's crazy. I spend like so much time game planning and with like everybody, and like I get shit on. I'm gonna kill myself.
No,
anyway.
You're so sexy. Anyways, Latias calls that Starmie switch. I'm raw. I also said Draco in like the watching chat. Like, we have in our server like a chat where the currently playing player is muted, or like
we were
they
all
can't
in
see
Caldor in the game.
Yeah,
and I was like begging him to like go into fucking Scissor. Like,
let it be known.
There's a couple plays that
let it be known.
That
Genius X said to Psychic in this position, and I said, nah, you got a Draco, and I'm right and he's wrong. Let it be known. But anyways. Yeah, Tyrantrum in the back house is for sure.
No, like the thing with the Tyrantrum, like it put pressure, but like rocks are up now, and we took helmet chip, so we don't even check DD Gyarados with Earthquake anymore, which is why like I was so upset that we didn't get the spin off, and like why it just like, you know, went against like the game plan like I wrote out for him.
Yeah. So like yeah, losing the Starmie is massive, but also like this Lando gets to come in here. Hasn't revealed anything yet. I guess it revealed U-turn, max attack. But here, I really think the Gyarados should have come in here. But the threat of Rock Slide at least exists, right? So it kind of scared him away from the Gyarados switch. So he just tries to go Gren here on a Rock Slide, which also doesn't cover Rock Slide, by the way. But gets U-turned on, and now you're in Spike range. But Scizor taking this as an opportunity to roost, but we're actually E-Belt HP Fire. So...
Right.
This
is why I wanted to Rooch earlier, because like if we're in that spot, like it's like all good. We don't even have to Rooch there.
Yeah, but here, I understand like going for the paras, right? At that point, you may as well, because the Scizor is basically dead. And here, a DD is crazy. This DD actually gives you an out, because it takes away one of your sacks, or like you gain a sack basically. Because Waterfall was such a like good play here. Like, there's no way Waterfall can go wrong here. But instead, we DD a little bit greedily, right?
Why weren't you Earthquake, by the way?
We wanted bounce for like a bulky Roserade. That was the idea.
So bad, dude.
It also
That's an
covers
awful
Girder
idea.
if we don't
I'm sorry,
Mega. Like
but-
if we don't Mega, bounce does insane damage to
Mhm.
Girder. So like that was the idea there. We could have done a lot in that last slot, but that's the one that he decided to go with.
Yeah, if you
Yeah.
were Earthquake here, like the game was just over.
Maybe, yeah. I mean, Girder can still like kind of check it, right? But here we actually stay in, which is also wrong, I think. Like, Gyarados was such a good threat here. Trading it for the Tyrantrum is definitely not favored for us. So,
Yeah.
Takua coming back a little bit in this game. But now, Scizor, you know, picks that off with Bullet Punch. It's locked into Outrage. And now Lando comes in, but we have a full HP Chansey, and Fly gets clicked. And we're like, all right,
Nope, we should have clicked
the
knock
game's
here.
won.
Like,
The game is
actually,
won now.
I don't think we should have even went into Lando there. Like, I don't think that was the play. I think we should have gone like Girder and like Fire Punch or knocked or something.
Yeah, if Girder comes in, you sack Nidoqueen maybe, and you go Lottie and you collect.
Mhm.
But then you have the Scizor sack, so like it's not the end of the world.
and then we can go Lando and knock.
Yeah, but Knock
you
doesn't
know,
kill
Quebec, it's-
from this range at
But get in
91%.
the no, it does. It was like a 40 or I think it was
No,
like
we had bulk.
about a 50%.
We
Okay,
had bulk. So
gotcha.
Knock never killed, and if you knock, we lose the life orb, so we don't actually take recoil. And then if you
But you would
knock
be in
and trade the
range
Lando
of
HP,
Mach Punch. I don't know.
you would. But
anyway,
then we
this
just
Fly-
go hard Chansey and H Wish, and then Lottie like sweeps. So
You have no idea how mad this Fly made me right here, though.
got the blood boiling. Yep.
No, I made an announcement that like Fly is a banned move in our team channel. Like after I
Honestly,
saw this,
I get it.
like
I get it, dude. I get it. So here, Nidoqueen gets sacked to the Girder, pretty much like we said like 2 seconds ago in that
Yeah,
other sequence,
but,
and now
like,
Lottie comes in, free Psychic.
our last move, we were debating like Explode, because like look at Explode Lando like in like the end game like here instead of Fly, you know, like
Explode
it
would
was
go
so nice.
crazy, actually.
Yeah.
Hold up. Hold up. Maybe you're cooking.
no, that's what I wanted to like run like Explode. We also like toyed with like Sludge Wave, like could like Serp at one point, but like nah. Yeah, but
Yeah,
the
I think
flying is-
here,
yeah, that's true.
I think here Chansey was like a more accurate play, but we stay in on U-turn instead. Chansey would also cover like a boom, coincidentally. Like
Mhm.
I didn't think of that play because of boom, but I think Chansey there was just safer.
Yeah,
because there's always a win path. But gets the KO here, sacks Scizor on the U-turn. Girder's gonna come in though and pick this off, right?
right.
Yeah, picks off with Mach, but now you go Latios, which is out of range of Mach Punch, and then you pick up a KO with Psychic, but now you're in Mach Punch range at 10%, but the Chansey can come in very comfortably and Healing Wish. It's faster than Girder, so even Drain Punch here would not be enough. You can see Mach does 24, and K-Crick was like talking about, I think we win if Mach doesn't 2-hit KO Chansey, and I'm like, brother, brother, this is a Chansey.
Hey, Kirk snaked up. Like he
Yeah.
stabbed like the blade for my back and helped you guys. Like it was so sad.
Yeah, he might be a dumbass, but he's my dumbass.
But
Alright, so-
yeah, I feel like the Fly turn was a little big. Actually, no, I think it was the Starmie sack because like we needed rocks off
Yeah,
the field.
yeah,
That's what,
that was a
that's what
big
I told him.
turn. But also,
Yeah.
like, something was dying to Latios that turn. Like, I think
Which
the
I think it
Latios is
should have
just
been the
inevitable.
Scissor. I think it should have been Scissor.
Yeah, it could have been, but also, like, there's still so many threats to deal with, especially the Latios. Like, it's just picking up a KO every time, and, like, low-key, it can come in on Starmie if it really wants to trade, like a T-Wave
Yeah.
for a KO, and then Heal Wish it back, right? That's always an option.
But yeah, like I
Yeah,
was like
TDG,
really
I get
defeated,
it.
like after this game because like I felt like we should have won this game.
I agree, Glop. I think the Weavile bench was absolutely insane.
I don't know what I would like. Maybe like I don't bring Scissor, but like that feels stupid too. Like and like
No, I think
we
you,
have to bring like Nat Gifts, like Weavile and get. Like,
I don't think
the
you
play
have
right
to.
on.
I think you could just bring Banded. It's really okay.
Really, I don't know. It felt really hard, and like we were like winning games with like this build. Like it felt so much.
I'm sure,
better.
yeah. You probably weren't
And
facing
I-
too many Life Orb Latioses, though.
No, like none. Like
Probably a lot of
honestly, a lot of
Clover.
people benched it. Like,
Yeah, because it's the
like-
Weavile matchup is scary.
Yeah.
But yeah, we brought it, went crazy, And that like actually clinches up the series, I'm pretty sure, right?
No, it didn't. It's
Oh
four.
no, it didn't. This
was
is 4-2
4 wins at
now,
this
right?
point.
Yeah, 4-2.
And then it was like Cats versus Zing, and like this was like a really tough matchup for Cats. I felt.
See, we
but,
thought the
like-
opposite, but like that's always going to be the case, right? You always think
yeah,
your matchup
I
shit.
feel like it's always that way for the most part. Like I felt like the Nala matchup was like great, and I felt like that last matchup was like great. I felt super confident in that game.
Yeah, I was also pretty confident in the Carson game, so like, yeah, to each their own, as they say. But here we have Castelia versus Genius X. They were teammates last DPL. Both had really good records last year. They made finals as well, so like these are players that know each other very well, which is always a fun matchup. So yeah. This is like a hyper offense kind of team from Genius, and then Castelia. She can kind of do whatever she wants with this team, right? It's pretty versatile. The Braviary is really unexpected. I'm not gonna lie.
We were having like trouble with like picking the 6-mon, so we went with like a Spidef Braviary set.
Yeah, it makes sense. It's pretty hard to break between like Goldango, Iron Moth. Like it makes sense to have like a Spidef mon, especially like the Hatterene as well. I mean, Heatran kind of covers a lot of the same things, right? But yeah, tell me why Genius X just has an OU team, because we're drafting just so well, etc. But yeah.
Gengar, like actually, like a Spec Def Gengar, if like the glitch score wasn't what it was, like actually looks pretty threatening.
Oh, we were actually losing a lot of HP early game to like Life Orb Gengars and Mox.
Yeah.
And for that reason, we have an AV Moth, which like does just blank Gengar. So pretty nice stuff. Also, the U-turns on Heatran were really important to get our Gliscor in like early and often. So that was the idea there. It's a Elite Dragonite into Braviary. U-turn is going to break the scale, but Mew's going to come in, and we're actually max special attack, quiet nature with eject pack Draco, and we crit the Mew, which is kind of big. Allows for a really free U-turn here. How much does a zero attack Life Orb Poltergeist do to your Moth? I have no idea, bro.
From you or
no, from Gengar. I'm pretty sure he's saying we're never gonna find out, bro. We're never gonna find out.
No.
Yeah.
Funny enough, like Polt Gengar, it's something like I mean not Gengar, Mew, it's something like I thought about, like
yeah, for sure.
Polt,
we saw it in Mox a
triple
lot.
Axle, something like that.
There's Terra types. I forgot about that. Bug Heatran, we already saw Terra. A Water Mew. I don't think we saw Water Mew at all in Mox. And then on the other side we have Electric on the Moth, and then our Gliscor's Terra Dark.
We thought like Woodard covered like the Moth and Goldango a bit better. Plus, like we were always Terra and Heatran anyway, so it was like kind of like a bluff Terra.
Like the hard mocks are always the Terra Heatran. Like killing that thing is so hard. But here, D-Knight misses a Draco. No real consequence though, because we just E-speed it. Yeah. Now Moth, you're gonna see 19% from Sludge Wave. That is Specs damage. I saw that immediately. I knew that's Choice Specs Gengar. So it's a free U-turn for Moth. Another U-turn on the Heatran. And now Dragonite comes in. There's no Draco resist once you Terra the Heatran, which is important. So another Draco comes out, but it's Spidef Heatran, 43 from max special attack Dragonite. Like, that's crazy. And now Dragon Tail. Now, Heatran's actually low. This is like a really good trade for us. This Dragonite HP for the Heatran HP. I really liked that one. But rocks do go up, which limits our Moth. Forces us to sack versus Gengar. But now T-Wave Goldango gets it onto the Braviary, which is nice. And then the screen starts going up. Now Tusk's going to come in. Hatterene is like max def helmet. But Tusk actually still 2-hit KOs because Tusk is raw. Headlong's just a strong move, man. But now what? Val comes in. Val's going to force this out.
Yeah, to get screens up, and
here we see a reflect really big. But Moonblast does nothing to Braviary, and a Whirlwind comes out. So Goldango's gonna get forced in here. Can't Whirlwind again because of good as gold, but Light Screen gets refreshed here. And now what? Go hard Gliscor here? Yeah. On a U-turn, that's a really big Gliscor in. Because now Tusk comes in, but we have a lot of turns of screens here. We're gonna Terra Dark, get the play correct on the Ice Spinner turn. And now a Swords Dance comes out. And now Braviary comes in on an agility. Now Braviary has to whirlwind this out. But
that's
Terra
what it
Dark, where
clicked,
like
but-
Adamant Gliscor barely doesn't pick up the KO, but a full para is brutal here. I'm not gonna lie.
I mean, there was like definitely some like hacks in this game, but I don't. I feel like we were still on the back foot. Like I feel like this game was still like in your favor with the way it went down.
I think the
Like you
Gliscor
got
was
crit and,
probably inevitable, but it's really hard
yeah,
to
that's how I
position
feel.
into CC Tusk, right?
Mm-hmm.
But either way, gets the para. A little bit lucky, right? Can't lie, but paired for a
Yeah.
reason, etc. CC's into the Moth turn. This is pretty big because now Heatran has to come in, but we U-turn because we actually can't 2-hit KO the Heatran with Dazzling Gleam or anything like that. So U-turns into Moth or into a Valiant, and now a second round of screens is going up, and Gliscor round 2 is going to be really unstoppable. Wisp to like waste a screen turn, get some more lefties, but at this point, yeah, I think the round 2 of Gliscor was inevitable no matter what. Even if you
Yeah.
like whirlwinded the first time, it was probably still okay because this is Gliscor now.
I think the only
I don't think it's
thing that would have
switching.
would have like saved us here is like Roar Heatran, but like I don't think we could have fit that.
Here CC on the agility, but I think we're EV'd, so EQ always kills Moon and stuff like that. So like your only out here is this turn.
I think we needed to go Gengar.
But the
Yeah,
problem
to
with
get
that
the
turn
Curse
is
Buddy.
it's actually not forced, this Earthquake here. Like, you don't have to Earthquake here. You could just SD again, because Tusk is incentivized to switch to reset the defense drop and actually live the EQ.
Yeah, but
And then
I
you
still
have
think you
a
had a
crit
like
chance or
play for
something?
the Curse Body, because like then you at least have a chance
Yeah.
to win. Because like, okay, let's say like we get the Curse Body, then we go Tusk, and like let's say we get like a little bit of, you know, retribution and like crit the Gliscor. Like, how do you guys win? Because we're AB Touch now at 67.
Well, if
And
you
we have, like,
disable
you know-
if you disable EQ, we're like only knockoff, which I don't know
Yeah,
if that would 2-hit KO the Tusk from a 67.
yeah, no.
It might actually
I think
still
we
with a
needed to
defense
play
drop
for that.
from CC. It
And
might
then we
still.
have, yeah,
But I don't think
and
so.
then we would have. I think we could have won like doing that, but I think we needed to get a crit on the Gliscor.
Yeah, I think crit on SD was an out, because like it's a SD versus EQ turn anyways, so calls the SD on like the Gengar swap, but Genius is one step ahead, just Earthquakes on this Tusk stay in, doesn't risk a crit, and then Gliscor's just gonna clean this up.
I don't even know if like Genius like predicted that. I feel like Cats might have just given up. Honestly,
It was
Like, that's
probably
what
a
it felt like to me.
consideration, right?
Maybe.
It's
don't
also
know.
like, if you EQ into Gengar, you're getting Poison Heal, and now CC, if it was a roll, it's not anymore, right? Like, you're not running
Yeah.
out of Reflect turns, ever. And yeah,
I
Gliscor
think there
cleans
was
it up.
like a small chance to win, but we didn't take it because like. But I don't know. It was tough. It was definitely tough. Like that was like the Gliscor was like really good. It was a good game plan by you guys.
Yeah, I think we just went all in on Gliscor this week.
And it worked,
Who's
for
winning
sure.
March Madness? I googled that and it said Florida, so that's what I predicted in my bracket.
But yeah, like this ended the series like it was 5-2 at that point, and then it was like, you know, morale was completely dead, and then yeah.
You were fine with
And
Curse
then,
Body
like-
on EQ unless Tusk crit. If you Earthquake into Gengar and get Curse Bodied, and then Tusk comes in, do you SD on like the CC, and then the -1/+4 knock? Or do you just knock twice? But I don't think that
I
kills.
don't know.
It'd be close.
Yeah, I don't know, but like
No, actually
you know.
SD is fine. SD is fine, because +4 into -1, that's like +1 into -1 from EQ or something. I don't know, I'm just kind of talking right now, but I think you see my vision. Yeah, you calced. Okay, yeah. So it was 1 no
Yeah.
matter what. Yeah.
unless we crit, like which we kind of deserved to be fair with the way the game went, but what can you do?
And then the
We
last
didn't
game
go
of the
for it anyway.
series. Yeah.
Yeah, so like the series was over, and like I felt like of all the matchups, this was like the one most favoring you, like just like team wise. I don't know if you guys felt that way.
So I felt it was definitely losable, right? But maybe that's just because I was
yeah.
mocking mostly Gypsy King, and he's really good, you
Fair
know?
enough. And I mocked Nathan like 10 times for it's like that because nobody likes Sword Shield.
Yeah.
So it's like Yeah. Anyway, like I bought AV Melmetal. Like I felt like Melmetal was terrible here, but like I had to bring it.
Oh, definitely, yeah. Because like
Banded Weavile.
if you don't have Melmetal, all of a sudden my Lax just gets KOs, which is insane. Like you can't be allowing that. But to stop the Melmetal, I have Helmet Fizdef Scizor, which is also good into Weavile. I have Helmet Fizdef Torn, which is good into Mel and the Machamp, which was actually one of the big problems in Mox. And then the Thundurus was a big problem until I switched to AV Lax plus double Scarf, like Nidoking plus Scarf Necrozma. Like both of them have like rock coverage to be faster than and do super effective to Weavile and the Thundurus. So the Scarf Necro was like the last adjustment on my team, and I think it enables a play that you're going to see on turn 1. But yeah, and so, it's just
like,
bulky Specs Killed.
My initial build was Dual Dance Fundy with like Bulk Up, Resto Chesto, and like Mono Fly. But I was like, Mono Fly is terrible.
Oh,
if it was like
that wouldn't have worked.
Aggro, yeah, if it got Acro, I think I would have brought that. But I don't think it would have worked.
No, I think my Lax would just solo that actually. Because my Lax is Fizdef AV. Yeah.
I would like Bulk Up Agility. I don't know. Maybe. It doesn't matter.
I definitely 1v1 that. I definitely 1v1 that.
Okay.
Because I have like self-destruct and stuff. Like, I just wait for a fly turn. Once you come down, I boom. And then like, if you're not dead, you're definitely in like Scizor range or something. Like Vacuum Wave. It doesn't have Vacuum Wave this gen, but like you get the point. You're definitely in range of something.
I was like really afraid of like a setup Necrozma because like DD or like Meteor Beam like destroyed me. Even like just the Combine like heal set. So like I had Uxie with T-Wave Recover because like I felt like that always covered that set, and also like spreading T-Wave on like a Torn or like a Keldeo was really nice for me.
Oh yeah, spreading T-Waves was like a great option for you. But I think the Thundurus really should have been like Boots Nasty Plot. Or like knock Volt Switch to like slowly chip my Lax or something like that.
Yeah, I think it was a mistake to get rid of Boots. I put Helmet because like I was really struggling with Scissor.
It's also like really hard for me to get up rocks in this game, right? My rockers are my 2 Scarfers. Like you don't know that it's Scarf Necrozma, so you probably would think like maybe a bulky Rocks Necrozma plus Scarf Nido. I think Scarf Nido is really obvious here.
I would never consider in Rocks. Like if you brought Rocks Necrozma, I would consider that a win for me.
Yeah.
Well, not that I win the game, but like it means like I don't have to face like a super threatening offensive set.
For sure. Yeah. I tried a bunch of different Necrozma sets this week. I was Colbur Autotomize, I was DD, I was something else at the beginning of the week. Rocks 3 attacks, Modest, like, and then I landed on Scarf, and that's going to enable this turn 1 play, which I'm just going to play out. Volcanion versus Nidoking. I set Rocks with my Scarf Nidoking and freaking die.
So like I would like initially Boots with like enough bulk to always live like Modest Earth Power, but I switched to Focus stats, and then I invested more into Special Attack. I really wish I kept Boots.
Yeah,
at this point, because like I don't think there's ever a rail that you click Earth Power there when I have like the Uxie and the Thunder. It's
my idea was if I lead Nidoking like this, it could just be like a Life Orb set designed to trade down with anything besides Weavile. Like that would make sense into a lot of your team. So I figured if you're gonna stay in, it probably means you're Shuka. That was my thought process. Like here you were Sash, but it's the same idea, right?
Yeah, it's the same thing.
And if you're one of those items, you're not Boots, which means my Keldeo with Rocks up all of a sudden is really, really nice with just spamming Secret Sword or Aura Sphere. I have both. So, yeah. Just glazing each other now. I'm sorry, man.
Even, like, I feel like we're just discussing
we're just talking,
the Monza. We're just talking about the game. Like,
but we spent all week prepping for this, right? We have a lot to talk about.
I did not play the game, like, very well, but, like, I was also, like, really defeated because we were down 5-2.
I mean, you already lost,
Yeah, so it was like definitely not like maximum
effort, I get it.
But at the same time, like I get completely stomped. I feel this is more one-sided than the Boets game and the Skrelpy game. Honestly.
Maybe like the turn 1 is definitely it's a bad look for me, but the Rocks up end up being like they end up paying dividends, you know.
I don't really agree, TGG. Like I definitely think it was winnable. I just definitely did not play well. Like I think I could have won this game, but
and we could talk about where you could have played better, maybe. But
yeah, I think turn 2 is definitely a point. I should have just gone into Uxie or even Fundy if I was still boots, but I wasn't boots. Like I took it off.
Mhm.
Which
My Kelp
wasn't
comes in.
smart.
I'm EV'd so that I'm actually modest with enough special tech to always 2-hit KO max HP Volcanion with Secret Sword. But I think here I clicked Aura Sphere.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I was like, if you stayed in on Nidoking, maybe you're just like mad bulky. So Aura Sphere always 2-hit KOs no matter your bulk. So I went for that.
So
Steam Erupt only does 32.
I don't know why. So I would Explosion here. But I clicked Steam Eruption. I don't really recall why.
Does that
I
matter,
just was kind
though?
of clicking buttons. Yeah, it doesn't.
I don't think so, because my Keld only needs to take one hit, and it's gonna take a boom.
Yeah. No, it would only do like 60 max.
Yeah,
so,
and I
like,
was super bulky. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, here, this is a good chip on Uxie. Like, I'm really happy taking 21 plus rocks. Like, that's a 3-hit KO if you think about it. And here I go to Torn. I'm really okay with my Torn getting parried. I'm actually slower than Thundurus anyways with my spread. So really, it's not the end of the world. And I'm Helmet. I wanted to cover, like, your knockoff U-turn kind of thing. The Uxie is not
Why
rocks.
didn't I rock?
Didn't have
Why
it.
didn't I rock?
You didn't have it.
Did I? Oh, right. I took them off like for foul play because I had foul play for DD Necrozma. Like, because like if I wasn't foul play, like then like and you're DD Necrozma, like it's really fucked.
I was DD Lum for like a long time on my pace, so it's like not even a bad call necessarily. But I do think you probably don't drop rocks. If anything, you probably drop something else.
My other rocker would like Nidoking, and I didn't like its matchup very much.
No, exactly. I'm saying you
really
probably keep rocks, but then you drop something like the stab move or whatever, like Psychic or whatever. So it would be foul play, U-turn, T-wave rocks. A pretty classic Uxie set. But
yeah, maybe I didn't need Encore. I think that might have been
Encore, yeah,
too hard.
Encore, guarding against a Curse-Lax maybe, SD Scizor, that sort of thing.
Yeah,
Calm Mind
feel
Necroz was the big one, right? So
yeah,
I guess
I was trying to get Uxie to do too much, I think.
Yeah, if you have Encore plus Foul Play, it covers both DD and Calm Mind, so I understand it, right? You don't have other, fantastic switch-ins to Necrozma.
Right.
Like, you always have to go Uxie on it. But no rocks is definitely trolling, I think. Lops is correct.
It's, hard. Like, I felt like Uxie needed 5 fucking moves, and I felt like Thundurus needed 6, in the game.
Yeah, maybe you drop T-Wave?
Yeah, no, I think you're probably right.
Yeah. Either way. Torn comes in, I just have a free knockoff. I'm intending to remove the boots on Thundurus, but I get more than I bargained for. Takes rocks and I remove the helmet. This is really good, and now I just have a free lax. With helmet, I know this is
build
very
with
free.
Uxie was actually dual screens for the Fundy set I mentioned before, the double dance Fundy.
That maybe would have worked low-key if it had screens up. I could see a vision here. Because my way of revenging it was Scarfers, really. So maybe it would have worked.
And
we'll see.
you were AB lax, which I wasn't expecting. I was expecting an Encore lax or a Whirlwind.
I really thought about it, yeah. Because I wanted something that could beat the Melmetal, at least threaten it reasonably. I had a bunch of speed on it at one point with Earthquake, Adamant Nature, stuff like that, to 3-hit KO Melmetal, the likely spreads. So it can only switch in one time. But the problem I had was that Uxie is also pretty free on Lax if you're Rocky Helmet. So I didn't want to Earthquake into that and give up momentum too easily.
Yeah.
So I decided on AV just to also cover
Sorry,
nasty
I'm not
plot
a good
focus blast.
Sword Shield player. I need your support. That's the only way I could have won. Man,
Yeah.
I was my own support for Sword Shield.
I mean, you're talking to literally probably the best Sword Shield players in the world right now in the chat. TDG and Glop.
Yeah,
Addison as well. Those are probably the big 3.
And you, you're easily a top 5 player in this tournament, I think. Maybe
if I'm playing Swish, I'm definitely one of the best ones. There. I can play any tier, I think. But yeah, I don't get an opportunity to play Swish too often.
You didn't help me. You were in my chat, and all you did was harass cats. You could have helped me. You
no
could have
big 3.
me.
It's only big me. That's what I like to say.
So true. But anyway, this turn is where the game ends. I think with my Machamp. So
Machamp.
I had Stone Edge Machamp, by the way, and when I saw the Fire Punch, I calced it. I'm like, oh, he's in range to dive from Facade. I don't need to rich Stone Edge. So it's cool. I just killed it with Facade.
Did you calc with no guts?
Yes, I did, and like the
Oh.
difference with the difference between to like little bulk Torn and like max HP Torn is like barely noticeable with Fire Punch. I thought that was like a mid lowest range with like to low bulk, but no, that was like absolute max to like full
It
bulk,
was-
and I was like, oh cool, he drops.
It was like 232 HP, 176 defense with a plus nature.
Yeah.
Like, it's so bulky on this Torn. It's
and like
it's intended to
Oh.
always live a facade after rocks from Adamant
Mhm.
Machamp, and it also lives a dual wing beat, or not dual wing beat, double iron bash. Forgive me. From Melmetal from most sets. Like Choice Band would kill, of course, but I have Scizor for that, which is the initial pivot
Yeah.
anyways.
But I had Stone Edge here, but
Yeah.
I didn't click it because it looks like it was like in a reasonable like range where like okay, this should kill.
Yeah, it's just
And
a calc
it
issue.
doesn't.
I go for
Yeah,
Hurricane.
Like, it was difficult, and yeah, you know.
Yeah, people were telling me maybe could have U-turned there and be a little bit safer, but I mean, if I lived and got a Hurricane miss, you're still taking another Helmet and Burn next turn, which is all the chip that I need for Keldeo to really like claim here.
Mhm.
So it's really not the end of the world if I miss, and if I hit, huge reward. So really happy about
Yeah,
that. Reveals Citrus
think
Uxie, which is nice.
I
No,
think I needed to click the Stone Edge, but like
Yeah, you did.
I probably lose because the Scissor anyway, because like my Fundy is like dead, and I can't be Scissor. So yeah, it was over at that point.
Yeah, here I just get my
it was
regen back.
definitely.
May as
I think it
well.
was definitely a lot of errors like in the builder. I needed like boots on Fundy, and I needed
Mhm.
rocks on Uxie. Like, yeah, no, you're right, Glop. Like, I definitely made a lot of mistakes.
Yeah, here I Orusir with Specs Keldeo. You actually live because you're like Spadef AV. Shout out.
Yeah,
And KO my Keldeo. Like, that was messed up. But now Scizor is actually super free because I can U-turn, put you in range of a helmet, and I actually get more regen, and I bait out a superpower rather than a double
you're
iron
like, I'm
bash.
kidding. I don't really care. Like, I wasn't actually upset. I was just joking. You're good.
Yeah. And now Thundy comes in, but I have my lack still at 74%, able to take 2 T-bolts, no problem. Go for a body slam in here. I think Weavile comes in. The only way I can possibly lose is like a SD into like Babiri Berry or something, and I switch here. So I just stay in and boom, prevent all that, and then now Scizor
And I
comes in.
just take the kill because the game's over. Like, there's nothing I
Yeah.
can do.
Here, I was a little toxic in chat, my bad. But you said
was
GG,
just,
I said
like,
GG, and then it was
typing up.
nothing for like 15 seconds, and I was like, okay,
Yeah,
man.
because I was in the middle of
I know.
typing, like-
You posted this like a second after me, and I was like, man, I look like a dick now. My bad.
Yeah, I would 0 boots. Like at the
Yeah.
beginning, I would like boot spam. Like half my team had boots, and then like that literally changed like an hour before the game, or not. Yeah, because like it was like I was defeated.
I actually didn't have boots
Alphi
either.
didn't have boots either. Yeah,
I had an AV, double scarf, specs, double helmet.
like I didn't think he had good rockers like this matchup. It was like I thought like I was 100% sure Scarf Nito was coming, and I also
It
thought
did.
like
Yeah. It was
yeah,
Scarf
and I
Nito.
thought like his Necrozma wasn't gonna run rocks. I thought it was gonna be like a more offensive set.
Yeah.
So
I mean, it was offensive.
I don't know.
Like, you were
I
right.
think I think like I over like cooked like this one like I feel like I had
I think so as
women
well,
builds, but I
yeah.
switched away from it,
That's something that can happen,
and
right?
I also didn't play very well. Like,
hmm
definitely could have did a lot better, but the series was also over at that point.
Yeah. I mean, if the series wasn't over, I probably don't stay for the Rocks turn 1. I'm not gonna lie. I'd be like, oh, I can't suck my Needle King. But I was like, we already won.
No.
I'm balling out.
I was so excited, like in the middle of the
Yeah.
Hawk 2 game. I was like, oh cool, I'm gonna get a game 8 against L5 that matters,
Mhm.
And
Here, let me pull
just
up all the
didn't happen.
games in order. Game 2. Where is game 3? Game 3 is Fradazi.
We're doing which series now?
DUI versus Slime Season. Slime Season. Game 6.
Who's Rock last season? Birch Doogal was crazier than this one. What are we talking about? I don't know.
I don't know. This is a reference between one of our games that TDG knows and we don't, which is so funny.
I thought our game
Real
last
fan.
season was a lot was a lot better and a lot closer
Yeah, it
to like
was.
the RS game.
Yeah, see, TDG's a real fan. He knows our games better than we do.
Oh right, when you rock searched my
Yeah.
Mario. Okay,
That was a
I
silly
gotcha.
rock, but I thought Hydra would kill, and then it didn't, and I was sad.
Yeah.
All good, though. Okay, now we have DUI, which is Panda's team. He's the captain, versus Slime Season, who drafted Kaif for like a pretty reasonable price. But anyways, Kaif is one of the players where like we've only really seen results when he's just spamming Sun and hitting every hypnosis. So this is like a season where we're gonna find out, is he actually good or not. This is like it's gonna be a big season for him, because otherwise, you know, he's just gonna be seen as that Sun one trick who kind of just lucked a lot of games. But yeah, Panda, one of the most consistent SD players in the format right now. Really great at this offensive style. Kind of like made a name for himself, like with this HO, like choice band spam kind of thing. He's really good at piloting that sort of stuff. Kaif is my DPL season 4 and 5 GOAT. Stop, please. Yeah, okay, but he's relevant now, you know? Like, back in the day, maybe one of the min bids, you know? But anyways, good morning, Perfecte Blue. How we doing today? Let's look at the Terra typings here. This is a series where, you know, me and doogal didn't actually prep and play, so we have a lot less insight, but it's still gonna be a good time. That was an hour 40 for that one series, goddamn. We really went in depth.
Yeah, I felt like we had, like, I had a
That's
ton, like, I
waffling.
wanted to talk about
Yeah, same.
for, like, the more important games.
I tried not to
more
reveal too
important
much
game, but,
that
like,
wasn't
yeah.
revealed in the game, but, I mean, there's also some context that's just obvious. Anyways. He really bossed up between Swish and SV. Yeah, he's like a new gen player. I think it's really impressive, yeah. Anyways, Terra Ghost on the Gliscor, Terra Water on Hydrapple, and then on the other side, Terra Water Ogrepon. Looks like the only Terra available. Now, this Gliscor Hydrapple core has been popping up quite a lot recently. It's kind of a Yurdon convention that people have been spamming. The idea is Gliscor doesn't really need Terra, although it's really nice with it, but Hydrapple is really, really good with Terra. And if you ever find a bad Hydrapple matchup, Gliscor can just Terra. Like, bad Hydrapple matchup doesn't really exist, but, you know. That's the idea.
Like, I think he said, like, the one set that he found that he can't beat is, like, Terra Heatran with Assault Vest.
Yeah. I know. Anyways, immediate Terra from the Ogrepon. So, not going to Terra immediately on the Hydrapple, because why would you? It's weakness policy lead. Like I'm saying, this guy only brings offense, and this is no different. Giga Drains into the Metagross to break the balloon. Threatening an Earth Power here. Gonna live any hit. Besides maybe an Ice Punch, but... I guess you do bring Ice Punch, right? Into Gliscor Hydrapple, but he didn't click it.
I guess not, yeah.
Yeah, now... Magic Trick. Glimora goes down to a banded high jump kick. I have to assume that's banded. So Gliscor gets to come in, take advantage of this, and actually forces the Ogrepon to come in on T-Spikes, because what are you gonna do? Go Quillfish on a Gliscor? Like, that's definitely wrong. But, like, maybe you had to make that play to avoid this poison going out on Ogrepon, but still. Game over? Yeah. I don't think Gliscor really had to switch there, to be honest. But Kaif makes the read and U-turns. That was an insane U-turn, by the way. Yeah,
I don't believe that
What?
Yurdon, honestly. There's no way.
That's absolutely false. Like, there's just no way. You do remember it's 4 times weak, right? And that's a Metagross, and it wasn't at full. Yeah. Lore accurate Hydrapple, maybe. But here, Subtoxic is just going to be so impossible for Kaif to deal with. Like, sure, you can go Ogrepon and Encore, but you're already poisoned, right? So it's just a losing battle anyways. And you're going to Encore into Protect behind a sub, like, even if you make that sequence. So it's, like, really impossible. Now, Psychic, but it's just going to Subtect, and this Lando needs to switch out or it's going to die, you know? Does switch out on a Protect turn, but now Ogrepon comes in. Oh, the Earthquake is crazy, though! You saw that Earthquake? He's so good! He's so good!
Like, he knew he had to switch, and, like, if he doesn't switch, like, I still don't think it's
But calling the turn correctly like that, nail in the coffin, god damn.
He's so good. I have to play him this week, by the way. So
yo, me too, Glop. Literally me too. It's so funny. Yep, exactly, PZZ. But here, Panda's out here teaching the guy what's up. And now you just go for a sub. And you end up behind a sub and the Lando dies. Like, man, this Gliscor is just running away with the game.
And he hasn't
Cinderace
used
comes
his
in.
Terra yet either. So, like,
Yeah.
you know, the turtle, for the turtle.
You can Terra Ghost in front of Turtle, and it's really fine.
Mm-hmm.
A Pyro Ball to break the sub, but another sub. You can just PP stall Pyro Balls. It's banded. You only have 8 Pyro Balls. So he's just gonna PP stall. He's so smart with it, too. Like, a lesser player would just EQ there. But he sees the line where you can just PP stall Pyro Ball. No problem. Yurdunk out here learning the base power of moves or whatever. Shout out to Yurdunk. Apple was not at 82.
It was at 66.
We're just
I
spreading
remember.
misinformation, Yurdunk. I can't believe it, dude. But yeah, this Gliscor is just gonna slow Goob versus Kaif. There's nothing Kaif can do at this point. Yurdunk, you're literally wrong. I'm gonna stop getting baited by you. Now Earthquake just kills, actually, after that struggle. Tropico's comes in, but we're just gonna Terra Ghost in front of this, surely. Now who's getting baited now? It's too easy. It's too easy. And then
Was there anything like Calf could have done differently? Like, it feels like there isn't a lot.
No, like his team versus this Subtech Gliscor, especially with how well Panda was playing it, not a whole lot you could do. Kaif got cooked. Yeah, this is just a violation.
Yeah. Definitely one of the biggest wheelchairs.
Honestly, lost turn 0 when the paste showed up with Subtoxic Gliscor on it. Yeah, maybe. So game 1 goes to DUI, and we move on to game 2. We have Ganondorf versus 3D. I think 3D is on DUI, right?
He's on, yeah, DUI.
Yeah.
This game was kind of nuts too.
Yeah, crazy game. So true, Yurdunk. Anyways, really cool custom avatar from 3D. I like this a lot. This guy loves Terrifier. Oh my god. It's an aura name, yeah. That's how you know he's an OG. When you have like a 2-character name. Man. Anyways, Terrifier Enam plus Terrifier on Chandelure, maybe? Maybe those are the 2 Terra captains. That would make sense. Then on the other side, we have a Terra Fairy Enam and a Terra Water Glastrier. He is so fire. So true. Chandelure leads off into the Tusk. Forced out immediately into the Rotom, but Rotom can take on this. It's like max defense helmet, no problem. Rocks go up on a T-Wave turn, so 3D makes the call, gets the read. Rocks go up and stays in again, free in his head. But then now, eventually, like, yeah, something's going to happen. A Wisp or a Hydro Pump. Goes for Wisp, kind of revealing no Pain Split at this point. Another T-Wave. He's just really adamant about Crate Tusk switching out here to Superior.
Was, like, really confused about the way that Great Tusk was being played. Like,
I think 3D just wanted Rock's lead out of it. And he got his Rocks up. He's happy already. He just wants Chip on the Rotom.
But, like, is it not good against, like, you know, the Metagross, like, Chandelure and, like, the Great Tusk, like, you know, of the other team?
It's definitely good, but also, Tusk is a Pokemon that allows a spin from the opposing Tusk. You know what I mean? So, like, while it's decent defensively, like, Chandelure is gonna, like, kind of beat it, maybe if it's Scarf or something. Enam's gonna beat it. Metagross is gonna, like, at least trade, right? You're not gonna come in on a Psychic Fangs or something. Deoxys beats it. Great Tusk, it spins versus you, and you're already burned, so... I can understand a Great Tusk sack here, just going for knock, trying to get more items if he wants to switch, but yeah, just sacks it. Like, this is good value.
He eventually just kills it, and then gets the free Serp.
Yeah, +2 Serp.
No Terra Serp is kind of wild.
It's cheap, so like, it's pretty reasonable, and let's be honest, Serp's best set has always been Scarf, which is still available in SV. Now, Overheat does 53 to Cinderace. That's massive chip. But now a Sword Stance on the stay in to Wisp.
That
Oh my
was
god.
that was insane.
That was kind of raw. But also, you could have just overheated again, bro.
Yeah, that's true.
But that's fire. That was so cool. Alright, Tusk comes in, but Enam on the double, so forces it out. AV Metagross able to take that Moonblast, no problem. Cinderace going to get sacked here to an Earthquake. A pretty free Earthquake sack. The only reasonable play was Cinderace or your own Metagross, so it makes sense. But now a Screen Superior in front of a potentially Psychic Fangs Metagross. I think he just doesn't know ball. Like, yeah. And you're definitely bringing Psychic Fangs into a Great Tusk matchup, so he just didn't think of it. Makes sense. And now Agility Metagross, probably going to be Weakness Policy with Screen Support, so... But it might just be in range of Headlong at 92, so just switches to Enam. But now AV Metagross is coming right back in, but Earth Power catches that on the switch. Potentially could Bullet Punch here. Calls the Bullet Punch, goes hard Metagross. So 3D literally in his head right now. And now Chandelure comes in. Goes for an Overheat, is faster than the Metagross, knocks it out. And now Enamorous comes in to trade another KO potentially if you get the right click. Deoxys is going to switch in on a Moonblast, but actually AV Deoxys 33 is crazy. And it looks to be Scarf Enamorous outspeeding the Deoxys. And yeah, Psycho Boost into E-Speed. I mean, that's a double special attack drop, a little bit unfortunate. The Psycho Boost would have done 68 without those drops, but it still wouldn't have been in range of Extreme Speed. And now Agility Enam with the Terrafire. Moonblast knocks out the Serp. Now Glacier comes in, save the Terra for this. It's going to Terra Water, block like the Mystical Fire, and Lash Out's a 2-hit KO. Looks to be Assault Vest Glacier from that ship, or maybe it's just Spadef with Boots or something like that. Either way, Great Tusk's going to come in. Should Revenge Kill this. Yeah, 38. I mean, Glacier's bulky, but not that bulky. Come on. Lash Out covers the Chandelure swap. That's all it is.
But like, wouldn't like Terra like Water have been better there? Everything would weak to Water, and maybe you take Let's Chip.
I mean, it doesn't necessarily have Terra Blast, right? There's no reason to run it.
Is there not a reason to run it?
Well, you're an Ice type. You can just use your Ice Stab versus Tusk. You can EQ Chandelure, and then like you might want to Terra your Enam. You know, like that's a real possibility. So, yeah.
I guess.
But anyways, now Enamorous versus Chandelure, but Chandelure takes rocks. Could be in range of this Moonblast. We see an Endure though. And it actually did need the Endure. It would have KO'd. But now the Custap Berry, because remember, this was a lead Chandelure. If you think all the way back to turn 1. And
that
so
was wild. Like
insane tech. I think
3D
3D played this really well for the most part. I think the Serpent screens in front of Metagross was definitely a little silly, but for the rest of it, pretty reasonable plays. The Swords Dance versus Chandelure Wisp. I mean, that was a great play from his opponent. Like,
I wonder if he like predicted like a Sucker Punch there or something, like could Scarf Shandy. I don't know.
Yeah, he probably did. Like once you see rocks, maybe you think 3D will predict Scarf Shadow Ball or something, and go for a Sucker, but no such luck. All right, so that's gonna be a big game. And then now we have Jimmy G versus Shitrock Enjoyer, who is an ADV player for Adazi. He's pretty accomplished in ADV, in like Smogon tournaments, ADV Revival, Gym Invitational, stuff like that. Always has pretty reasonable results there. So we get to see him trying his hands at Draft now, which is really fire. Love to see that. And Jimmy G, the Milkman, you know the milk always gets delivered. So it looks like it's probably going to be a fantastic game here. Yeah, offensive fires are shice in SV. I agree. They're so good. That's why Scovillain is like really popping off for me in seasonal, because fire resists are really rare these days. Like, I'm not gonna lie, the bulky water has kind of died as an archetype.
Yeah.
Or like a required role at least.
Cause like there's no Scold anymore, like recovery moves like all got nerfed, and like Terra, I imagine like hurts them a lot too.
Let's see. I think that tied up the series right now, so it's 1-1. I just say Scovillain. Have you not seen my summer seasonal, or not summer, but spring seasonal games? I've played 2 games so far, and I've gotten 10 kills with Scovillain. We scout villains. Yup.
Mega Scissor equals auto lock. Apparently, yeah.
Yeah, Mega Scizor is a mon that's been kind of struggling for a while, but
Did we drop it in price?
but it keeps getting drafted is the thing, and like at
But it
reasonable
keeps
rounds too.
losing.
Yeah, it's a tough
know.
conundrum because like if you want to tier based on pick rates, then it stays the same. But if you want to tier based on like the eye test and like stuff like that, then maybe Mega Scizor could drop some. I mean, it's pretty reasonable next season to drop it anyways. I think we did drop it this season as well, but like, yeah. Look at the game. We have Azelf lead versus Togekiss. Probably doesn't want to get Scarf flinched here with a Rocks lead Azelf, because that's the only way you're not getting Rocks here. Goes into Roserade, Sludge Bombs, but activates a Weakness Policy, and Fire Blast misses, so really a lot going on that turn, right? Life Orb Roserade revealed. It's faster than Togekiss, and a Fire Blast misses from the policy. That, folks, that would have killed the Roserade, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure it would have killed. But who's to say? Who's to say? This forces out the Togekiss now, but there is a Heatran. Extra Sensory, I guess, covers the Skolipede on a mid-ground, so a pretty reasonable click. But now Rocks go up from the Heatran, forcing out the Roserade under the threat of like Scarftran. Otherwise, I think you just HP ground, but Bluffs the Scarftran because it could be Rocks Donphan, could be Rocks Mew, that sort of stuff. It's pretty easy. Now Lopunny leads or goes into the Azelf, but a lot of Azelfs are EV to take Fake Out into return at the lead slot, like just an OU. So it would be reasonable to assume the same for this matchup. That being said, it did take Rocks, so maybe that Calc is now gone and doesn't want to stay in. That could be pretty reasonable. Anyways, Conkeldurr is going to come in. It's Max Defense Helmet, shout out. The Loki P special. Very scared of Retaliate. Okay. Would Retaliate have killed Azelf? Because I feel like if you're leading, you're definitely EVing for Fake Out plus Return, which is already 142 base power. But I guess Retaliate is the same base power, but you took Rock, so it's the same thing. Yeah, pretty reasonable. But now Spike goes up. Do we see a defog on the Scizor? We do not. We see a knockoff on the Skolipede, which is Rocky Helmet. So gonna get HP Fire Rocky Helmet, by the way. So knocking a Bullet Punch will knock it out. I think that was a roll. But it does get the roll, and now Mew comes in, Flamethrowers. Is this defog Rotom? You really need to get these hazards off. Ooh, T-Waves. I don't think it's defog Rotom. Rare event, it did something. Yippee. T-Waves again after the Lumberry. Is threatening a Pain Split here. But no, just goes for a Hex. Big chip on the Mew. Potentially could be worth it, but no defog is so rough here.
Yeah.
Oh, what am I saying? It's Gen 6. It can't defog. Rotom doesn't get it. Oh, Scizor was the only
Scissor's
defog
the
available.
only, yeah.
I just noticed it was Gen 6. My bad. But Roserade comes in, Hidden Powers, the Mew, covers the mid-ground to the Heatran because it's HP ground. Ice Shard picks it off. Now Azelf comes in, goes for a Psychic, but it's AV Donphan, just takes that on the chin.
Just shoot it.
Knocks into the Culver Berry, and now another knockoff goes off. I don't think Ice Shard would necessarily kill there. But now Lando comes in. Ice Shard's going to do big damage, but Earth Power is going to be a KO in return. Now, is this Scarf Lando? That's the question. Lopunny comes in, forces it out with a Fake Out. Conk is going to pivot in on here. But now, it's an interesting situation, right? Because if this Conk Drain Punches the switch to Heatran, it will just win. So, for Dazi, kind of forced to stay in and sack his Lopunny here on a Mach Punch. Yeah, Mach Punch plus Rocky Helmet's going to be enough. But Mach Toxic apparently just doesn't have Drain Punch. But that being said, this Heatran revealed Rocks. Looks like it's going to be KO'd by Lando. Goes for a Lava Plume. So it's looking like a defensive Heatran at this point, but it's actually Scarftran, folks. He hid that so well until the very end. And then it's not Scarf Lando, so it's going to get outspit by the Tran. And it makes sense, like, there's no real fire resist outside of Rotom, which your team does pressure pretty hard, right? Rotom kind of wants to come in on stuff like the Donphan, like the Skolipede, especially once it reveals HP Fire, right? Scizor can't really handle that too well. Like Rotom also wants to come in on Togekiss. Maybe that was the main goal of the lead Togekiss, weaken the Rotom for this Heatran to be a big problem in the end game. I mean, it didn't work out exactly like that, but the end result is still the same. Heatran able to clean up.
Heatran had like a really strong matchup, like other than like the Rotom, like and Conquest and AB. So,
all right,
made the check low bunny.
Now we have game 4 with 100p versus Iron Boulders. That's going to be Toxic or Ethan. Goes by a few different names in the community. Hisui and Avalug as well. That's his Smogon name. Yeah, a lot of alter egos on this guy, but it's all the same dude. We see a Toxtricity in DPL, which is actually so cool. It's something that these Swish tiers from Addison have really opened up, is a lot of these low tiers, they're now suddenly draftable, which is like, it's kind of tough. Like last season, because we were still adjusting to no Spectrier in the tier, so a lot of the tiering was still like in that old tier, where like a lot of the normals and the darks were like the main things getting drafted. So yeah, Addison came in with like a really crazy Swish board. I figured now's a good time to try it, may as well, and pretty happy with it, honestly. I think Swish is really interesting to watch this season. I thought it was interesting to watch last season as well, but yeah, even more interesting this season. Regardless of who won, Tox was the real winner with his nicknames. I'm excited. Where did Jimmy G being called the Milkman come from? His profile pic for a really long time was like, just a glass of milk.
It's been that since like Usum. Like I think Nathan was the one that first started calling him that, actually, because we joined up like with a league with him and like the Polish elf, and like we just called him the Milkman instead of Jimmy J, and it just kind of everybody started doing it. Yeah.
It's a cool nickname, I'm not gonna lie.
It's a really good nickname.
Anyways, got drafted in season 6. It was ass. Yeah, I mean that one doesn't count, I'm pretty sure. Like I think we can agree. Anyways, this is gonna be a big matchup, right? 100p and Toxic, probably 2 of the top 3 or 4 Switch players in the pool this season. So gonna be a really massive game for whoever wins this one.
Definitely, they're for sure up there. Like Glop is like probably the only guy I would put above both of them if I would put anybody.
Glop, Addison are the ones you'd consider.
Yeah.
But yeah. Okay, but anyways, Mew lead rocks, but now Starmie comes in. It's leftovers, it's spin. Probably gonna be natural cure, not really too worried about anything this Mew can throw out. But a Volt Switch actually does pretty big damage, and now Weavile comes in. It's Gen 8, so there's no pursuit. But I'm gonna just see a knockoff here into Scizor. That's Choice Banded into bulky Scizor high roll. I know that's a max roll because I just played a Scizor versus Weavile matchup.
I don't think that's Max Fidzdef. Oh, is it?
It's it's the roll of Max Fidzdef with Adamant with enough HP to kill Weavile.
Okay.
You know?
Yeah, I was like thinking Max Scizor.
Yeah, Max it doesn't do it KO. That's why that's why I ran Max. But here 100p greets the adamant nature on Scizor, it looks like, and is not punished because he roosts on a switch out. Like that's what the dangerous part of it is, because like if Weavile stays in, your Scizor is freaking dead. You know,
but like nobody ever does that.
I know,
then you just lose your Scizor. I mean your Weavile.
Anyways, Garchomp comes in, goes for a Draco Meteor on the Mew switch in. Is Mew faster than this Garchomp? Because it looks like a bulky Mew, but the Chomp also switched out. I don't understand. Surely like it's EQ range. Surely.
I think it gets revealed that like this Chomp doesn't have any physical moves.
Oh, is it like Earth Power because there's a Rillaboom? Yeah, I hate when people do this. They're like, there's a Rillaboom. I can't bring Earthquake on anything. Like, bro, grow up. You have a Garchomp. Just bring Earthquake. It's fine, dude. It's fine. Dude, it's gonna be Earth Power, I know. It's just a bad set. It's Tank Chomp. Yeah, it's okay, so Tank Chomp versus bulky Mew. Me as Steelix too. I guess it's not a bad bring into this, but it's just a pet peeve of mine. Yeah. Like whenever I have a Lando T or something and I'm like, yeah, we could definitely draft Rillaboom here, and the whole team's like, no, that'll turn off our Earthquake. And I'm like, bro, shut up. Like, I can't. Yeah. Whatever, man. Grimstar actually
You're very
rests up.
passionate about this.
I am. I really hate when people do that. I really hate it. Yeah, Earth Power here. Oh, big chip,
Yeah.
guys. Big chip. Whatever, man.
Huge.
Now Drake goes into the Musac. Very epic play. And now Rillaboom comes in. It's in glide range, but is it protective pads on the Rillaboom?
I don't
Oh,
think
the
so.
sword
I think
stance
we
is
saw it
raw.
take- Oh,
That's a raw
Gotcha.
sword stance. Oh, it's lefties, yeah. Sub on
yeah,
a
we saw
U-turn?
it take helmet.
Oh, that's
and
actually super
skin
cool.
Earlier.
I like that a lot. That being said, there's still a Zapdos, right? A lot of teams just tend to have
Right.
a lot of Rillaboom checks. It's leftover Zapdos, that's new. I guess you're like pretty confident in the Starmie spin, but not able to get it off for right now. T-Wave's the Lottie though, pretty big. Yeah, Zapdos roosts up. But now Toxtricity comes in, and this should force out the Zapdos. Doesn't force out the Zapdos, just stays in and freaking pretty much dies to Boom
crit.
Burst. Yeah,
Yeah.
that didn't matter to it KO'd. I guess you lose the option of saving it, but I mean, come on, man. Now Nuzzles the Nihilego with the AV Toxtricity very big. Now Licks can come in on the Power Gem. 4 times resist that. It's still outsped though, so dies to Grass Knot, but at least get some Rocky Helmet chip, which is nice. Now Weavile's gonna come in, takes Rocks. We already know it's banded from the earlier. Ooh, Assurance. That's actually a really cool tech. I like that a lot actually, because it doubles power when your opponent switches on Rocks. If folks didn't know that, it's a really cool tech.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would have
It
KO'd the
would've killed the
Scizor.
Scizor.
It would have freaking killed. But yeah, just sacks instead. And now Scizor comes in, bullet punches. Could have roosted there, I think. I think Roost was really safe there. But he's probably still favored anyways in the Sun game. Now Rilla comes in on the sleeping Grimmsnarl. Could potentially sub on this thing. But no, just pulls the Darkest Lariat with the Sleep Talk. A little bit of luck. And now Toxtricity comes right back in, but I think another Sleep Talk is getting clicked. No, just sacks the Garchomp, wants to keep the Grimmsnarl for this Latios. Understandable. But now Starmie comes in. Yeah, Starmie comes in. And just gonna Scald. No reason not to. Yeah, Fizzle. It's a little known fact.
Yeah.
Now goes for an Icicle Crash, does not flinch. So Starmie does get the spin off, but I think this is just cooked now. Yeah, you outspeed
Yeah, I
next
don't
turn with the
think there's-
spin.
There's no way 100 loses. Yep.
It's
Pretty
Boots
close
Latios. I didn't catch that earlier. But now Grimmsnarl, just able to 1v1 this pretty comfortably. Looks to be Spadef bulk up rest talk. Yeah, there's the bulk up. Nothing Latios can really do to this thing besides freeze. But even then, like, Scizor should pack this one up.
Yeah.
Alright, that's going to be the game. And now, what's the score?
2-1.
It's 2-2
Or-
now, right?
Oh, 2-2.
Because
Okay.
Ferdazi won. And, who's Ganondorf again?
That's the other Ethan.
Oh, yeah, Ethan with a B.
Yeah.
So it's a 2-2 tied up series. Pretty good stuff so far. Alright, and now we have Nerf with a Rain team versus iPro. Probably the GOAT of Sun and Moon at this point. Like,
Yeah. Probably the best Sun Moon player in the tournament. Like,
yeah. And by a
is there
margin
somebody
too.
else? Yeah, is there somebody else you would consider there? Like, I don't think Gypsy really has been playing there.
Well, let's
So.
see. Team rosters. Who's the best Sun and Moon?
I think I would put him above I at this point.
I would as well, yeah.
Undead?
Yeah.
I don't know. Like, Undead got watched by, like, I, like, this week. So, I feel
Well,
like
Undead
Undead's,
has like
in the
never
I tier.
has never beat II
Yeah.
in his whole career, so I think you
Yeah,
have to put
so I
II
think
above him.
Sidel is for sure the best in the Sun Moon tier.
Yeah, it's iPro, probably II afterwards, and then Undead maybe. Hard to say
Yeah, I think
at that
that's
point,
fair.
but it's definitely iPro at the top. Aster, if you count him, I don't really count Aster this season, just because
He's only gonna play like 1 or 2 games if he plays at all.
Yeah, there's a reason why he was so inexpensive this season. It's like not in the Mon's mood, just his friends forced him to sign up and that stuff. But yeah, iPro over Aster anyways. I think iPro is definitely more consistent, but it's at least competitive, right?
Didn't like Aster beat like Sidel like in the recent season?
They
so,
went
like,
1-1 in last season.
Yeah. So like
overall.
you could say Sidel is like better, but like I don't think it's a huge like gap or anything. You know, you could make one argument either way.
Aster's my GOAT for sure. One of my favorite teammates of all time. But anyways, this matchup here, Rain versus Water Resist Feeny Ongi. So that could get pressured out, especially when it's also kind of tasked with taking on like maybe an offensive Pelipper. Like you don't have other great switch-ins to that. Like I could see maybe like a Specs Pelipper plus maybe like manual Rain Dance on Swampert. That could be pretty reasonable. Top 3 SM is Zing, Gypsy, and L5. So true. So true. Not biased.
None of you even played that. Like I don't think any of you are playing that like this week either. I don't know what you guys are playing, but
no, we still have Gregulator in.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
But anyways, so interesting teams. Let's go ahead and see the matchup. All right, lead Omastar into Zong. We see a Rocks immediately versus Gyro Ball with a weak armor. So with -1 and the +2, this next Gyro Ball is going to do so much damage. But seeing Rocks makes me think it's going to be Spikes as well, and just try to pressure the Feeny into not defogging. But instead just goes for a Surf, content with trading HP on the Zong instead of getting up Spikes or something like that. I guess maybe it was Rock's Shell Smash, 2 attacks, and you can't really Shell Smash because you'll get another defense drop and die to Gyro Ball. Maybe that's the set. That would make sense if this is what he's clicking.
Did this thing get Endeavor? I don't know what.
I don't think so. He would have clicked it if he had it anyways. Yeah. So gets the Rocks trade and also weakens the Zong in range of the Kyurem. This is a big deal, right? Because now Feeny, Feeny's not even a check to Kyurem because Fusion Bolt. But yeah, there's no Dragon Resist really if you can't go Feeny. And now Outrage gets clicked into the Zeraora, but it's actually Protect Toxic. So able to actually take that Outrage, get some chip on this Kyurem. So pretty nice set into Rain, right? This Protect Toxic, because you're able to stall Rain turns. Now this is a really big full confuse, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
Because he would have killed the Zeraora, and then
now it's still around, and it's like fairly healthy. Well, not like healthy, but like, you know, it's at like a usable range.
It's just a sack fodder at that point. Maybe you can sack something and come in on like a Nidoqueen and get another KO, but like then it's a guessing game between Ice Beam, Fusion Bolt. It's just not worth saving at this point. The main thing is that the Zera would be dead, and that's a big deal.
Maybe you can get another Toxic off on something, or like a hit.
I think it will
if you want to.
Yeah. Can go for a Protect. Scouts the Scarf Superior lock. We know it's going to be Leaf Storm. Like, come on, guys. It actually just dies anyways, so maybe maybe less impactful than I was saying. But the cost is that iPro now has a turn of it's a 1-turn advantage, where instead of the Kyurem getting sacked and then something coming in to have a good matchup, now iPro gets to sack the Zera and now come in with a Pidgeot. And Pidgeot looking pretty good here, not gonna lie. There's a Coco, but the double to Nidoqueen is massive.
So I guess he didn't have a U-turn.
Yeah, probably. Or just doesn't want to U-turn on like Helmet. That would make sense as well. Just make the big double. Now Light Screen on the Sludge Wave and a Taunt on the T-Spikes. If T-Spikes go up, this is really, really crazy here. But prevents that with a Taunt, and then sets the Light Screen with Spadef, Coco, and now Pelipper comes in. It's going to Surf, but the Nidoqueen lives on 13% and sets up the T-Spikes, and yeah, that's going to be a big deal. Fortunately for Nerf, the Misty Terrain here is going to ease that problem for at least a little bit, but eventually that Coco is going to come out, refresh the terrain, and now the whole team's hit by T-Spikes again.
Like Pelipper Scarf, by the way. Like,
yeah.
It's faster than Finny.
By the way, look at this. How many things are on the screen right now? 1, 2, 3,
Rain,
4, 5.
terrain, greens on both sides,
Yeah.
toxic spiked rocks. Yeah, it's a lot.
Yeah, some might call it a sensory overload. Feeny actually lives the wild charge insanely. But Moonblast doesn't kill the Coco either, so like a lot of a nothing turn right there. But now U-turns on the switch to Zygarde, gets the Pelipper in. Could be like a Scarf Ice Beam here. I think he's kind of played like he's Scarf, but iPro has the E-Speed and it's enough to knock it out from 24. Now Swampert comes in, kind of has to go for an Ice Punch here. Will it be enough? Is this weakness policy? No, it's Z. So Devastating Drake only does 68%, but after the poison, this is why the T-Spike is so big. It's going to be an E-Speed range. So Coco going to get sacked to rocks, just trying to stall at these screen turns and try to find a superior angle. I mean, the light screen is going to end here, so potentially Serp could get it done. But here I think it's a really easy win path of just sacking the Feeny to rocks and then just going Pidgeot. There's like no way you can lose. But here, iPro makes a pretty big mistake, I think. Stays in, goes for an E-Speed, dies, and gives the +2. Now, it's up to the Pidgeot if it can live this. If it crits, it'll kill, but he's actually like Spit F Pidgeot or something. Takes only 44%. So he's EV'd for it, but you didn't need to give him that boost. Like, you could have just sacked the Feeny. Super safe play.
I think he definitely reached a crit, like, winning that game there.
Yeah, the only reason why you wouldn't do that, I think, is if your Zera is so slow that it doesn't outspeed Serperior and you can't guarantee that it's Scarf because it outspeds Zera. Like, if you're not confident in that, you don't want to, like, get subbed on. But that's... Sub is just so crazy as well, right? That's not happening.
It's also poisoned, so, like, it's not
and E-Speed breaks sub, too.
Yeah.
So, like,
I think
if that happens, you can still E-Speed the next turn.
He had 2 sacks he could have did before, like, going Pidge, but, you know, he didn't get crit, so...
Yeah, I mean... Sure, he won the game.
All right, I gotta go now. Actually, enjoy the rest of the stream.
Thanks for joining, at least for this part.
Bye.
All right, thanks to doogal. All right. Hold on, I got a DM real quick. Oh, sweet. Cool. All right. So now we have J-Skrf versus Rob Jr. Two good players, I think, overall. How much HP was Nido at? It was at 13. Could have been Custap. That's true as well. It could have been. When I was watching that live, I was thinking maybe it's Custap because he's saving it at 13%. But still, like, yeah. Sup, guys? What's up, J-Skrf? We see a Trevenant in Oras. This is something I've actually seen somewhat regularly as a Trevenant. It's actually low-key a good threat with Trick Room in this meta. As like an offensive Trick Room, like Life Orb endgame thing. And then you also have sets like Citrus Harvest. It's so fire for 2. Yeah, it's a good value mon in Oras specifically. It kind of falls off pretty hard in like the newer gens because it just like there's other better options down there. But here it's really nice. It's really strong, that sort of stuff. We see like a pretty standard guard Rotom Wash kind of thing, but the continuation is a little bit unique, right? There's a Noivern, there's an Empoleon. This is not normal, but still, guard Rotom Wash can never really be too bad. Just two of the best Will-O-Wisp users in the Broken Burn generation, right? Would you say it's a top 5 2-pointer? Some might say that, some might. Speaking of top 5, we do have J-Skrf both in the chat and in the game. Pretty accomplished player in individual tours, has yet to like really make a splash in team tournaments, but I mean, I'm rooting for him. I like watching his games just as a fan, always fun. But then he's facing Rob Jr., my personal GOAT. So epic. So fun matchup here. Really excited for this one. And we're gonna see a Skarm lead into Infernape. So Infernape switches here and Skarm stays in. Usually it's the other way around on that one, but looks to be maybe like an offensive build from J-Skrf if you're willing to just rocks into an Infernape lead. That tells me you're either Okaberry or you're Custap with Sturdy and you want to get up spikes as well. I mean, I'm not too confident in like a spike stack angle here, considering there's double defog. But it's actually taunt here, so taunts the defog. Okay, so it's defog Empoleon and not Noivern, which is a pretty big deal, because you can taunt Empoleon, you can't taunt Noivern. So these hazards are going to be up for now. Nidoking is going to come in on hazards plus the Zapdos hit. It's just going to be a T-Bolt, so Rob Jr. makes the play there. Ice Beams on the Zapdos, it's actually faster, so big HP trade on these guys. But now it doubles into the Rotom, predicting the Infernape. Wow. Actually nice play from Rob there. Really enjoyed that one. Rewarded with a Hydro Pump. What's up, Amy? How we doing? Any life updates? Oh, it's... The Rotom's faster than Zapdos and misses the second Hydro Pump. That's really game altering. That's really, really bad for Rob. Oh man, that sucks, dude. It is Hydro Pump, but like, man, this Zapdos being dead would be so nice. Able to roost with lefties? Yeah, we're back in business. Like, all of a sudden, that HP trade with Nidoking is now absolutely favored for J-Skrelp after you get that roost off. The other thing was way less important. I mean, I'm sure we'll see it. HP Ice is on the Empoleon, but T-Bolt's just going to kill this. Oh, Wakanberry. But now you have to choose between Defog and attacking this. Goes for a Defog. I don't blame him. You have to get those hazards off. But now Empoleon's going to go down. The Zapdos is +2 speed at pretty much full HP. Gonna have to trade HP with the Gardevoir. This is not going to KO the Zapdos in one. Thunderbolt does nothing. Oh my god. So, Guard able to get out of this one alive, but... Man, this is unlucky. You have to basically trade your Guard, which is a massive resource, just to take down the Zapdos, which should have been dead. Man. But now, like I was saying, Trick Room Trevenant is actually a big threat here. It's not Life Orb, but it's Lumberry. So Lumberry with a Harvest, so you can always come in on Will-O-Wisps. Oh, massive, dude. Rock Slide flinches the Noivern? Are you kidding me right meow? So, that's obviously unfortunate for Rob. Yeah, but now Infernape has to come in on Shadow Claw. Pretty safe Shadow Claw. Wash and Nito both revealed Scarf by now. Yeah, for sure. But, I mean, you just earned a free KO by just flinching the Noivern. That sucks. And now Noivern just gonna come in and revenge kill this Trevenant. It's basically dead at that point, so just sack it off. Starmie comes in, gonna take a U-turn, but Rotom Wash can come in on this. And now it's just like kind of a 50-50, right? Because you can either T-Bolt the Starmie, or you can double Noivern on this Garchomp and get a Draco KO. I think HP icing into Garchomp is definitely wrong. If you expect Garchomp, you definitely double. And Rob Jr. is going to make the double to Noivern on this Garchomp switch, but J-Skrelp decides if he goes down to Scarf T-Bolt or something, he's okay with that. But I think maybe if you went down to a Scarf Volt switch, maybe you're quite a bit less happy about that. Because the good thing about dying to T-Bolt is that your Garchomp comes in for free and can trade a KO like immediately with Dragon Claw. But if you die to Volt, that's just not the case. Unless it's Scarf Garchomp. Maybe Scarf Garchomp would lock up the game anyways, but if it's not that set, I think staying in was definitely dangerous. So I think Rob made like the right read. Like, it was what he had to make. And it's actually not Scarf Chomp, as you can see, Nidoking's faster. Like, I think Rob made the right play in the situation, but J-Skrelp just didn't fall for it, I guess. Yeah, Hydro Pump doesn't kill the Garchomp, actually. But I assume that's a Scarf Infernape in the back. You didn't have another Scarfer, right? But if that wasn't Scarf Infernape, maybe that pump could have swept. J-Skrelp, any confirmers or deniers in the chat? You don't have to if you don't want to. Keep it unrevealed if you want, but if it's not Scarf Infernape or like Pasho or something, maybe that Rotom could have reverse swept with the Hydro Pump there. My prep on lock, I get it. It was Infernape at Psychic Berry. Yeah, that's a nice one. So J-Skrelp wins that. And now what's the series at? I think this is 4-2 now for DUI. Yeah, 4-2. So one more win will win the week. but Slime Season's going to try to tie up the series with 2 wins of their own. And so 2 more games to go. And now Apologies versus Jesse504. Now Apologies, I think, is the biggest underpay of the auction, low-key. So really nice to see him play here. And then Jesse504 coming off a really fantastic recent Team Tour season in DCL, if I remember correctly. I think it was DCL. Might have been last DPL, but I'm pretty sure it was DCL. He had a fantastic record. Looked really good in the games as well, so passes the eye test. Yeah, 2 really great players. A Corviknight mirror, which is somewhat rare in SV. But yeah. Let's look at these Terra types. Not even Loki, it just is. Yep. Right, Terra fighting Keldeo, it looks like. Terra fighting Mew. And then Terra fighting Electivire. So we really like Terra fighting in this matchup. I get it, bro. You want to hit the Tinglu harder. The backs, the Meowscarada, all that stuff. I mean, Keldeo's Secret Sword looking like a really massive threat. Especially like once you Terra the Vacuum Wave as well. Like all of a sudden Meowscarada goes from being able to take 1 to no, not at all. So like the only thing that's really threatening Keldeo is this Enamorus, and you have a Corviknight. It's really not that big of a deal. I think this combination of Keldeo plus these 2 to stop the Enamorus is going to be really hard for Apologies to deal with. On the other side, we have Terra Ghost on the Enamorus, which is nice, right? Give you that fighting immunity that you're lacking otherwise. And then other Terra typing, I think it's the Corviknight, which is Terra Flying. Maybe getting rid of those steel weaknesses at some point, but probably just going to be tearing the Enam. Alright, Surf from Blastoise immediately on the Mew switch in. As we see a DD the next turn. Alright, so really aggressive opening from Jesse, just hitting the hard DD. Flare Blitzes to get the Corviknight low. And trades into a Brave Bird. Okay. But now what? Electivire comes in, goes for a bulk up. I'm not too sure about that. You just let Apologies get away with saving his sack fodder there. Because now Enamorus is going to come in. Moonblast Terra's Ghost just in case, but that's Choice Specs is going to knock it out. And now you have that fighting immunity for this Keldeo, potentially. A Body Press immunity for the Corv. I mean, you already 4 times resisted it, so whatever. But I guess tearing Ghost there kind of guards against like Electivire living and going for a Wild Charge or something. You would live, potentially. It's just better than not tearing. Stoice comes in on a knockoff, gets rid of the AV, and then that puts it in range of Thunder. So a really nice sequence from Jesse504, getting himself back into this game. Knocks off the backs, gets rid of the loaded dice. Alright. Darkrai putting in a lot of work with a Citrus Berry to cover these multi-hit moves better. Goes for Hypnosis and misses. Of course, dude. Not everyone can be Kaif. Look, I get it. But now back's going to get that speed boost from Scale Shot. Finish off the Darkrai, and now what? Petrunt's going to come in. I think we low-key could have gone to Petrunt like last turn, but yeah, we could have kept our Darkrai sack, but it's all good in the hood. Goes for Malignant Chain, gets the poison, but now it's just going to be Recover. I don't think Bax can KO the Petrunt, even at +2. Yeah, it's just going to be Recover. Saves the sack on Apology side, so you actually saved multiple sacks, which is going to be really big for this Keldeo endgame. Like, sure, Enamorus is going to claim, but Keldeo's going to claim right back, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, Keldeo comes in. You don't want to stay in with Enam versus Specs Keldeo. Goes for a Surf. Now Meowscarada going to come in and force this out. It's locked into Surf, presumably. Otherwise, you would just rip the Terra and Vacuum Wave, I think. But yeah, it goes into Petch and doubles back to Keldeo. So Jesse making the plays he needs to make. But now Meowscarada can come back in, forces the Terra. Okay, but now actually taking that chip is actually really bad, I think, for Jesse. I think you needed to Vacuum Wave that, but I get it's a hard play to make with both switch-ins covering that. But now Enamorus comes in and just goes for a Terra Blast. I guess no matter what you lock into, yeah, and Enamorus lives Surf anyway, so maybe he was cooked no matter what. But yeah, Apologies just played that really well, saving multiple sacks for that Keldeo sack war. Just playing the safest way possible, really nicely played. Can't lie. I mean, Jesse made some nice predictions as well. That Darkrai knock into Thunder was really fantastic into the Zapdos, really put himself back into that game. But Apologies just slams the door on him. Right, and then the last series deciding game. Now folks, here's a little bit of backstory on this one. So Chinese Pyronox, interesting, right? This is going to be Impulse versus Charmedy is Hopeless. Hopeless won the Baltimore Regional for VGC, so he's a great Pokemon player, but definitely doubles is his jam more than singles. So really interesting to see how well he does in DPL this season. But Impulse, okay, he's a emergency sub for DUI because it's my fault that Pyronox's availability was not updated correctly on the DPL doc, so they couldn't field a legal roster week 1. And since it's my fault and not theirs, I allowed them to pick an undrafted player from the player pool to play week 1 in Pyro's place. So in theory, the power level of the player goes down. So like, it's not like Slime Season has an advantage out of that or anything. Or they do still have an advantage, but DUI doesn't just forfeit a slot. And we actually end up with this very hype Game 8 situation for that. We see a Belly Bolt. A lot of fans of Belly Bolt in the chat, I'm pretty sure. And then we see a Fortress. Can I see my Fortress haters? Roll call. Any Fortress haters in the chat? I hate Fortress so much, man. I love Impulse. Yeah, this guy's super sick. But anyways, this team, like the Conkeldurr, the Belly Bolt, this is definitely like a really cool team. Like, it just looks cool. Bori sucks. Yep. There we are. And then like, yeah, I think the colors are cool. But like Torn plus Meow, that's something that you really don't see very often these days because both of them are pretty early round 1 picks most of the time. But seeing them together, it's really really threatening, right? And then Iron Crown is your steel. I think that's one of the best mid-tier steel types. You see Lando T, fantastic Mon, and then Belly Bolt blanket checks everything. Conk blanket checks everything. I think it's a really well-constructed team. And on the other side, we have Bolt Darkrai, which is one of the combinations you see a lot with Bolt. You see one of like the fast dark types being a Darkrai, Greninja you see a lot, Weavile, that sort of stuff, but Darkrai probably one of the better ones to pair with it. Then you see Iron Moth, just a lot of special offense here. And then you have Ursaluna, which forces BizDev Pokemon with Rocky Helmets just on its own. So you don't really need to spend too many Pokemon slots forcing that kind of prep. I see the vision, right? But you do end up being a little bit weak to AV Mons with this kind of setup. Or like just like Spadef stuff. So I'm expecting to see maybe an AV Lando here. That being said, it is the only rocker. So maybe like Spadef rocks, maybe leftovers protect. I could see that for sure. Just Earthquake and U-turn kind of covers everything here. So maybe that's the set I would bring here. But anyways, we'll see. Terra types. We have Electric on the Raging Bolt. And we have nothing else, it looks like. Then on the other side, we have Poison Conk. We have Ground Torn. Alright. Ground Torn, obviously intending to hit the Iron Moth. Makes a lot of sense. Now Darkrai's going to lead off into the Torn, immediately Terras, gets a knockoff on the Assault Vest. Like I was saying, this team is pretty weak to Assault Vest, so AV Ground Torn aimed at checking this Raging Bolt. I mean, it's going to get knocked off, but it's still going to be a thorn in Hopeless's side. Now Uxie going to come in on this knockoff, used up the Culver Berry. Now Lando's going to come in on this. They're probably going to see a Rocks trade. Yeah, Rocks go up, but I assume this Lando's just going to stand in Rocks. Yeah, that looks like Spadef Lando. Gets Encored though, so ruins the U-turn momentum. No lefties, crucially. So Iron Crown's going to come in. That probably means it's going to be Citrus Lando, all things considered, or Boots, one of those two items. Crown comes in, but we see Ursaluna come in, and then a double to Fortress. What was Fortress expecting here? Ursaluna. I think you just take your Facade Chip, but I guess it wasn't Flame Orb activated yet. Maybe didn't want the Conk to come in, and that's scary. Maybe you want to go Fortress on Conk and get your spin off. Maybe that was the idea, but just stays in, and now we're going to see a Calm Mind on a Pain Split. Fortress not getting a whole lot done here. Kind of a liability. Who could have seen this coming? Another Calm Mind. Now, is this AV Ursaluna? We don't see a Flame Orb proc. It actually is AV. So able to check this Iron Crown, except there's a Shukaberry. So the Ursaluna gonna go down. Now this +2 Iron Crown. Gonna force in the Darkrai to revenge. Goes for a knockoff. And now Meowscarada is going to come in. And this is just going to be a free U-turn, knockoff, any one of those things. U-turns on the Raging Bolt reveals heavy duty boots. But now Torn gets to come in on this. And there's no good Torn switching anymore. Goes for a Terra Electric on Raging Bolt. I mean, no reason not to, I guess. But not going to be impactful at all as the Terror Blast ground comes out. Forge is actually helping the other team as being setup fodder, so fire. Love that, yep. Now Uxie gets the switch in here on the Terror Blast ground, goes for a U-turn, gets the momentum into the Belly Bolt, but it's actually NASCAR Belly Bolt, outspeeding the Raging Bolt, getting a light screen and a Toxic off, and still living the +1 Draco Meteor. It's charged up right now, so it's not even easy to switch into this thing. Can just go for an electric move, guarantee the Bolt to go down after the Toxic. And now, yeah, Uxie's sacked. Probably predicting a slack off so you can encore that, but no such luck. Impulse one step ahead. Darkrai gets the KO, but now Scarf Meowscarada once again in to claim its KO. U-turns on the Raging Bolt sack, and now Conkeldur's going to come in. Now what? Fortress going to come in, but this could be Fire Punch. It is Fire Punch, just knocks out the Fortress. World's Most Useful Fortress, Part 7. Iron Moth going to come in, though. And I think this is AV Conk, right? Yeah, 27%. So, like, double AV here with Torn plus Conk and then Spadef Lando. Like, you see, like, this kind of top 3, it feels nice on paper, but then you pull up to the game, and there's, like, double AV. Like, what are you supposed to do? Especially when your Ursaluna feels forced to be AV yourself. Like, you don't have any physical breaking offense. But here, we see knockoff, and this is big. What's even bigger, though, is this next turn. Morning Sun. Can this Iron Moth get it done? It looks to wall the AV Pokemon here, Conkeldurr. Torn is low, and had its Assault Fist knocked off. Lando's chipped. Meowscarada might not have Power Gem versus this thing. Even if it does, it might not kill. Can Morning Sun again get back up to full? Knockoff, that's a low roll. If you're going to attack, it's now. Goes Meowscarada on the Fiery Dance, but no special attack boost. And I think because of that no special attack boost, this Lando's able to live the Fiery Dance because it's Spadef. Yeah, 48%. So if we do the math right, 48 at +1, divide that by 3 is 16. So if it got +2, it would have done an extra 16%. So that might be a rounding thing. Like, it might be like a really close roll. But because there's no boost on that last one, Lando is going to live. It's going to get its Citrus Berry. And it's able to Earthquake this Iron Moth. Saves the game for Impulse. And now Darkrai is going to come in. But this Conk, if it didn't have Earthquake, it's definitely going to have Mach Punch. You know what I mean? So, does come in. Able to Revenge Kill Darkrai. And Impulse actually wins the week for drafting under the influence. Absolute cinema. A Citrus Berry is like a Senzu Bean if you think about it. I don't know what a Senzu Bean really is. Maybe some explanation there, but I'm sure you're right somewhere. God, Belly Bolt could have killed depending on the rounding. Yeah, shout out J Ricky. Hey, where's the shout out to J Ricky for Citrus? I mean, I know you guys got my back there, but I guess I'll say it as well. Shout out to J Ricky for the Citrus Berry. We so beaning right now. What does that mean, Saulo? What are we on about? Anyways, folks, we have 27 likes. Can we get up to 30 likes for that series? That was a really great series there. DUI versus Slime season. Can we get 30 likes? Guys, for the algorithm, we got to do it. Yo, L5, what can we get when we hit that member goal? I don't know. Something. What do you guys want? And I'm planning on doing these DPL watch party streams every Tuesday. Is there anything else you guys would want as like a sub goal, member goal? Have any ideas? Let me know. Oh, that's week 2. Alright, we have Pardon the Eruption versus Trick of Eye. This would be an interesting one. Where's game 1? Game 1 is going to be Sablo. Let me close the last series. Taco Supreme. We could do like a pizza party watching viewer stuff. Yeah, go build mocks for our 7 teammates. So true. Game 3, Joshua. Game 4, Paddocks. Game 5 is Glop. 6 is Josh. Game 7, Wagon Fruit. And then the Game 8, Fagos. Yep. Anyways. Okay, we see a Polyrath. That's so rare, guys. The rare Polyrath versus the not quite as rare, but still uncommon Sableye Talon. Oh yeah, time for Wagon Fruit. Oh yeah, yep, that guy might be the GOAT. Hey, we hit 31 likes. Swag. 31's my favorite number. Sick. But yeah, Hunter Z Infected versus Sablo. These are some really old players. Like these, they've been around for forever. Hunter Z Infected was on my winning team in Season 4. Sablo, I think, won the chip in Season 5, if I remember correctly, but that was a long time ago at this point. Weird favorite number? I mean, pick a real number like 13. No, I gotta switch it, you see? But anyways. Yeah, so both of these players are DPL champions. Been around for forever, so it should be a good game. It's Season 6, ya dingus. Was that the Trick of Eye one? My bad. I mean, it's the same thing. It was a long time ago. I think Season 6 was like 3 years ago. Season 4 was like 2020, like 5 years ago. Yeah, big stuff. Anyways, Sableye Talon with a Cloyster. This will be pretty big. Yeah, they're all ancient anyways. Yep, this guy gets it. We see a Jirachi lead into Thundurus. Could potentially just rock on this thing. But instead we see an Ice Punch is faster. Could be Scarf or it could just be a bulky Thundurus. We don't know yet. Ice Punch is again. And another Discharge is clicked. Do we see a Para? We do see a Para. Alright, so this Thundurus can stand if it wants. But instead doubles to Mew on the Garchomp. Really good play there from Sablo. And now Scalds into the Clefable. Gets a crit, pretty relevant, but now Nasty Plot comes out on a Flamethrower, predicting the Excadrill. Alright, this Mew is all of a sudden a massive threat. Goes for a Sludge Bomb, nearly KOs the Clefable. So a really big chip here. Now Mew can just go for a safe Scald now. And what's revenging this Mew? At 58, it's going to be able to take this Earthquake. It's actually so bulky versus this Garchomp. Looks to be like Fizdef. Yeah, because that's an offensive Chomp, and it only did 32. It goes for the Scald, gets the burn. Shout out to Oras. And now this Mew is looking in prime position, I'm not going to lie. Another Scald going to put it in burn range. And now is what's killing the Mew? Scarf, potentially? Cloyster, maybe it's just faster. But gets 5 hits and doesn't even KO. It actually dies to a Sludge Bomb. Don't want to let the Cloyster set up, so makes sense why no Roost. If we get a member goal, you should drop the best performing player on ZFG for a random subscriber during mids. Not gonna happen, buddy. Sorry to break your bubble. But yeah. Now Flare Blitz gonna finally KO the Mew, but I think the damage has well and truly been done. We see T-Tar's unnerved, so implies a Mold Breaker Excadrill. Makes sense to get Rocks up versus Sableye. One of the only Pokemon that can actually do that. But now T-Tar's gonna come in. Just goes hard Excadrill on the Sableye on a Will-O-Wisp turn, but you can just go for Rocks to limit this Talonflame. I think Rocks is definitely the play here, but goes for Toxic instead, also pretty reasonable. Forced out here, of course, into the Poliwrath. Takes the Flare Blitz, would die to the Brave Bird follow-up, but I think that's banded, right? 28 into Poliwrath seems like a lot, so can't actually switch moves. Goes for a Scald into the Sableye. No burn, but no problem. Just go Excadrill, get the Rocks up, and then Talonflame can't switch in anymore. Yep, there's the Rocks. Probably should have done that last time, but all's well. Now Whimsicott comes in. Talonflame can't switch in because of Rocks, and now Moonblast. Just gonna 2-hit KO this. Worst case would be like what's it called? A Metal Burst here to KO the Whimsicott, but then I think T-Tar, Thundurus both could have KO'd from that range. All good. We get the member goal. Marshy gets banned. Trade Gypsy for Hacker. Guys, something realistic, please. And now Encore's the Talonflame into Roost. Is this not banded? You're telling me it just does 28 with Flare Blitz to Poliwrath raw? No way, right? That's got to be banded Roost, right? Encore ends. It wasn't banded. So it's just like maybe charcoal or something? I don't know, man. Maybe it's just like not bulky Polyrath, but that doesn't make sense. I don't know, really strange stuff there. Can't figure out that Talonflame. But yeah, Sablo does come out with the win there. Pretty good stuff. Yo, my music. Okay, it is playing. Just between stuff. If we get member goal, you pick up McMuffin at mids. Okay, guys, nothing involving my DPL roster, please. Anyways, this is going to be a hype matchup. We have two of the best Sun and Moon players in the pool. II versus Undead. McMuffin is cooking in Emerald Open. Yo, Emerald Open is not real, I'll be completely honest. Like, it's a fun thing, but like in terms of like, oh, he's doing well in EO, so he must be a good player. I don't know about that. Not saying McMuffin's bad or anything, but you make a video on Terrahydrapple Crest Porygon 2. I mean, I'm down to make a Terrahydrapple video. Actually, Loki was planning on it for DCL, but I just never got around to it, I guess. Or not for DCL, for World Cup. You discrediting my EO win against Ice Demon Gray? I mean, hey, who's to say? Who's to say? I'm gonna go big time off that win. So true, so true. Alright, so this game here, we see like this Mega B kind of thing versus... This is like a really fat team from Undead. I kind of like this. You have the Quillfish for the B and the Scizor. You have Tangrowth to like kind of blanket check a lot of guys like the Xurkitree, the Empoleon, and the Hydreigon with an AV set. And then like at that point your threat list becomes Torn, which is covered pretty well like by Zeraora. I think he has a really good defensive matchup, Undead. The problem is you have to break the opponent back, right? So Garchomp does have to get through stuff like the Donphan, Icy Wind Torn, stuff like that. Diancie is a pretty good threat, so I think matchup does go to Undead for this one. Add VGC Little Cup in Gen 3 to the next DPL if we hit a membership goal. I'll do that if we hit 1 million members, bro. That would be so fire. Anyways, we see a lead Hydreigon from II versus lead Garchomp, so double dragon lead. Not willing to risk the Scarf Hydreigon. Whoa. So you stayed in with Hydreigon even though you're not Scarf. So probably going to be Habanberry Hydreigon then. That's the only way that turn 1 makes sense to me. Undead gonna, I think, pretty reasonably assume this is going to be Scarf Hydreigon from that turn 1 and going to go for Rocks. But gets punished by a Flash Cannon there. Now can Mega and go for a free Moonblast, but Empoleon gets to switch in here and immediately defog. Yeah, so this Diancie is basically dead at this point, 8%, and that's your rocker. It's going to be really hard to get rocks back up. Now Torn comes in on the Tangrowth, but a nice double into Zeraora. Really nice play. Now knockoffs into the Z Torn. So a really aggressive stay-in from II, but I guess you're never going to electric move into the Donphan there, is the idea. I mean, it worked out, right? Beedrill comes in, goes for a U-turn on the Quillfish, probably going to see Helmet. We don't see Helmet. Interesting. So what's the Quillfish item? Could be Iapapa Berry. AV Tangrowth gonna snack up this Hydreigon hit, like I was saying in the preview. Torn comes in on the Rock Tomb, but it should just be a free U-turn. Like, there's not really a whole lot Undead can do about it. He does go Garchomp, so at least the U-turn is punished a little bit by the Rough Skin. Not going to reach into full, but again, you get this Hydreigon matchup in the lead slot, but correctly goes Diancie on the Draco and gets Rocks up. That's going to be pretty big, because it's going to be hard for this Empoleon to defog at this point. I say that, but also it can come in on stuff like the Tangrowth and the Quillfish. But here, a Brick Break is clicked. And a Flamethrower and a Draco is doing a lot of damage, so HP trade on this Hydreigon for the Tangrowth, but it is regenable, right? Quillfish going to come in on another Draco. Whoa. I don't think we can sack our Quillfish there, guys. I don't think we could do that, because look at the B now. Beedrill is looking really scary, especially now if you allow a defog. Oh, the B is going to be crazy, dude. Oh, it's Shukaberry and Empoleon, so it's always getting the defog off no matter what. I think you can't really stop that. But still, like, this sequence, the Quillfish is low. I guess rocks go back up because they're double rocks, never mind. So maybe it can be done. Alright, Hydreigon comes in, last rock switch in, gonna KO the Tangrowth though. And now what? Zeraora comes in, it's gonna outspeed, go for a knockoff, pretty simple stuff. But now what? Beedrill comes in, takes rocks, but it is gonna force this out with the threat of P-Jab. Can't just go for a U-turn. No helmet on Chomp, right? We already revealed that. Really interesting, no helmets versus Mega B. That's really strange, I think. But Donphan comes in, gonna get U-turned on my Scizor. Looks to be Choice Banded Scizor versus bulky Donphan if I had to guess. And Fire Fangs into a Quillfish. So the Quillfish wasn't Iapapa, it wasn't Rocky Helmet. What are you? Maybe Shukaberry? I don't know, man. But yeah, another U-turn from this B. Catches the Scizor on the switch in, and now Torn gets to come in. Can just pop the Z here for big chip on Zeraora. Yeah, really guaranteed. 48's a lot, man. Now Empoleon Sack is pretty comfortable. Can just go Xurkitree after, I think. Or you can go B, either one, yeah. Go B. And you just U-turn. Yeah, you don't care if this dies to rocks, because if the switch comes out, your Torn's getting a KO with Heat Wave. So it's just a checkmate situation. And now Scizor comes in, has to dodge like multiple Heat Waves. I guess not multiple, just one would have been enough. But then Xurkitree in the back also takes Bullet Punch with ease. And that thing has a lot of special attack, I don't know if you're aware. So T-Bolt would have been able to finish that one up. But yeah, really good game from II. I think really kind of shut the door on Undead at several places. Kind of his own undoing though. Letting the Quillfish take that chip was really, really bad, I think. But also just not being helmet on anything was really strange, I think. You usually want to see like helmets versus stuff like the Mega B. Yeah. Weird prep, I think, but II comes out with the win. Alright, and that's 2-0 for Trick of Eye now. Going up 2-0 in the series, really big. Mega B, best Mega? I don't know about best Mega, but it's certainly good in Sun and Moon at least. Alright, now we have Volt Ninja versus Joshua. I think these are two relatively new players in terms of like big team tours. Right, Joshua has seen some success in the past, but not a largest sample size of all time, right? Volt Ninja, though, I think this is big. This is his first like big tournament, so big. Is his first game in that tournament as well. So I have to imagine the nerves are going to be pretty big for this guy. That being said, he has a pretty cool team. I do like Clefable and SV. I think it's kind of slept on at the moment. Like look at it here, Double Dragon, Zarude, and then the Steel is Fortress. So like just Moonblast, Flamethrower. There is a G-King, which is kind of annoying for it, but you can knock that off. You can Calm Mind on it low-key. Like, Clefable looks really, really nice here, I'm not going to lie. You see the Meowscarada Urshifu Rapid, plus Iron Treads, plus Latios. This is like kind of the off-brand version of the Meow Urshifu Terrapagos Latios that my team was spamming last DCL. This is like... if you went to like Facebook Marketplace, it's kind of like you would find stuff like this. Is the Terra Clef worth? Well, the main thing about Clef is that it's a fairy type that actually works as a fairy type, which is really rare in SV. Like the best fairy types in SV are Enamorous and Iron Valiant, two offensive guys. So you don't have a lot of options for bulky fairy types, and that's kind of the reason why these dark types and dragon types are kind of running the format at the moment. But Clefable is something that's kind of anti-meta in that sense, right? Because we see dark spam everywhere, right? Zarude here, we see a lot of double dark. Yeah, I'm also using it in BBR. I'm also quite impressed with it. But also stuff like this, double dragon, it's obviously not common, but you do see it from time to time. So having that extra tool in your toolbox is pretty nice. Anyways, on the other side we see a Fortress team, so I must root against them. All right. Terra types, we see Terra Fire on the Urshifu. That's new. Is it actually Terra Clef? No way, it's Terra Clef, right? I guess it's Terra Clef. I mean, you're not going to see it clicked, I'm pretty sure. But yeah, Terra Fire on both, and then Terra Grass on the Zarude. So just getting that boost to Power Whip damage. Wants to get that nuke into like an Urshifu, but it's Terra Fire, one step ahead. Clef also has H-Wish, yeah. so big. It's not quite as good as Latios in terms of like getting the H-Wish off reliably, but it can do the job. Other Terra types, I think it's just going to be Zarude Grass. Alright, Typhlosion leads off in a Fortress, world's best Fortress lead. Gonna see an Eruption immediately, but Slowking able to eat that one, 48%, that's max Spadef. Wow, Slowking is so bulky, guys. But now, Clef double in on the Fortress, and you know it's going to have Flamethrower. Oh, but the Rocks is actually a raw play. I like that a lot. Punishes the Slowking switch, and now Treads comes in on a Chilly Reception. Now Fortress going to come in. I'll just see Typhlosion come back in, yeah, as we do. But now Rocks are up. So if this G-King is not Boots, it's going to get to it KO'd by Eruption. That's exactly what's going to happen. Oh, but it's Citrus Berry. Shout out to J. Ricky, the one-time switch in to him, Eruption. But if we were Boots, we would have just switched in normally, you know. But hey, I'm not here to critique that. I mean, Citrus Berry. We love to see it. Now, correct call with the spin block in the Mismagius, and now Fortress on the Iron Head. So get some Rocky Helmet chip, I guess. But I mean, you're still gonna trade spins at the end of the day, right? There's no spin block on Volt Ninja's side. Is J. Ricky ensuring adequate Citrus Berries on ZFG? Have we run that many Citrus Berries yet? I don't think we have. We went over the series earlier in the stream in pretty big detail with doogal. I'm trying to remember if we had any Citrus Berries at all. I know we had some in Mox, but I think we changed a lot of those sets. Yeah. I don't think we had that many Citrus Berries. Either way, Rocky Helmet Clef. I actually love this set into this team. Really good stuff. He's being silenced. Justice for J. Ricky. Yeah, I don't think we ran a single one. I think Gypsy had some in his earlier mock builds, but that was changed pretty quick. Either way, Mismagius comes in here. Gonna go for a Shadow Ball, but this Iron Tread's gonna be able to take that pretty well. Maybe Assault Vest into offensive Mismagius, or it's just like max HP into a bulky Mismag. Who's to say? But here, Meowscarada comes in. Should just be a KO with a knockoff here. You don't want to get your Zarude item knocked off, so I'm not going to be switching in on that. So it's like the threat of U-turn, right? Interesting, we reveal not to be choiced on our Meowscarada just for free. I'm going to give that information. It would have been cool, I think, to just knock again, pretend that you're Scarf, and then maybe the Roaring Moon tries to set up on you, be able to get off a massive play rough or U-turn or something like that. I think that might have been the play, right? Maybe that just needlessly risks your Masquerada, but like, you have a high HP Clef, it's pretty likely that the Moon is going to predict that. Oh no. He's unaware Clef. He just took rocks. I get it though. I get it in this matchup. Alluring Voice as well. This guy really hates setup, I guess. But thanks to the Terra Grass, this is going to be a 2-hit KO on this Clef. Now, I think that Clef could have gotten a lot more done, low-key. Why is it dead? Typhlosion is going to come in here. He took rocks, yes. That's weird. I don't think he really needed Unaware, but I do get it, right? Bulk up Zarude, DD Moon, DD Backs. Like, I understand, but I also understand the helmet. So, yeah, but you're not spinning versus Mismagius. Like, it can just be Culverberry and spin block your Treads for a very long time. I mean, this is going to be the last spin block opportunity, but in terms of, like, prep-wise, you would assume the spin is not going to come off if Joshua doesn't want it to. Big Shadow Ball chip onto the Urshifu. We don't see, like, a Aqua Jet or anything like that. Now Zarude's going to come in. We can Terra Fire in front of this and live the Petal Blizzard. So I'm not sure why this was... Oh, Bulk Up is for sure wrong. Because now a knockoff's coming out. Yeah, you just needed to, like, Drain Punch or something. But at that point, it's kind of cooked, right? You go Typhlosion, probably going to be Scarf. You're in Blaze now, so Flamethrower is going to do a lot of damage. Might even 2-hit KO this G-King at this point. Yeah, barely does. So, shout out to Blaze Typhlosion. Flamethrower is the Moon. Is it Scarf Moon? It is Scarf Moon. And Outrage is just going to clean this one up. Yeah, Tread's not able to take that at 16%, not even close. That Clefable did not that much compared to what I've seen it doing in Gen 8 OU. I mean, I think it could have been played better, if I'm being completely honest. It's a really good Clefable matchup, though. Hold up. DD Latios? And we DD again for no reason. I mean, the reason would be if you're like Covert Cloak recover, but no, we're just Earthquake and we're just going to put ourselves in shard range just for fun. I don't think we needed +3. I think +2 would have been just fine. But yeah, Ice Shard gonna knock it out. Swag. And Joshua wins that one. I mean, he deserved it. He played better. Oh, he calc shook it even though it was Citrus. Oh, this guy. Boo. Do we win the game if that worked? I think it depends on if Outrage kills Zarude, right? Which it would have been at 70. Like, surely +2 Outrage kills at 70, right? Surely. It's gotta, right? There's no way it's Fizdef. Yeah, I think +2 with Yachi intact would have... Oh, Scale Shot? Oh, no. You can't be Scale Shot, no. You have to be Outrage here. Outrage would have won, but if he Scale Shot, then yeah. Well, I guess there's a choke option, right? Or if he goes backs first, before the defense drops, then he can lose, right? To like 4 hits on Zarude. I don't know. It's a hypothetical for a set that didn't come. We're just gonna move on. Alright. Alright. Now we have Skyhorse versus Paddocks. Paddocks was my teammate in DCL. He went 0-3, but he was a great teammate. I think all of his games were close, so I still respect him as a player quite a lot. And Skyhorse, someone who has been like historically giga losing in the past few years. So kind of a game of redemption between these two players. Like both of them really want to shake off that those losses recently and get back to their winning ways. Skyhorse's winning ways are quite a bit longer time away than Paddocks though. But yeah, second part of the famed Skyhorse Sablo core. I mean, Sablo performed in his game. I think Sablo played quite well in week 1. So maybe Skyhorse can do the same. I think that's the German custom avatar that's so fire. Yeah, Paddocks is German. Thankfully, this player did not change his build. Whew. Good stuff. Alright, let's look at the game. Lando T leads off into Nidoking, so 2 ground types leading. Both of them can kind of one-shot each other, so it's a really volatile lead. Paddocks gonna switch out and go Torn. It's the knockoff on Helmet Diancie, but Iron Tail could come out here. No, just goes for a Toxic instead. So Rocks go up, but it's an immediate defog. Why did the Torn force out the Diancie? That's what I want to know. And it looks like Buzzwole is going to switch into Melmetal pretty comfortably. Can't just roost all this off. But now this gives a free Thunderous. Threatens Psychic. We go hard Nidoking? Hold up. That doesn't seem right. Why did that work? Why did that work? Okay, Thunderous versus Buzzwole. You would assume Psychic is coming out, right? What series have you covered so far? We started out with ZFG versus Dino Crisis, and we had Doogal in the call for that. And then after that, we did your series with DUI versus Slime Season. And now we're about halfway through the Trick of Eye versus Pardon the Eruption series. He's just better. He knew the knock was coming. Knock is there trying to snipe the Jirachi, which I guess would be the reasonable play. Like if I were Paddocks, I'd definitely go Jirachi here. So I guess that play would have worked on me. But Paddocks one step ahead, I guess. And now Psychic, he's able to live that with like a very bulky Nidoking. But because he's so bulky, Ice Beam does nothing back. And now Psychic's again on the pivot to Torn. And now U-turn. This is a lot of switching from Paddocks, just taking more damage. Volson and Nidoking, do we see the same play again? We see Torn again on the Psychic. Oh, he's just in his head. And now a knockoff is coming for sure. Yeah, this is no stab torn. It's just knock and U-turn with toxic defog. So definitely more utility focused on a team like this, where you're trying to like just slow burn. Like it's bulky Nidoking, it's bulky Buzzwole. Oh, the rocks are so big. Being able to get rocks up with your 21% Nidoking is such a massive play from Paddocks. Alright, see you when you're done, iPro. Torn, my favorite dark type, so true. But eventually this Weavile is going to find its way in, force a KO now that DNC's chipped. And now Buzzwole's going to come in on a missed Toxic. That's a little bit annoying for Skyhorse, but next Toxic is going to hit. And now Protect with no leftovers. Probably going to be like Punching Glove, right? Or not Punching Glove, but Protective Pads into Helmet Buzzwole. I'm pretty sure that's going to be what we're seeing here, right? DNC again going to come in on the knockoff, but it's just a U-turn here into Jirachi. Paddock's really not too punished by this DNC coming in. Doesn't see it as a problem. Pads, yeah. Makes sense. Mystical Fire is going to do a little bit of chip to Jirachi, but Spadef Jirachi is such a beast, honestly. I think people need to use sets like this a lot more. Just bulky Spadef. Alright, subs up. Able to stay in now on the Melmetal. Goes for a Thunder and misses. A little bit unfortunate, but that was low-key bouncing off anyways. Buzzwole is going to come in on this Earthquake. Oh, you really needed to bash there. That was your opportunity, because now the Trick Room's ending and the Buzzwole can heal. Like, that was your... Oh, a Protect. Huh? Why are we protecting? That was definitely a Roost turn. But I guess you're worried about flinches. But no, I don't think you protect there as the Buzzwole. That was weird. Now Calm Mind Lando, shout out to Tails, gets knocked off, and a Sludge Wave crit only does 69%. Nice. U-turns out of there for regen, and Buzzwole's gonna get sacked now. I guess it's too low HP to check Melmetal anyways. So maybe if the Trick Room Slowbro can go off here and gets a switch in a Melmetal, that could be dangerous. Yeah, if it is Trick Room Slowbro, I'm not sure if it will be. Yeah, Calm Mind Lando should just die to Surf, yeah. Most Feenies in Swish are offensive, especially versus a team like this, so definitely dying. Why are you using a special Lando when it has 145 attack? That's what I'm saying. Like, I see way too many Calm Mind Landos in my day. And by too many, I mean more than 0. Clouds, have you seen Wagon Gaming yet? We have not seen Wagon yet. He's coming up. I think Wagon's in like a few games. Now peep these EVs. I'm peeping them. Calm Minds on the Scald. Misty Terrain's up so you can't burn. And that's never going to break a sub. Yeah, so it's sub Calm Mind, Spadef. Really cool set. I like this a lot. And then Thunder, probably, yeah, Psychic. Makes sense. Goes for the guaranteed Psychic to a KO rather than, you know, Thunder, which could miss twice. A pretty reasonable set. You don't really need to preserve your sub for anything. The Crobat's Infiltrator, potentially. And the Slowbro, you just sub on it again. So yeah, pretty safe Psychic there. Crobat is going to have Crunch, which is going to kill the Jirachi at that point, but trading for the Melmetal, which was the last major threat, right? And now knock off into Slowbro. It is Culver Berry, so it can switch out, or switch in on it. The Black-White OU set, mostly used with Politoed. It's also an ADV set, right? So that kind of set has been used quite a bit across the gens. Now Brave Crobat into Boots Weavile doesn't quite KO, and threatens the Ice Shard. Slowbro gonna switch in. Game's not over. Feeny can come in on this, but oh, no teleport. I think he really needed to teleport back into the bat, maybe. Oh, but the bat's dead to rocks. You can't. Oh no, so the game is over. Wait, that was Banded Feeny with Trick? That's actually super funny. Why not Specs? Why not Specs Trick? Yeah, why not Specs Trick? Why are you Banded? Oh no, that's it. I got it wrong. Yeah, it was Scarf and it tricked the Crobat. I get it. Yeah, you're gonna say it in chat now. I get it. I just hovered over and it said was choice band. Like, forgive me, bro. Forgive me. Right. Weavile able to clean that one up, and Paddocks gets himself in the win column again. Shout out to him. And Skyhorse, it was close, but no cigar. Pleased with Paddock's play. Yeah, I think he played pretty reasonably. The prep was really nice. Had some techs hit. Can't complain too much if you're Paddock's teammate. Alright, now we have Glop versus King of Crook. Alright. Now, remember, I did a whole stream about this, but Coco, D-Knight, and Victini, those teams, this low-key feels like a I can fix her type of thing. We just made the D-Knight a Hydreigon and moved on. It's so funny to me. But, I mean, for all the reasons that you might think, Coco plus Victini is so good on paper, it's really an anomaly that it's been losing so much. Chat, I did fix her. Yippee. Victini avatar is so base. Yeah, it's a really cool custom. I like this a lot. I assume it's a custom. If this is just a regular thing, everyone needs to be running this. It's so drippy. But yeah, I assume it's a custom. Yeah, it is a custom. Okay. But yeah, it actually does. It goes so hard with this team, for real. RBTT3 random battle tour. Yeah, that would be it. I think Yurdunk was playing in that too, right? But anyways, yeah, we see a Swampert. I do like Swampert in Gen 8. I think it's quite good. And then Hydreigon as well. I think a lot of people are sleeping on Hydreigon at the moment. It's kind of like shot down on the draft board in terms of like pricing, where it's actually like really affordable right now. Really nice for the price in Swish. You won your 3rd RBTT this year. Congrats, man. And then Mienshao. I'm still not a fan of Mienshao, unfortunately. And then Corviknight. I've kind of like warmed up to Gen 8 Corviknight. I think it's not as bad as maybe I thought initially, but I still don't think it's fantastic. Anyways, on the other side, we see a Kyurem. We see a Silvally. I think Silvally is really, really good in Gen 8. Really cool stuff. You basically have a Terramon on your thing. So like people who have gotten a lot better at SD, those skills are actually transferable to Silvally teams in Gen 8, which is actually a really cool thing. And then what else here? Like Cobalion is the steal. It's a little bit wonky towards like the middle, right? But yeah, some cool stuff. All right, let's look at the team. Or look at the game, rather. Coco lead into Kyurem. We see the Electric Surge goes before the pressure, so it's not Scarf Kyurem. Safe Volt Switch there. Into Mienshao, a critical hit, but that's definitely AV, right? Has to be AV. And we double into Victini, not willing to take the static turn, but it actually pressure Zapdos. So next time the U-turn is going to be free. You get a free blue flare here into the Crook. Looks to be Assault Vest or like very, very bulky. Goes for a knockoff into the Corviknight, gets that Rocky Helmet chip, and now a U-turn is probably coming. Now that you know it's not static Zapdos, you can click it for free. And now, yeah, Swampert's going to come in for rocks, and what are you going to do? Is go hard Starmie? No, you're going to go Kyurem. But these rocks are going to be really big. Goes for Draco. Wow, that did a lot of damage to Swampert. Damn. Goes for a flip turn, and Victini comes in. We're probably just going to see another blue flare here. I don't see why not. Yeah, it goes into Crook. It gets burned, but yeah, it is AV and it's outsped. No problem. I feel like they trolled Quinn with this team. It just looks bad. Yeah, maybe. Alright, Surf is just going to knock out the Victini. Surely we just sack our Swampert or something. But I guess you were predicting a spin there. Yeah, you're definitely predicting a spin if you stay in. Maybe you just didn't expect the Surf to KO. Maybe it's Spec Starmie. Because the water resists are pretty poor here. I could see it. I mean, you'll know, right? Need to pressure spin, only Specs KOs. Okay, yeah, if you lived normally, like non-Specs, then that's a perfectly reasonable play. Alright, now Silvally Ground comes in. Able to check the Coco. Teeny not needed anymore? Yeah, of course. I mean, it would be nice to have, but it's not needed. Yeah, you're right. Dark Pulses into the Zapdos. That doesn't do a whole lot, but a U-turn is clicked instead. So that damage is going to stick. Cobalion comes in, and now a Sword Stance on the Swampert sack. Really nice stuff. But now a Custap Berry. Huge chip on the Cobalion. Really nice Custap save. And now what? It's going to be in range of Coco now. This is why we don't sack. Yeah, I just didn't have the info. That's all it is. Alright, Dazzling Gleam into the Silvally. Another Dazzling Gleam is really brave, I think. The Dragon Claw, though, kind of an insane play. I really expected the Hydreigon to come in, I guess. Yeah, that's kind of just a hard read, though. Like, I think if you switch this to Corv, right? Hydreigon just never comes out here. You read him there? For sure, yeah. You were totally expecting the Dragon Claw. The swap was obvious, but I think Corv was the switch that was obvious, not Hydreigon. But hey, to each their own. This time you go Hydreigon on a Flame Charge. He's just too good, man. This is why he's the best switch in the tier. Is our Scarf Hydreigon slower than Silvally? Now answer the question. Is our Scarf Hydreigon slower than Silvally? Or is it like not Scarf? Not Scarf? Okay, sure. Either way, Corv can come in at 17. This is why I thought you'd just go Corv, right? What does it do back? Instead we sack our Hydreigon for fun. Like, sure the crit, but you didn't need to do that, you know? Let me explain? No. Okay, sure, go ahead, explain. You know, if you want to explain in call, you can join the VC if you really want. Just let me know. You need Hydreigon in to keep out Kyurem. It's Ice Beam Draco Meteor. Otherwise it gets a KO. So you're worried about Corv coming in on U-turn to Kyurem? But your Mienshao is like healed up from regen now, right? I guess, no, you just got that now, so yeah. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. I see the vision. Alright, now Coco comes in. Zapdos comes in. It's gonna live any hit, but Taunt is actually a really nice click here. Reveals that one, and now, yeah. Zapdos is completely cooked. Everything loses to Coco now. Kyurem is taking rocks because it's Specs. You can just Dazzle Gleam this, and yeah. You T-Bolt the last remaining two, and the game's over. I think technically you Volt Switch, yeah. Just in case it's like randomly bulky and lives T-Bolt out of terrain. You just reset the terrain. Yep. Dies to CC is crazy. Shout out to Mienshao. But yeah, Coco able to clean that one up. This is why Glop is the Switch player, not you, SMH. Yep. I mean, well played from Glop, all things considered. And now what's the series score? We have Sablo 1. Alright, so that's 2 for Trick of Eye. 3 for Trick of Eye, or is Josh on the other team? I don't remember. I think Volt Ninja's on Toe, right? Oh no, Volt Ninja's on Pardon. So that's 3-0 for Trick of Eye in the opening. And then PTE comes back with Paddox and Glop. So now it's 3-2 for Trick of Eye. Free matchup, they benched a Vileplume, LOL. Otherwise, Coco wouldn't have run them over. Let's Teeny hits off more, though. Yeah, it's like a lose-lose. That's the main problem with Vileplume in like these modern gens. It does get taken advantage of by a lot of big threats. But it does like hard wall other ones. So it's like, is it worth it? Who's to say? Alright, now we have Ace Trainer Josh, Joshua, Josh the Turtwig, all the aliases, versus Low QP. Two very storied players from like way back in the day. And yeah, it should be a fantastic game. Like, I really respect both these players. They always show up in tournaments, so this is a really hype matchup, I'm not gonna lie. Oh, you see this like Gardevoir Skarm thing with a Thundy? Like, you see this trio a lot, but usually there's a second Steel on here, and there's like an Uxie or something like that. But here, no such thing. Like, the ending of this draft is like a little bit weird for me. Like, Terrakion, Suicune, Nidoking, I think doesn't quite fit the structure that they went for in the first 3 rounds, but it's all good. This whole series is you calling everyone Unk the whole time. Hey, I'm right there with them. Can't lie. Yo, this is a Terrakion mirror in 2025. Yo, who had that on their bingo cards? But anyways. I think in terms of like conventionally good, I want to say Loki-P's team is a little bit better in like the Oras metagame. Me, shout out to Sablo. But there's a Mega Guard, so there's always a way. Alright, Mega Guard gonna lead off into the Terrakion. Doesn't want to stay in on like a banded Stone Edge, as that would just knock it out most of the time. Gets a Rock Slide and a Nidoking and taunts the rocks. Pretty big stuff, and now rocks are going up, so it's just a lead. Probably Sash Terrakion, something like that. And Poison Fang Nidoqueen, that's definitely new. Fishing for a poison, but no such luck. And now Earthquake, not going to KO, actually, does not get the roll, and so rocks go up. I think if we're committing to Poison Fanging Terrakion, I think you could have just taunted again to be safe. But sure, rocks trade, whatever. Suicune gonna come in. This Terrakion is putting in mad overtime. Got rocks up, big chip on multiple Pokemon. Yeah, Suicune's gonna go down to really low HP. Yeah, this Terrakion went insane. Yo. Alright, Poison Fanging a Boulder. It's so true. Now Jirachi's gonna come in. Can't just go for a T-Bolt. T-Bolt Psychic looks like really strong coverage here. Terrakion's gonna come in, but does this even force it out? I guess it does. You have a Lando T, which is a really nice switch in to like banded CC. Doesn't look to be banded, only 25%. Yeah, that's Life Orb though. Life Orb HP Ice, yeah, of course it's going to come out, but Citrus Berry Lando able to take that, stay out of Rock's range, go for a Rock Polish. Really nice Rock Polish, I like that a lot. Now, do we see a Smackdown or a Gravity here? No, we just see an Earthquake. I mean, maybe a little bit too much to ask for, right? Oh, but Pursuit Scarm as the only attack is so funny, as the Gravity is set up the next turn. Okay, it has Brave Bird. But yeah, Scarm gonna go down to 1 HP, dead to Rocks. Whimsicott comes in and doubles out to Jirachi. I'm not really sure why we did that, but sure. This person was an on drugs play for sure, yeah. CC, now that he knows it's not, Choice Band is not going to KO the Jirachi, able to take that HP trade, but now that does open up the Mega Gardevoir here, but that Mega is not activated yet, so it is slower than Kyurem at this point. You only really get the Mega off versus Sableye, but the Sableye is going to come out here. You see a Nasty Plot Thunders, but knock, that's offensive Sableye, oh my god. Really cool set from Loki-P. And now this Gardevoir is going to have to take a Shadow Sneak. It's just going to do only 49%, so that's a very bulky Gardevoir. Probably going to be slower than Kyurem regardless now. Now Moonblast comes out, does a little bit of chip, doesn't quite KO even though it's Life or Whimsicott. Now is this Kyurem faster than this Gardevoir? That's the question. It's not. Wow. So this Gardevoir is not only faster than Kyurem, it's bulky enough to take take all those hits. A offensive Shadow Sneak into Life Orb Moonblast, that's an insane guard performance, right? Yo, if anyone asks why is guard the #1 Pokemon in Oras, just send them this replay. Oh my god. How are you able to eat all that and still be faster than Kyurem? I can only assume it's a bulky ass Kyurem with like no speed, right? Guard gets so much EV value, it's crazy. It really does. Anyways, that's going to be the game. Really enjoyed watching that one, I'm not going to lie. And that actually ties up the series 3-3 with 2 games to go. And now we have High Jump Sean versus Wagon Fruit, the GOAT. Alright. Who in the chat was like fiending over some Wagon Fruit gameplay? It's finally here. Alright. We see like this Tinglu Torn structure with like Tentacruel, Jirachi, D-Knight. It's like pretty reasonable, I think. The Terrakion is really nice on here. I like this team. This structure is like pretty common, but it's common for a reason, I think. And then on the other side, we see like something new, right? This is a Cresselia with like potential for Lunar Dance into Terrapagos, which is like absolutely massive, right? Cress very, very reliable at getting that off as well. So very good stuff. You're super proud of this paste I built for Wagon. He trolled a few key turns, but I'll let y'all watch. I'm sure we'll enjoy the viewing experience. But yeah, Sean's team, I mean, it's definitely innovative, right, with the Cress. I think it's something people should probably experiment more with, is SD Cress. I think it does have some legs to stand on. You like Chef's mock team? I'm sure it was cooked, as they say. Gen 9 Terrakion, we are so back. It's honestly pretty good. I think the Cobalion, Terrakion, Keldeo, these are all Pokemon that I think are kind of coming into their own in SV. Just like as a reaction to the meta. Like, so many good dark types, right? So obviously these fighting types are going to be a little bit better. Especially Cobalion getting that like body press buff. So massive. I think all three have like really good speed tiers as well in this meta. Like 108 actually feels fast in SV, which it hasn't for a long time. Keldeo is just raw. Yeah, Keldeo is definitely the best of the three. But all three I think have a pretty good viability right now. Alright. Think you forgot a key member of that quartet? I don't think I did. I really don't think I did. Anyways, we see a double mid-tier Terra setup from Sean, being the Terra Iron Crown, and I think that's a Terra Sinistra. The Terra Grass, interesting. So maybe an offensive Sinistra if you're running a Stab Terra on it. Or is it Terra Cress with Steel? Maybe it's that instead. I'm not sure. We can actually check on the dock, actually. It's Terra Cress. And then on the other side, it's going to be Terra Ghost on the Torn. Pretty reasonable into the Terrapagos. Also gives you Terra Blast coverage into the Iron Crown and the Cresselia. So pretty obvious stuff. I'm sure they saw that a lot in mocks. And then Terra Dark on the Terrakion. Good stuff there. Right, Chestnut, the fourth Sword of Justice member. On God, Chestnut is so much better than Virizion. But anyways, Swampert leads off into a Grass Knot Torn. Oh, excuse me. And gets a knockoff. So AV gone on the Torn, but knockoff. We're gonna see a U-turn here, right? Oh, another Grass Knot. Okay, so breaks the shell, but Lefties restores it. You're just gonna see a knockoff here. This Torn very clearly willing to have some text for Terrapagos, even without the Assault Vest. Only 22 from Dark Pulse, so very bulky Torn. And then U-turns to Jirachi on the Toxic. Yo, Wagon Fruit is absolutely demolishing Sean in the mind games here. And now a flip turn as well, with the threat of Toxic on the Sinistra. And now Terrakion comes in and just goes for a CC. Bro, you have a Cresselia. You have a Cresselia. I guess he's just fearing the Terra Dark, maybe. But yeah. And now the Toxic actually gets clicked. So Wagon Fruit clicking every correct play right now. Really nice stuff. And now it gets the slow flip turn, thanks to the Stun Spore. And now get your regen back. Yeah, this is really great. You can just U-turn here. If he stays in, no problem. Oh, Bleakwind's wrong. Definitely a little bit weird. I think he could have just kept momentum there. But all good. You still have Jirachi to come in. Just means it's T-Wave now. Also, we definitely could have gone Ting Lu on that. Set up a hazard, something like that. But, okay, now our Jirachi's parried. Well, unlucky. This kind of gives rocks opportunities for Swampert now. Yeah. Okay, I glazed him too much. He started tweaking a little bit, but it's still a really good position, right? Knocks off into the Crown Switch. Gonna do a lot of damage. This actually is not Terra Blast Torn. I would have expected Terra Blast on a Terra Ghost set, but no, it's actually Knock U-turn Bleak Grass Knot. Anyways, Dragon Claw or Dragon Tail Dragonite gonna take care of that Iron Crown. Really good bring into like setup spam like this, right? Calm Mind Terrapagos, Calm Mind, Calm Mind, Calm Mind, DD, like all that stuff. I mean, you're not DDing on Dragonite, but still. For all the Calm Mind spam. Really nice stuff. Now, Swampert, it is like slowly chip healing off these leftovers. And now gets the flip turn into Dragonite. Now Roaring Moon is in a really commanding position here. Just goes for a knockoff into the Ting Lu, gets rid of the helmet, which is pretty nice. Now you can just U-turn around for free, but doesn't have the U-turn, it seems. So this Ting Lu's going to stay healthy. Huge misplay here, needed a spike. Did you need to spike? I think Earthquake was probably fine, no? Game was over if you did, but the game's still like... I think you're nitpicking there. I think really you're nitpicking. Which is fine, I do that too sometimes. But yeah, Torn's going to come in here. Probably just going to see a U-turn. No removal. I mean, yeah, Ting Lu should have clicked spikes. I agree with you that play would have been better, but Earthquake was still fine, you know? And now Terrakion comes in. Swampert gonna be the sack here, it looks like. Oh, but Taunt is weird. Why are we taunting? If we're gonna Terra, just commit to the Terra Blast, right? I don't like taking that flip turn on Terrakion. And now Torn's gonna get sacked to the... Oh, it's not even sacked. Stays alive. U-turns on the Rocky Helmet again, so this Torn is just never gonna be healthy. He thought Crest could Terra still? Oh yeah, the classic. I mean, I've had my players do that before. But anyways. Now he gets a KO, but now the Terrakion is parried. So it's just gonna go down to Moon, it's gonna be the first sack. Now Crest comes in. Now Torn comes in to prevent the heal, but has to hit a Bleak Wind here. Does connect, but Roaring Moon comes in, able to take that. Tentacle comes in, it's Boots. Crest comes in, kind of forces this out, Loki, but a Lunar Dance blocks the spin as well, crucially. I mean, he didn't click spin, but it would have either way. And you get your Iron Crown back to full. Psyshock's the Tentacle is starting to go a little bit south for Wagon Fruit here. And the Roost on the CM, so Sean making some plays to put himself back in this game. But now Dragon Tail gonna get that Calm Mind reset, and Roaring Moon comes out. Do we have E-Speed? We do have E-Speed. Yeah, so this D-Knight set won no matter what. Like, be for real. Yeah, Stun Spore, but Jirachi comes in. If this is Healing Wish, you low-key just Healing Wish Dragonite and win. I mean, you don't even need to Healing Wish. You can just U-turn or whatever. Wait, hard D-Knight is crazy, no? I guess you Roost on this, but you're taking a Stun Spore. I think the Roost is probably worth anyways. It's a fine play. Yeah, you Roost again, you get your multi-scale back, and you just Dragon Tail this every time. I don't think he can break Dragonite at all. Yeah, this is never getting broken. I mean, there's a way. Oh, the Roost is greedy for sure. No, that first Roost was so greedy. Because now you open the door for more chances. And now this crown is breaking through. Now Tinglu can take this hit. And 44, it might be in range of Earthquake. It's like going to be close. Goes for the Earthquake. Sinisha lives on very low HP, 11% after lefties and Toxic. Yeah, that's where that spike would have mattered, right? But it's all hindsight, right? At that point. Really low timer. And another pair on the Calm Mind. He's getting very unlucky, but... I mean, Sean's playing to his outs. Gotta respect it. Now, Ruination misses. Okay. And a Stun Spore. Alright, so just pair the whole team, bruh. But now the spike goes up. But Energy Ball's doing too much damage, I think. Oh, this is gonna be so close. Wait, Hex? Why are we hexing? Predicted the Torn to come in? That's definitely a wrong play. All good. I guess the idea is you want to set up on the paired Tinglu rather than kill it and then allow the Torn in. You're more likely to get parried than you are to miss Bleak Wind. That's the idea. But no such luck. The luck finally ran out, and Wagon Fruit able to convert what was like a one position like probably 30 turns ago. But ended up being a lot closer than it needed to be. So shout out to Sean for, you know, playing it as close as he did. And now the deciding game 8. So with Wagon Fruit winning, that puts Trick of Eye up, right? Yeah, or no, Wagon Fruit's on Pardon the Eruption. Sean's on Trick of Eye, right? Forgot about that. Yeah, I agree, Glop. Like, he could have won so many times earlier, but he also put himself in that winning position. So, like, give him props, but also, hey, it could have been a little bit cleaner, you know? All good. Now, the deciding game 8 between Fagos, which is going to be Cyber, and Slick Panther, which is going to be going for a smoke. And to do it, you have this Terrazarud. Folks, tiebreak versus Terrazarud, it's just cinema. Yeah. Alright, but Faye goes, is he good for it? Let's see. It's a Gren mirror. Really good Terra captains on both sides. Raging Bolt, Zarude, both like top 2, top 3 Terra captains in the format. Double non-Terra Gren, yeah. I mean, you look at what they're paired with and yeah, you can excuse that. No real ghost resist once the Zarude Terras, so Mismagius is brought. I guess there's also the Gren, right? Double Dark. But that can get hit by T-Bolt. It's not... Mismagius is a threat, but like maybe not the biggest threat, right? Because Tinkaton can cover it, Zapdos can really cover it pretty well. Aloe, though, gonna be hard to kill, right? If it's AV for the Gren, which makes a lot of sense. I don't see a whole lot that can really threaten the Aloe. Zarude can come in, but it's just gonna get flip turned forever. And then Tinkaton comes in, or like something like that. And you have like a turn advantage versus Zarude. It's pretty nice stuff. Look at that Tinkaton hiding the Donphan and saving our eyes. So true. She really doing the most out here. But yeah. I think in terms of like typical like Mons, I don't know, because like I don't think Donphan really does the job that you want it to do ever. But the rest of the team is like conventionally pretty good. The Zapdos is a little bit of a liability into this Raging Bolt, unfortunately. As Dracos are really free. I mean, Tinkaton can come in, but I guess between Tinkaton and maybe like Eerie Impulse Zapdos, that's something we used to see a lot back in the day for these like Raging Bolt matchups. People started running Clear Amulet for it, but it could be that set. I don't know, this Raging Bolt's going to be a problem, I think. And probably just like Terra Electric, Terra Dragon, one of the Stab Terras seems pretty useful here for the power bump. If it were me, I'm probably going Terra Dragon. Or no, I'll go Terra Electric. I'm definitely going Terra Electric for the T-Bolt boost. Like, you could just spam T-Bolt versus a lot of these guys. And like, if Donphan's going to be the resist, I'm okay with that. Alright, let's actually just look at the game. It's Terra Dragon Bolt, so I got the 50-50 wrong in the prediction, but I think Electric might be a little bit better. But we'll see. Maybe Dragon pops off in this game. We see Ghost Zarude. What is Ghost for? I don't know why we're Ghost. That feels really unforced. Is there something on the bench? Do we just want to block Spin, but we don't have... Is it like Spike's Gren? If it's Spike's Gren, I can see the Ghost Zarude being reasonable, but other than that, I don't think it's worth. Like, surely there's a better Terra type. Something that would resist Gren, maybe? Anyways, we see an immediate Terra Ghost. He really wants that Terra off for some reason. I'm not really too sure why. But we see a Volt Switch from the Raging Bolt. Get some good chip on the Tinkaton. And we see Spike's Gren with Protean. Now, Aloe's going to come in. It's going to be AV. So yeah, it is just Spike's Gren. So that does kind of like give yourself a reason to be Ghost on the Zarude. So I get it. But yeah. And now play refs into the Donphan. It's Rocky Helmet. Threatens a spin. Has to go Mismagius. But those rocks are going up. Yeah, guaranteed turn for the Donphan. And now Will-O-Wisp on the knockoff. So that's 2 turns for Donphan. Can we get 3? Can we get 3 turns for Don? Not quite yet. Hold on to your horses. Nightshade's actually big chip into the Gren. Pretty nice mid-ground into this team. Now, Aloe's going to taking a lot of hazards, and this U-turn is doing a lot. Alright, Zarude's going to come in and, just knock off something? Goes for a Sword Stance, pretty big. But it's Scarf Tinkaton with Encore, or a very slow Zarude, but I think it's Scarf Tinkaton, because you definitely creep that as Zarude. And now what? You have to switch Latias, but now Charles Cyclizar is in. Can threaten Spin, which means the Zarude is 4, so you're never going to give up your hazards as Panther here. And Raging Bolt comes in with lefties. Like, here you definitely would prefer to be Boots on your Raging Bolt, surely. Shoutouts to female Torrent Gren. Yep. Is it actually Torrent? That's pretty funny. Now Ice Beam does 26 to Tinkaton. That's quite a lot of damage. Switches to Aloe. Pretty safe pivot on the Gigaton Hammer. Does 19%. That's a lot. So offensive Tinkaton, it seems. And flip turns out on the Zapdos switch, no static, and now Gren's gonna come in, take some more chip, but this Ice Beam is no longer really guardable. I mean, Gren can come in, but doesn't it just die? Yeah, this is Specs Gren. So just kills. And now Tinkaton's gonna come out and doubles out, so it reveals Scarf there as well, because the double went first. So we see 2 Scarf Tinkatons in the game. Yeah, mark that off on your bingo. But Raging Bolt gonna come in on the Zapdos, but with all this hazards and Eerie Impulse as well, this Zapdos can really comfortably stay in. Charles Cyclizar gets switched in once more, threatens the spin again, so Zarude has to come in again on spikes and U-turn. So Fago's making the plays he has to. Now Gren's gonna come in for another Ice Beam KO. This is a really nice sequence for Fagos. And Donphan does not get a 3rd turn, so Donphan fulfills his quota and checks out for the day. 2 turns on that Donphan. Love to see it. But now, because it's Scarf Tinkaton, we can just go Aloe. Oh, that's Banded. I thought that was AV the whole time, the way he was switching it on Gren. But a Healing Wish in the air. And the Gren is back, folks. The Gren is back. This is huge. You didn't have a Gren switch in. You can at least knock the specs, but man, I don't think we're going to deal with round 2 of Gren. Latios comes in. We're going to sack the Tinkaton. If a Draco's clicked, you can get off a play rough or something, but no, just going to die to Psychic. And now Charles comes in once again. And now U-turns again on the Latios. This time, Slick Panther stays in. She goes for another Psychic, collects another KO. But Charles can come right back in. Another U-turn. Only good things happen when you U-turn here. Whoa, that sentence was hard. Only good things happen from U-turn here. Now another Greninja KO. Zarude goes down, and we go Zapdos. We don't freaking die, actually. We live on 9, but now Cyclizar should have this one wrapped up. You can honestly just U-turn here. Double Edge, that also works. Maybe the out was on that turn. You had to go Zapdos proc static, and then your Latios would 1v1 Mismagius. Yeah, maybe you should have just gone for the static fish, but either way, you didn't get it, so. Fagos comes out with a win there and ties up the series. So, Pardon the Eruption versus Trick of Eye ends in a tie. Banger. Alright, and then we have one more series to go through. And this one is going to be Skrelpy, McSkrelper, Kelp versus Ballio World Tour, which I don't know if you're aware. This is some crazy lore. I'll just open up these replays real quick, but in the meantime. So there was like a pretty big fallout after the game in general chat. Like, it was pretty bad. But hey, sometimes you just gotta get the popcorn out. And so basically game 8 is like really crazy. You're gonna see this game 8, but there were some words that were exchanged. There were some words. Is Ballio World Tour Rocky Helmet Virizions in disguise? They might just be. Anyways, game 7 and game 8. I love DPL General. Yo, it was crazy on Sunday night. If you're not in the server, check it out, because it's a great spectator experience, I gotta say. Alright, Rye versus Peyton, paying attention. So this is Peyton's first DPL game, and this is Rye's like 100th DPL game, like in terms of like major team tours. Rye is like really up there with like the most games played out of anyone. It's like between him and me. Like, we're the oldest of the old heads. But so, yeah, Rye does have a little bit of an experience advantage in this, especially considering it's ORAS. Yeah, I think we could just look at this game, because this is a crazy one. Blastoise lead into Stunfisk. We see a Scald immediately. Does a 2-hit KO. A critical hit Thunderbolt, though, does only 51%, so it's AV lead Blastoise. So we see a Scald on the Starmie, and this Thunderbolt's not going to do anything to this Blastoise, and Dark Pulse going to force this Starmie to be low. And now Greninja comes in. Even if it's Colbur Berry, Starmie's going to die from this range, so what am I saying? If it was Colbur, it would have procced versus Dark Pulse. Now U-turns into Mana Buzz, and the game ends. I'll just let it play out. The game freaking ends. Nice agility. And Starmie goes down. Now, can Garchomp live this? We'll never know. They say in the chat it's unfortunate, but to live that, it had to be AV, I think. And was it AV? Who's to say? Might have been. Was it? We'll never know. DNC freaking dies. AV Yachi. Max Videf AV. So true. So true. Chomp is not living that, yeah. I'm inclined to agree. And he just gets completely washed by Thundurus in 14 turns. So, that's game 1. Yeah. Game 2. Alright, we move on. This is the other Oras game. Because I'm pretty sure Skrelp was the one doubling Oras here. Because, I mean, why wouldn't you when you're looking at that? Iron Flash Gaming versus Professor Chipboard. These are two of the better Oras players in the pool. Iron Flash Gaming, you know, probably one of the best. Definitely in the conversation. And then Professor Chipboard, not too far behind these days. He's been really performing well recently. But yeah, we see this really cool Glalie structure. I really like this from Zazo. It's like just a lot of threats with like Rotom Registeel, which I think is actually a really fantastic 2-mon defensive core in Oras. I think it covers quite a lot of the metagame. So then you stack those, you have your momentum with Rotom, and then you just have threats on threats on threats. And these threats, they have natural bulk as well to help supplement the fact that you don't really have too much of a defensive backbone. So I really like this team a lot in terms of like offensive playstyles. This is the same team they had in DVG with the Obama Snow. It's pretty similar. It's not exactly the same though. And then on the other side, Professor Chipboard. I mean, this guy, he has an Entei on his team. When's the last time you saw an Entei in a major team tour? One of my favorite moments of the series was Josh saying in DPL General how Devin didn't seem to prep for anything. Not really Zazo built the team, so Devin literally didn't prep for anything. Yeah. I mean, makes sense, right? Anyways, Mega Altaria, we see Klefki, we see Serp, Lando. I mean, we see a lot of this like Lando T, Serp, plus Rotom Wash in the past like year or so. No Rotom Wash available though on the draft board, I think at the time. So the water type is benched here, or they just didn't draft one. But yeah, this like archetype between Lando and Paraspam and like Big Breakers, it does seem to be pretty popular. This one though, I feel like there's no like Giga Breaker. Like Entei is fine, Altaria is fine, but not every matchup they're gonna pop off. Like, I think you really need something to take advantage of all this Paraspam. You have T-Wave Uxie, you have T-Wave Prankster, on Klefki you have Glare Serp. You need something, right? Some big massive threat that just always breaks in the majority of matchups. That's what I'm missing on this build. But anyways, let's get into the game. Lando lead into Uxie. Probably just gonna be a Rocks trade. Yep, Rocks trade. Shake hands. Welcome back, Mega Bayonet. True, honestly. We see a Yawn here. Hard switches out. Even if you have U-turn, this is correct because you don't want to get protected on. Uxie U-turns itself into Entei. With Rocks up, it is kind of threatening, right? But there is a Rotom Wash. There's a Latios that can also come in. Yeah, Sacred Fire only does 20%, as you can see. Like, the burn is really big, but Rotom able to take it, regain momentum with a Volt Switch. You'd never go Lando on this turn, so Volt Switch is so free. Glalie gets to come in, and now Zazo's the one with the offensive pressure. Is able to outspeed the Uxie. That wasn't guaranteed because of Aura's speed mechanics, but it was a bulky Uxie, so he calced that with the Lando damage. Now it looks like a speed time maybe. Both players either willing to risk it or it's a Scarf Entei. And the Glalie goes down. Now Rotom again going to go for a Volt Switch because again, Lando is such a hard click to make. And Volt Switches into the Lando, but knocks off the Klefki, scouting for that Magnerize. Gets that, like, quote-unquote correct, but yeah, Klefki's going to get all layers here if it really wants to. Seems it's not interested, just goes for an HP Ice. I think I definitely would have gotten all 3 layers there. It looks like you're getting all 3 either way, as Rotom goes for a Rest. That's pretty big. Getting the Rotom healthy again is really nice for the Entei, but now all the hazards are up, and this is scary. Oh, Volt Switch, and then probably just HP Ice here, or like Dazzling Gleam. Okay, Foul Play, same thing. Registeel, gonna take another Foul Play, but it is gonna knock out the Klefki with anything. Oh, Curse is huge, actually. Well, Chipboard actually has to respond to this immediately. Goes Serp on the Registeel. Usually it's the other way around in terms of, like, switch-ins, but goes for a Reflect. Okay. Do we see a Leech Seed? Oh, we see a Dragon Tail. Huge. Okay, so gets out of that one alive, but yeah, definitely scary for a second there. Just went back and read it. It's so funny, dude. Altaria comes in here on the Rotom. I mean, it revealed Rest Talk Volt Switch, so you think you can probably set up on this. If it's Wisp, you might even have Refresh on this Altaria. It seems like a pretty reasonable bring into this team. Into like T-Wave Registeel, Will-O-Wisp Rotom. Refresh probably going to be a last slot. But it's Scarf Latios, and nothing to really guard against Ice Beam at this point. The Entei's at 26. And you have a full HP Rotom. Wait, we're sacking Registeel. Why? He knew the Serp double was coming. Swag. And you can just set up a Curse here, and you just Iron Head this turn, I think. Oh, Glare. I mean, free leftovers, right? Okay, the second one's a bit much. But now Bouffalant gets Dragon-tailed in. Most likely going to be Sap Sipper here. Goes for a Swords Dance really aggressively, and gets glared for his troubles, but Lumberry going to cover for that. And now Return comes out. Now what's going to be the play here? Lando T in. Does Earthquake kill from 63? Goes for an Outrage. Predicting like a hard Lottie choke or something, but no, just going to 2-hit KO the Bouffalant. That goes down. It's still locked into Outrage, got a 3-turn, so now Ice Beam's just going to clean up the game. And Zazo just played that one really well, I think. Chipboard's team, I gotta say I'm not a big fan of this team of 6, but I mean, he played it pretty well. It's just Zazo also played well and had a better team, prepped well, all that stuff. Like, can't complain about a good game like that. And we can move on to the next game. So that's, what? Skrelp up 2-0. Really dominant start to the series. We got up a light screen, we won. Did you? Where? Like here? Like light screen this turn? Well, the thing is, right? If you light screen on this turn, Volt doesn't kill, and Lottie gets to come in and Ice Beam. And that's just a KO. Even with light screen up. So you don't actually get the Altaria setup position anyways, right? I guess maybe you can trade Altaria HP for the Latios, but even then it's not forced to stay in. It could go Registeel, but again, if you're refreshed, you set up on that. But it's also Curse, so maybe it sets up on you. So like it's really unclear if that would have been a better path than the one he took. I think he just had to bank on no Scarf Latios, which is like probably better than going through all of that stuff. Ended up being Scarf Latios, of course, and the rest is history. Anyways, 2-0 for Skrelpers. Yeah, not exactly a free win if you get the screen up though. Isn't that just the Klefki KO, but with a screen up now? Probably still an L, but I don't know. No, it's not, actually. Because the difference is, you sacked Klefki to get ult in on the Rotom, but the Rotom would have volted out on the light screen turn. So then the Latios would be in instead. But anyways, we can move on to this game. don't feel like going over the matchup on this one, so we're just going to get right into it. Knocks off immediately on the Nidoqueen. Really aggressive play from the lead Beedrill. Now goes for a U-turn, so already this Nidoqueen is basically dead. Yeah, and Skrelpy comes in, it's Assault Vest, it looks like, from the damage. 19 from Earth Power is really crazy. But goes for a knockoff, gets rid of the Iapapa Berry on Tapu Fini. So limited HP resource now. As it goes for Calm Mind as Beedrill comes in. Wow. And U-turns on the Skarm. Do we see a helmet? We do see a helmet. Yep. And now Heatran gets to come in. But the Fini is still full. Like, oh, Gallade's gonna come in. I don't like that play. I feel like you wanted HP on this thing for sure. But takes a big attack there, and now Comfy's gonna come in, and you don't really have the HP to like Swords Dance and like take a Draining Kiss anymore. So this defensive Comfy is just gonna perma wall this Gallade now. There's nothing you can do. The Gallade's basically dead at this point. The only thing it does is force Comfy in. Now Calm Mind, but U-turn, and you can just go right back into Beedrill. It is taking a lot of Rocks Chip, and Skarm is pretty free, so probably gonna see a Roost here. Yeah, we see a Roost. So able to keep the B healthy is pretty important in the Fini matchup, especially when Skarm come in so many times. Mega B best Mega. Oh, and the Defog is really massive because that was the main form of pressure that Devin had at that point. So now with that Defog, able to just Hydro Pump, never missing the thing. And now a Taunt actually prevents the Defog. Really nice click from Devin there. Oh, I don't like taking chip on the Rotom. I don't like that at all. I think he could have just gone Beedrill there. Regardless, goes Beedrill now. Goes for a Roost, but yeah, Surf is doing 36. You could have just gone to it, man. But now you can just go for a knockoff, get rid of the helmet on Skarm, and now that's going to be not as big of a problem. Roost is crazy. Whoa. That was so risky for no reason. Yo. Hacker, that was crazy, bro. I mean, I guess he's not going to Brave Bird into Rotom / Heatran. Like, I get the play. You are fire, but that was so risky. I don't think you ever needed to risk that. The fire play, though. Obviously, it worked. Fini comes in, and Rotom Wash double, but you have the taunt pressure. Oh, it's Iapapa Berry, so you can always just defog. If you get taunted, no problem. Okay, so it gets the rocks off, which is a big deal. Now B gets to come in and go for a free U-turn. This is why Hacker best draft player, yep. This is a world champ diff, etc. And now rocks go up from the Heatran, so now Devin has to play with a hazard disadvantage. The Fini's dead to rocks. Gets the poison jab into Comfy with the Rocky helmet, but it's still like, it doesn't do anything for you, you know? Because this Gallade is basically dead now. Dead to rocks, yeah, because the Rocky helmet. And this Skarm is not going to be defog, right? No chance. And so it's just a free Heatran every time, and it's going to be a Rock Sack. And now what? You go Sceptile? Does Sceptile even force this out? I guess it does. Scrafty's going to come in on the Earthquake with Intim that bounces off. But now Skarm gets to come in, but the helmet's gone. The Super Fang miss. Not going to be too consequential because Heatran just come in and just start claiming again. No problem. Fini sack to rocks. Yeah, this is just a completely dominating position. I think the build was better. The play was better. All of it was better. Like, it just looks like an absolute wheelchair, because it is. Swords Dance Sceptile, but it's actually outsped by a Z Lando. That has to be wrong, right? There's no way that's correct EVs. But whatever, man. Dude, the Lando even has reason to be fast here. It wants to outspeed Ice Beam Nidoqueen. It wants to outspeed Surf Fini. What are we creeping here? What are we creeping? Kids these days. Yeah, zero speeds. Literally Trick Room Sceptile in the 11th hour. Now, Thundurus goes for like a nasty plot, just like hoping that Hacker switches 7 times in a row, but no such luck. Hits the next Magma Storm, but like Comfy, Draining Kiss, it was always in range. Yeah. Really dominant game from Hacker, I'm not gonna lie. Surely this Sceptile just clicked Dragon Tail. I don't know about that one. But now that's what Hackers on Ballio, so that's 2-1 for Skrelpers. Still leading the series, but that was a beatdown. And now we have Bobbert versus Fiendish Bliss. What are the teams on this one? I think Bobbert's on Skrelpers? Yeah, Bobbert's on Skrelpers. It was a Zazo build, so I guess he overcooked. Yeah. Could also be that Zazo's the only one that can really pilot his builds, because they are always just so greedy. I don't know. I feel like it's a lot harder to pilot Zazo builds than it is, like, other people's builds, you know? You know what I'm saying? But either way, we're onto this game now. We see Terra Zarude. On the other side is Terra Ogerpon, so two of the best Terra Grass types. Fortunately, not everyone is Zazo too. Yeah. There's only one Zazo. He's one of one. Anyways, we see an Indeedee. That's a pretty rare sight. I mean, there is a Zarude, so like in a Goldango, I'm not really sure why the Indeedee is here. Doesn't really break anything. Maybe you just want the Healing Wish, but you have Enam for that. Maybe you want the Enam to do something else, and then you have Healing Wish on Indeedee. Or maybe you just want double Healing Wish, because Terapagos is looking really nice. You can just be like Starstorm plus Dark Pulse. That'll cover the Goldango and a Terra Ghost Zarude, which does seem really likely into a Sneasler Terapagos team. Like, it's almost certainly going to be Terra Ghost. So maybe I could see double Healing Wish into like a Calm Mind Terapagos, and eventually it'll break through these checks to it. I could see that. Maybe you should drop Gypsy for Hacker. Maybe. I'll consider it. 3 Terapagos? Yeah, 3 Terapagos seems really hard for Bliss to handle. Do it when we hit the member goal. No, no, no. But yeah. Okay, I'm going to go out on a limb and predict Terra Ghost on the Zarude and Terra Water on the Enam. Let's see. Oh my god, I'm correct. Whoa! Easiest prediction of all time. Leads Terapagos into Cinderace. Alright, so might not be Boots Terapagos. We'll see. We see U-turn breaks the shell. Pretty standard stuff. 19 leads me to believe it's Choice Banded. That's a lot of damage to a shelled Terapagos, but maybe I'm wrong. Goes for a Dark Pulse, gets rid of the Colberry, and a very greedy Nasty Plot. I think that was not the move. But now Zarude's going to come in. Only takes 10%. Which means once it Terra's Dark, that's going to do like 40%. Which is the same damage as Terra Starstorm, so... yeah. Oh, a T-Spike goes up from the Sneasler. That's going to be a really big deal. You better hope that Zarude is Boots. Because if not, that's going to be really tough. Alright, Ogerpon comes in. Gets an Ivy Cudgel on the Electrode switch. That's going to be like a one-time switch in. But yeah, is going to get out of there. Doesn't really want to stay in. Into the Lando T. Takes that Giga Drain, only 25%. Actually, with that Giga recovery, you can come in on the next Ivy Cudgel pretty comfortably. Yeah, U-turn here on the Lando, but it's going to be Helmet. Shout out to the Lando Mirror. And then Ogerpon's going to get another turn for another Ivy Cudgel. You can just kind of repeat this process. I think Bobbert, his team is just like better into this matchup. This is something that we had big problems with in terms of like the Zarude, Cinderace, Goldango team that we had on Armory. The defensive backbone is really limited. Like here, at least you have a Lando T and a Latios, so it's not the end of the world. But in terms of like water resist, it's really rough, man. Like Electrode has to be it, and like, yeah, it's just rough. Cinderace comes in. Banded would KO from here, so gonna sack the Landorus to a Double Edge. Yeah, Double Edge. Just gonna claim here, no normal resist. What do you mean Blossom isn't good enough? I mean, I'll say it, Blossom is not good enough. Latias gonna come in on this Indeedee Expanding Force, does 28, so offensive Indeedee. And Terapagos gonna come in, it's not Boots. Takes the T-Wave next turn. Now Starstorm's gonna do 44%, is a 2-hit KO, but can get recovered on. We see a Calm Mind, no, we see a Toxic, okay. So no Calm Mind means it's probably not gonna be like double Healing Wish into it or anything like that. But, oh, Rest. Do we see a Chesto Berry? We do see Rest Chesto Berry. So Rest, Toxic, Dark Pulse, Starstorm. Pretty big. I mean, it's gonna get a KO here. I mean, sure, you can go for that on that. We're just doubling around for fun. I mean, you're gonna live a turn, I guess, but a KO is inevitable. Ooh, taunt is weird. Why are we taunt? Whoa. Why did that work? Rest is not a real play there, but taunt is not either. Crazy turn. Whatever. Lando goes down. Zarut's gonna revenge us. It is boots, which is really important for this matchup. Able to go for a Trailblaze and goes for the Terra Ghost Terra Blast, but that does nothing to Enam. Looks to be physically defensive, and that Moonblast crit is gonna really hurt. Don't think you can really safely synthesis that off. Like, Enam is just a little bit too strong. Gonna go trap on the recover. And Dark pulls the Cinderace down. Alright, Cinderace has like maybe 2 more KOs in it. That's 1. Latios comes in, takes poison, but now Enam comes in, never really dies. We see a Healing Wish into Cinderace? Okay, that could be big. This banded Cinderace is a massive issue for Bobbert. Enam's gonna go down, yeah. But the poison and recovery is gonna add up pretty fast. Indeed, he gets to come out. Goldango's low. Zarut does not resist Expanding Force anymore. Oh, 32, this is gonna be a big roll. Doesn't KO the Goldango, that's so big. Okay, now what? Now Ogerpon has to come in? I mean, sure, condition him into recovers. You're gonna have to recover again this turn. Goes Ogerpon on that. Pretty good stuff. And now sub. On Shadow Ball, does it break? It doesn't break. And Swords Dance. Is this Ogerpon just gonna do it? You get up a sub here. I think Bliss just has to hope he's faster. But no, goes for a Trailblaze. Is gonna outspeed the Cinderace now. That should be the game. Ivy Cudgel probably kills this. Yeah, +2 Terra Water. Yo, this Cinderace was so close to just killing everything, but Bobbert was able to find the setup opportunities and turn that around with this Double Dance Ogerpon. With the subbing on the Goldango. That's massive, dude. That was a crazy endgame. Yo, like the stream for that one, god damn. And that's gonna what? Skrelpy now up 3-1. Yeah, looking to win the series pretty soon. Real note question though. I know you said you're busy with a lot of Mon stuff, so what's the ETA on Pro coaching with the more expensive member option? I mean, if you want to get that, we can do it whenever you want. I'll make time. But yeah. Now we have Beardy versus Kyle. This is going to be big. I do have to go in like an hour though, so... We only have 4 more games left, but after the stream I'm going to have to dip. But yeah. Let's see. Ogerpon Hearthflame, which is something that I think is really underrated at the moment. I've been like preaching that quite a lot. Surely nothing can go wrong, and Scrubs will just win the series very easily considering their lead. Surely nothing will go wrong, yep. Only the finest of treatments for the channel members, exactly. Alright. Yeah, I do really enjoy Hearthflame. I do think usually you need strong removal, so it makes sense why the Mandibuzz is there. It's like a removal that can't get spin blocked, which is really important in this meta, because Spike Stack plus Ghost type is just so prevalent that you really do need defog if you have like stuff like the Ogerpon Hearthflame, which is just OHKO'd by hazards, you know? And you can't run boots. So anyways, we got the Terra Torn versus, I think this is a Terra Boulder? Is it? Is it Terra Boulder plus Terra Thundurus? I'm pretty sure I saw a team like that. Could be this one. I'm gonna double check that actually. Yeah, it's Iron Boulder and Thundurus. And Cinnabrath. Thanks for the membership, man. Duckling tier, so we'll get you some coaching whenever you want. I just went over to my my Streamlabs and the sun has gone down well and truly. Let me turn on some lights. Alright. Appreciate that, man. And that puts us to 8 members now. Right? Boom. Closer to that 10 goal. What do we get at 10? I don't know. But maybe if we get 10, we'll put some votes in my Discord server for you to choose between. But anyways. Yeah, here's the game. Gotta show some support for all the streams you do. Thanks, man. I appreciate that a lot. But anyways, yeah. Wait, I was checking the Terra. Yeah, Boulder and Thunderous. Yes. Crazy that L5 even checked if the Boulder was Terra. No, people don't think that highly of Ballio, but they aren't bad enough to draft non-Terra Boulder. Well, I mean, it's between non-Terra Gren, non-Terra Boulder, and like both of them are like about as reasonable as each other, you know? Like I've seen non-Terra Boulder before, so I check, you know? Anyways, Terra Torn. Let's get right into the game though. I do like this like Torn Garchomp idea. I think it's like probably an improvement over the Torn Ting-Lu, but that's just me. I'm a big fan of Garchomp. Alright, Terra Electric on the Torn. We see double Terra Fairy on the other side. Yeah, let's get into the game. Torn leads off into the Thunderous, so good lead for Kyle unless the Terra Electric is clicked immediately, which it is. Another Assault Vest Torn. Oh, I got Thriller for with the 20. Appreciate that, man. Dear God, that hammer is blocking poor Thundy. Yeah, yeah. Dude, the Tinkaton sprite is so funny in Team Preview. It's just wide, and it just blocks everything. Very funny. Big bucks in the stream. Yeah, appreciate the support, guys. Yeah, Assault Vest Torn. We've seen a lot of Assault Vest Torn this week in DPL. It just checks a lot of stuff, like, as a blanket check. Like, versus this team, it makes sense, right? You have to cover for the Terra Thunderous. You have to cover for, like, a Battle Bond Gren. It makes a whole lot of sense here. As well as, like, Shell Smash Blastoise if you don't want to run Mirror Herb. But very fast Thunderous. Actually goes for a bulk up and dodges the Heat Wave, so really big here. Wait, is that a speed tie? Oh wait, no. You got a speed drop from Icy Wind. Okay. Oh, Rest Chesto Berry. Hold up. This Thunderous might be able to do something here. Another Icy Wind is going to make it very slow. But I think at this range it might KO the Torn. Oh, it's so close, but no cigar. Terra Blast is going to pick up the KO, and Torn lives on 2%. And now the Iron Boulder comes in, but Primarine is going to come in. I assume this is like max Fizdef. Yeah, 28%. Like, come on. 38 from Terra Blast, though. Citrus Berry procs and a flip turn, so momentum gained by Beardy. Goes into the Metagross. This is going to force out the Iron Boulder for sure. And now, yeah, Blastoise comes in. 18 from the Meteor Mash, but it's Rocky Helmet Blastoise. Pretty reasonable set in SV. And goes for a Yawn, and now could see a Protect, potentially. Trying to block a U-turn, but more likely just going to get a double switch out, yeah. Garchomp comes in, and Mandibuzz, a Foul Play, but that's Tank Chomp out the ass. Right? No Rocky Helmet, but only 26 is crazy. Regardless, Mandibuzz able to just get that defog off. I mean, of course. Now, Foul Plays into the Boulder for a little bit of HP trade, and now Prim's just going to get sacked here for some Aqua Jet chip in Torrent range with a crit. That's going to do decent damage. Was in range of like 2 hazards, which is pretty nice. Garchomp's going to come in, force this out with the threat of Earthquake. But Tinkaton is Air Balloon, really good bring into Garchomp matchups. But now Ogerpon is able to come in on Tinkaton pretty comfortably. Worst case is like a T-Wave or Rocks going up. But we already saw Chomp is the rocker, so unless it's running double Rocks, T-Wave's the worst thing. Now Manabose comes in. Can it live that? A critical hit with Charty Berry, but it does live. Able to roost, and I think a Defog is coming out next turn. Yeah, Stone Edge misses, but you had to hit multiple in a row to KO here. Yeah, 36 is still doing a lot, but now he's able to roost that off. Stealth Rock goes up, but this is not a winning matchup for the Garchomp. Maybe with a Poison Jab Poison. Actually, hold up. That might change things, but Stone Edge here. On the Foul Play crit, oh, that actually sucks a lot. Because now you can just roost. Goes for the Stone Edge crit. I mean, I respect it. Learn something, Keegan. Yeah. Oh, and Foul Play's to break the balloon. That's actually a really big deal. Kyle predicted a roost, but no such luck. Now Reflect goes up, but Torn is going to start healing up. Because Play Rough is not going to KO here. I mean, maybe I would have U-turned there. Ooh. Torn's dead. I don't like that. That felt very unforced. But now Garchomp's going to pick up a KO. There's no more ground resist. So not the end of the world. Now Metagross going to come in on Gren. Whoa, that worked out. Crazy. Looks to be... Oh my god. Threatens the Culver Metagross and doubles out. but doubles out to the wrong guy. If he's switching, he's going Blastoise. Oh no. I mean, either way, Ogerpon's coming in on an Ice Beam, no problem. Oh, and the Trailblaze is coming. That could be really massive. Oh, Yawn though. Yawn prevents it. Really nice stuff. This is a really close endgame. I'm not sure who wins this. Boulder comes in, goes for a Terra Blast, picks up a KO. Alright. And now Chomp comes in once again. No ground resist, so Earthquake is just a free click. Chomp is going to get sacked to Chomp. But now what? Blastoise is going to come in. But I think you just Earthquake here, yeah. If Chomp goes down, you're able to follow up with Trailblaze and you just sweep the game. Ogerpon hard on Ice Beam. On Flip Turn, Kyle's still in the game. Gren gets to come in, forces the... or like threatens Battle Bond. Gren comes... or Metagross comes in. Whoa, Surf comes out. 39 on Garchomp. Is it Choice Gren? It's Choice Gren. So it looks to be like Assault Vest Metagross into Specs Gren, maybe? Regardless, locks into Outrage, and now Boulder's going to get that KO. Now Hearthflame comes in. It dies. And I'm pretty sure Metagross is going to die as well. Yeah, no Bullet Punch. Wow. Crazy game. I really enjoyed that one. That was nicely played by both sides. Not gonna lie. Yeah, that was a really good game, man. I love that end game. Just everything's getting sacked. The Ogerpon Trailblaze threat was looming, but Kyle able to play around that with a Yawn Blastoise. Really nice stuff. Yeah, really nice. I like that game a lot. But anyways, that's going to be Kyle picking up that game, and Kyle was on Ballio World Tour, so that actually brings the series back to 3-2. It's a little bit more winnable for Ballio. Now we have PZZ versus Skrelp Queen Addison. Oh my god, they're fighting back. Let's go. This is a crazy team from PZZ. This is so whack looking. I just hate Lycanroc Dusk as a Pokemon. I don't think it's good at all. People keep drafting it, and it's just never good. I don't remember this game, but if Lycanroc is like a massive threat in like the mid game, I'll eat a shoe or something. Not actually, but metaphorically. But yeah, I just hate that mon. Fraud Watch team? Yeah, actually. I mean, I know Kyurem is really good, but Kyurem teams tend to look a little bit whack. Because Kyurem is like a lot of points and doesn't really fulfill any defensive roles. So you end up finding like these really whack like roll compression mons. Like Golurk is your ground. Like, come on, bro. Anyways, this is a cool team. I like the look of this one. This is very cool. The Tyrantrum is like so much aura. And then, yeah, Feeny, Latios, Mew. These are just good Pokemon. And Scrafty, I love Scrafty in Swish. Steelix, I think, is overpriced, but people keep drafting it at like 8 points or whatever, so let them do their thing. Alright, let's get into the game. Zapdos lead into Latios. Latios misses a Draco turn 1. Oh no. And gets T-Waved for it, so worst possible outcome from Addison. We know from after the game this was Specs, but this Zapdos did have Spadef to live it, so it would have been able to roost it off anyways, but here, able to get off a Tempo Volt Switch, which wouldn't have been possible if that connected. So Draco, as you can see, did 34 to Metagross. That's so much chip. And now Metagross, clearly AV, going to Power Punch into Rocky Helmet Scrafty, so this Scrafty doing its job of weakening the Metagross, but reveals Hammer Arm, so really big chip being exchanged here. Metagross goes down, it was Assault Vest, yeah. And now Lycanroc comes out, but Close Combat just going to pick off this weakened Scrafty. Get some Rocky Helmet chip, probably Life Orb as well. Yep, they always tend to be Life Orb, because it's just so weak without it. Tapu Fini's going to come in, threatens like a Scarf Surf. Zapdos, really low, but remember, if this Draco hit, and then you were switching, like you switched out Latios on the Forced Roost, this would have been so massive, because the Zapdos wouldn't have been able to take 2 Surfs, and you would have just gotten like KOs with Fini this whole mid game. But here, either way, Tyrantrum's coming in, massive threat, Head Smash, does 40 to Golurk, massive, and now Fini gets to come in again, but whoa, Earthquake did so much damage. This is like an offensive Golurk. And Ice Beam gets the play wrong. I mean, Zapdos was already revealed as an initial switch, and so I understand trying to catch it, but yeah, PZZ makes the correct read, goes Curum. Goes for a Freeze Dry, doesn't really do anything to Mew though. This is like a very bulky Mew, it looks like. Lycanroc Dusk comes in, gets knocked off, so now all of its power's gone from that Life Orb. Might see like a Crunch or something into Tapu Fini. But this is like Scarfini, so it's just gonna outspeed. Yeah, force this out. Zapdos comes in on a Moonblast, but gonna force out the Fini at least. Now Latios comes in, great Volt Switch, keeping up momentum. Now Golurk is to come in. It's actually faster than Latios, which was not guaranteed, right? Para's only half speed in this gen. So they have enough investment on the Golurk. Now Surf comes out and doubles to Golurk on the Mew. Really great play from PZZ. Threatens like a Poltergeist here. And Steelix going to be the switch into Golurk. Not what you want to see if you're Addison, because now a Dynamic Punch is coming out. Could have been an Earthquake as well, just big chip. And you hit yourself. Really unlucky game, I'm not going to lie. Shookaberry, okay, fair enough. But trades HP on the Golurk, finally putting it in range of stuff like Head Smash. And another hit yourself, so no rocks going up. No rocks up is actually like really annoying, I'm not going to lie. That being said, it's probably several boots on PZZ's side, but still. Feels bad. Kyurem comes in, potentially forces out the Tyrantrum, as Mew gets to come in. Probably just going to roost this off. Oh, double to Tyrantrum. Kind of crazy. Going to be rewarded with a KO. So is this Scarf Tyrantrum and then it's Scarf Kyurem? It looks... everything's pointing to Scarf Tyrantrum. So imagine... yo, if rocks went up, this game was over. Dude. Oh, it is Scarf Kyurem, because I'm pretty sure that's Scarfini. Oh, that's hella messed up, I'm not gonna lie. Very lucky game from PZZ, but he's playing well on top of it, so like, I can't say it's not like a deserved win, but... ooh, and the crunch on spikes, I don't like that. I mean, what do you do as Addison right now? Clover reaction. Yeah, lives the Sucker Punch because Lycanroc is terrible. And Head Smash, but Tyrantrum has to stay in now. You did have a whole Scolipede in the back. I mean... yeah, you did. And once the Lix was weakened, that thing did look like a massive threat, for sure. But all depends on if it had Protect, right? Because otherwise Tyrantrum does kind of clean up pretty comfortably, I think. But if you had Protect, it was probably fine. Although, can't deny it was a lucky game. No lie. Stupid lucky Ballio's grrr. Yo. I mean, yeah, Rocks Up would have been really big for this Kyurem. Yeah, it's just a different game as well. Different lines would have been taken from both players. Anyways, we have Meta versus Palkia. These are two players that like peaked maybe like a year ago or like 2 years ago. They had really strong performances, and then in the past year or so, they've kind of had some like wishy-washy performances. Like Meta went from like 6-0 in World Cup, the first one, to like winless in DCL, if I remember correctly. And then Palkia was like really strong in DCL 1 and DPL 7, I want to say. Yeah, but then in... or no, DPL 8. He was really good in DPL 8 and... oh, excuse me. DPL 8 and DCL 1, like, really fantastic performance. And then the most recent tournaments, he hasn't really had that same performance. But here they get to play each other. We'll see who gets to come out on top. Really threatening offense team from Palkia with, like, just, like, a few defensive pivots, like, between Empoleon and Mandibuzz to enable all this offensive threats. Aw, shucks. And then on the other side, we have, like, kind of a similar thing, right? Where the Swampert is kind of like the glue that allows all this offense to like exist together. That being said, I don't think Swampert can do it alone, and I think Volbeat is not exactly the ideal partner to do it with. So I would expect to see like maybe a bulky Gouging Fire to help out with some of this like defensive pivoting. But hard to say. I think Meta's team is definitely on a timer in terms of like how many turns you can actually survive for. You need to get your offense in and start hitting things. Alright. Terra types, we have Enam, which is a ghost type. And then on the other side, we have a fairy type Annihilate and a ground type Iron Moth. So Inaris going to lead off. Is Terra Ghost threatening Scarf into this Deoxys, but it's Sash lead, so willing to risk that. Just goes for a Spike and a Rock, gets both of them up. And that's going to be pretty big because there's no removal on Meta's team. So a pretty reasonable double hazard lead. And we see a Terra Ghost, and it's actually mixed Enamorous, which I don't think Palkia was expecting here, and Surf only does 39%. So this Enamorous is now well and truly set up. Could be a Salt Vest as well. That's something you see sometimes on these mixed Enamorous sets. So Iron Moth, not even a safe Revenge KO, so Annihilate can be forced to come in and burn its Terra. Goes for Bulk Up, but threatened by Encore on Volbeat. Going to take that threat as an opportunity to roost. Now Manabuzz comes in on that. Probably just going to see a knockoff or I say a Whirlwind actually, so even better. And Volbeat does not have the boots, which is such a big deal in this matchup with a double hazard lead. And now taunts the Swampert as well. That's honestly fantastic. And Rocky Helmet Manabuzz as well. Yo, Palkia he has lost 2 Mons, but this position is really good for him. I'm not going to lie. At least it feels really nice. Not boots on gouging? Oh my god, it's booster attack. That only does 46. Takes helmet. Gets Whirlwind. The gouging fire is dead, folks. The Enam's basically dead. The Volbeat's basically dead. The Swampert's they're all basically dead, bro. And the Defiant. Oh no. Oh, Swampert's definitely dying to this Rage Fist. Yep, that's one. What's revenging this? Sneasler? Okay, I guess it is a fairy type now, yeah. But it's gonna be Cabia Berry. No Dire Claw proc, and Sneasler's gonna go down. Yeah, Palkia is starting to turn his advantage position into a lot of KOs back to back. Annihilate gets a 2-for-1 there. Life Orb Darkrai gonna revenge that, but looks like it's gonna be Scarf Garchomp or Yachi Berry, one of the two. Something that can take a Ice Beam and KO back. And the Outrage is gonna be really big here. Volbeat's gonna come in. If it's not Boots, it's probably gonna be Helmet here, trying to chip down the Garchomp. And it is like Fizdef Helmet, but only 2-turn Outrage, so able to get out of that, go into Manabuzz, and now you can just kind of go for a Whirlwind here. Enam comes out, but yeah, Whirlwind just racks up more hazard damage. The Enam's dead. The Darkrai is very low. It's going to KO the Manabuzz here, but Scarf Chomp has this on lock, I think. Yeah, you sack Enamorous to hazards, and then you go Volbeat. But this doesn't even lock in the Garchomp now. You can just go hard Iron Moth here, no harm, no foul, right? Even a double to Darkrai would not KO, so you can just go for a Fiery Dance, knock out the Volbeat, and Palkia, really, really dominant game, I'm not gonna lie. That felt really good. Yeah, nice stuff. Really, really good. Like, this build was great. I like the double hazard lead, but man, meta, you gotta learn what boots are. No boots on gouging and no boots on Volbeat. With no removal, man, it does feel really incorrect, I'm not gonna lie. Mr. L5, what's up, mid Pokemaster? How we doing? Happy birthday, Darkrai. Is it Darkrai's birthday? Shout out to Darkrai. Same birthday as Money Guy, what are the odds? So then Palkia wins this one, and now Palkia's on Skrelp, right? Yeah, Palkia's on Skrelp. So Skrelp are up 4-3. This is the game for all the marbles. It's Soggy Doggy Sage versus JCM. Cinema. You could not have asked for a better storyline, right? Two of the best players in the format playing in the deciding Game 8. Folks, this is what DPL is all about. Alright, so let's look at this matchup real quick. I actually recorded this as a live comm, but I'm not going to post it for reasons that you'll very clearly see in a few minutes. But, yeah. What could go wrong? Well, let's see. Cloyster, pretty interesting. Like, Shelf Smash Cloyster, I think, is always a gamble, right? Because Mirror Herb could just lose you the game on the spot. So, into this team with, like, no removal, I would assume it's a hazard lead, right? So hazard lead plus maybe a knock Gliscor, knock Cyclizar, knock Zarude. You know, even knock off Deoxys. You're able to knock off a lot of boots or anything like that. And these spikes are going to put in a lot of work, I think. So definitely going to see like a knock spam plus spikes angle, I think, in this one. Let's see. Gliscor probably going to be aiming to take advantage of that Ting Lu and the Muck coming in. Probably just going to spike up. Yo, just stack hazards and knockoff here. This is so good for JCM. The only problem is I think Palafin is a pretty big threat, so probably going to have to dedicate your Zarud Terra for that guy. Because Banded CC just does so much damage to everything that isn't going to die to Wave Crash, right? A Wave Crash kills everything that isn't Cyclozar and Cloyster, and CC kills those guys. So you need something for it. Probably going to be the Zarud Terra type, probably Terra Water. That's the standard into Palafin matchups. Torn is pretty covered, right? Between Goldango, Spadef, Gliscor. Maybe you want Terra Electric on the Zarud. Because Terra Electric not only blocks progress from the Torn, it blocks T-Wave from Tinkaton. And although Ting Lu can Earthquake you now, that's not the end of the world when you have a whole-ass Gliscor to come in on that and spike all over its face. Like, if you can just get 3 layers of spikes between the combination of Cloyster and Gliscor, seems pretty good, right? Honestly, do you even need the Cloyster? Because, like, Gliscor definitely can spike versus a lot of these guys pretty comfortably. So maybe you don't even need the Cloyster. Maybe something on the bench was better. But, I don't know. We're not going to go into that. Yeah, on the other side, what's the game plan here? I don't think you can really match hazards because the Cyclozar is going to spin. So maybe an offensive Ting Lu? I don't know. It feels like not high value into a Gliscor Zarud team. That's like probably the worst matchup Ting Lu could ask for. So maybe just set up hazards and try to stop the spin best you can. I don't know. The Torn is probably going to be the major issue here. If it's like a Terra type that can beat Goldango, then that's going to be pretty big, right? And then Latias. Latias, probably not a threat, right? Spadef Goldango, Spadef Gliscor. I mean, it probably is going to pack Ice Beam, if I'm being real. So, Goldango and like maybe Spadef Zarud can handle it. But, yeah, Latias might be an offensive threat here this game. Tinkaton... maybe like a Sword Stance Tinkaton could get something done if it's like really fast, faster than the Gliscor. But Gliscor could cover that if it wants to be fast itself. I don't know. Maybe it's a Spike Sleeve Cloyster SD fast Gliscor. That would make sense here. Yeah, I think I like that as like a combination, but let's just get into the game. We see Terra Dark on the Torn, which makes sense. You want something for the Goldango. And then Terra Water for the Zarud, of course. Secondary Terras, I don't think there's anything of note. Anyways, Cloyster's going to lead off into the Palafin. We know the Palafin's going to lead most of the time just to get that form off, guaranteed. Now Spike goes up, and a Drill Run here on the Sword Stance. The thing is, right, you really want 3 layers versus team, and I think you could have gotten it, but at the cost of Tinkaton being at basically full HP. And it's really hard for you to KO a Tinkaton at full HP. So Tinkaton from full with the Sword Stance up is probably getting 2 KOs. And at that point, you probably just take your 1 spike and you just KO it with Cloyster itself. Yeah. But this does limit the game plan of JCM of just stacking hazards and then, you know, spamming knock to get rid of boots. Now Torn comes in. Gonna go hard Gliscor here on the Dark Pulse. Only does 20%, so very Spadef on the Gliscor. And now we see a sub. Sub on Toxic. Yeah, I don't know about this one. It feels like Gliscor should probably have been Sword Stance knockoff here, right? Able to threaten the Latias on the switch in. Toxic just seems like too slow. I guess you want to Tox to the Ting Lu, but Ting Lu doesn't beat you ever. Like Sword Stance, Earthquake is going to be more than enough chip. I think this was maybe just a greedy Toxic in the prep. And gonna get punished for it by sub Torn, sub Nasty Plot, and U-turn never gonna break that sub. So Goldango gonna come in. Maybe if the Goldango can force the Terra, then Gliscor can U-turn, always break the sub, get into like a Deoxys follow-up. But Make It Rain, gonna break the sub. And subs down again. So the Culver Berry is now used up. Torn can take its KO whenever it wants. So this sub does feel pretty greedy. But maybe eventually it'll not break, like at -3. Maybe this turn you go for like sub and it doesn't break, and it does not break. So now what? JCM has failed to force the Terra Dark here, which means it's always going to sub on Gliscor. Make It Rain min roll was tragic. Was it actually min roll? Do you know the spreads? Because it could have just been a bulky as fuck Torn, and it just lives that, you know? Who's to say? Anyways, Cloyster's going to get sacked here. Makes a lot of sense. And now you have to go Gliscor and U-turn, because after taking a Make It Rain, U-turn will break the sub, and then you can follow up with a Deoxys, which is faster. Or even like a Cyclozar, because like with that bulk to live the sub and stuff like that, it's probably not max speed. Who knows? Oh, Torn revealed no bulk? That's offensive Dark Pulse? 20 to Gliscor? No way, man. How broken is Gliscor? Be for real. +2 Terra Dark and the flinch. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Title. I'm pretty sure this is bulky Torn. Maybe like max speed, max HP, but it definitely had something, right? 20 to Gliscor at neutral is just not normal. 128 HP. Yeah, that's a decent amount. But now Protect. Okay, so can get out of range of the next Dark Pulse, but it looks to be a roll. Do we get the roll? We don't. So can just U-turn here, Psych. And this is really bad. I cannot stress how bad this is for JCM. Has to tear the Zarude and use up its whole HP just to break the sub. And now you can't sack the Zarude either. You have to like sack Gliscor, yeah. So now your Gliscor's dead and your Zarude's at 36, and for what? Like just because it got double flinched? Yeah. And Torn obviously is gonna stay around. Deoxys goes for Ice Beam into Ting Lu, and this actually reveals not to be max Spadef, funny enough. 36 is like too much for it to be max Spadef Ting Lu, which is so funny. But Taunt Cycles are trying to prevent hazards, but Sage not interested in hazards at this point, just willing to Earthquake everything. I think that was intended to not allow Zarude to switch in and heal, but this is physically defensive Zarude, it looks like. So able to heal anyways. Muck comes in, which is going to be like a dedicated switch to Zarude. And now Goldango's going to come in on that, so always going to be able to come in on Muck pretty comfortably. And a T-Wave comes out. Seems like Policy Lu, it could be for sure. But now the T-Spike is going to be really big. You really don't want your Zarude getting poisoned here. Although I'm pretty sure this is the double healing, right? So Deoxys actually gets pulled in with a red card. Crazy red card, and that's actually so big. Because Deoxys is like your main breaker here. It's also the only thing faster than Torn. So like losing it just to red card luck felt really bad, I think. That was so sad, yeah. Like, what can you do, though? Does get the spin off, so at least the Zarude's not poisoned, but I think the damage has been done. It's always sad when, like, games between top players end up like this, where it's just like, man, that could have been such a good game, but we'll never know, you know? And now a Healing Wish, but JCM calls that, goes for a bulk up, like, he kind of has to at this point, but Torn comes in, and I'm pretty sure this is just mono knock Zarude, so this is just hopeless from the start. Reflects up, it's resisted. This Torn is just gonna win. Dark Pulse doing 51%, there's no out at this point. We were thinking when I was live comming this that maybe Drain Punch, if you get the turns right, could potentially do something and like stall it reflect, but here a flinch, like you're never gonna find out. And Goldango goes down. I mean, last chance, Deoxys like superpower crit on this turn specifically. If that happened, maybe Zarude could do something, but no such luck. Hold up. And yeah, so they tie up the series, which is crazy, right? Skrelper's one of the top teams in power rankings for most people, and Ballio one of the lower teams in power rankings, but they're able to tie it up. Game was still winnable if red card didn't hit Dio after all that. I agree. That was really unlucky. But also, like, I feel like the Zarude versus Muck, you could just stay in if you really wanted to. Right? If you're jungle healing. And then red card doesn't get procced when it gets knocked off. So you're able to just set up forever on that thing, I think. Any covert cloakers? Nope, no covert cloakers. Like, what's the worst thing that Muck could do to a double heal Zarude? Not a whole lot, right? Haze, maybe? Be knockoff T-Spikes. Poison Jab Haze? That doesn't make sense into Gliscor. You definitely want Ice. Helmet plus Haze plus Knock. I mean, you knock off the helmet, it's like a one-time damage. Not that bad. Haze is for sure probably going to be on the set. But, like, can you fit that? Because if you have Haze, you're either not going to be Ice Punch for the Gliscor, or you're not going to be just Poison Stab. So you can't fit everything that you want on the Muck. So something has to drop. Oh, Sticky Hold. Oh, right, it actually does work. No, you're right. I'm wrong. It was Haze? Okay, yeah. Alright, well, that's going to be the series, and that's going to be all of the games as well. The stream is now officially done with DPL for week 1. So, some really fantastic games. I really enjoyed a lot of these. Some luck, but that's to be expected. It is Pokemon after all, and these are, what, 32 games of Pokemon? There's always going to be some hacks in there. I'm excited for week 2. My team plays Ballio. It should be a fun one. Working on some projects for that. If you know, you know. It's going to be a fun one. How does it work when there's a tie in the series? So if you look at the standings here, let me make sure this is on the screen. It's not. So here we have the standings. And as you can see, winning the week, as ZFG and DUI did, gets you 2 points. Tying gives you 1 point. And so the tie break, if the points are tied, is number of wins, followed by number of ties, then number of games, and then head-to-head. I'm pretty sure. We have it written down somewhere. So I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure it's that. Yeah. So it's like hockey and stuff? Yeah. I actually don't know how hockey works. I'm just saying yeah to say yeah. Wins are points and ties are less. Yeah. Winning is worth double ties. But if you lose, you get nothing. It'll be a fun one. Famous last words. No, no, no. Anyways. Yeah, some good stuff. Thanks everyone for hanging out on the stream. I appreciate the support from those who, membership and then the donos and stuff like that. Really helps me keep motivated to do these long streams. And I know you guys like it, so always fun to do. Anyways, that's going to be it for me. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you for week 2.